Hey, good morning. I'm in the next city. How you guys doing? Uh, I'm going to do a wake and bake today because I found more roaches out front than I've probably ever found at one time. But I actually have something more important I want to mention. This is Saturday morning, and I'm a little teed off because yesterday I was waiting for a call back from a friend of mine who lives up the street who was going to give me some guitar strings. And I called him up. I left a message. He called me back. He said he could be there in a few minutes and he could give me some guitar strings. But he said that he and his father and some people are going to be going to Guitar Center. And he asked me if I could give him $10 because guitar strings, a lot of places here, they hover around $10 for a 6 pack. Okay. And I thought that there are some stores that were cheaper than the place that I usually go, but turned out Guitar Center is a little bit more expensive than Pleasantville Music. At least that's what I heard. And the thing is that I know that you can buy like Ernie balls for $7 on Amazon, so you can get cheaper strings. And I'm thinking if I'm going to get 6 sets of 6 strings, I think I'm going to go for something lower price because the way I'm breaking strings, it's ridiculous. I don't know why I'm breaking strings to this degree. I don't know why, as carefully as I played this, why I broke a string. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's obvious that without amplification, you can't be heard too well. And I didn't use one of my made up picks, I used a real guitar pick. I don't understand this. My mother, who admittedly doesn't play, she doesn't understand why I'm going through strings like this. But considering I still do not know how to change my strings, I know I'm so ashamed to admit that. How many self respecting musicians can't do basic maintenance on their instruments? But to be fair, when I had guitars in the past, I never strung them. So, and I've been playing since I was 11 years old. So, I have to be very careful with my computer because it's plugged into its, this special hard drive thing. I had to re-download all my live streams that I see on the right side of my computer. There's this drop downs menu that I'm looking at, and it had said that everything that I downloaded was removed. And I know, at least I'm pretty sure, I didn't touch anything. You touch a wrong key and everything goes haywire. And that could happen to anybody, but still, it really sucks when you go through all the effort. Now, when I first downloaded my channel back, I bought all this equipment, then I used a Google Takeout, and I got 300 and something packets of 2 gigabyte data in zip files. So I already downloaded my channel. And I started actually with my live streams. And at the time, I downloaded them actually into the machine, the laptop. But everything else I downloaded into this expansion drive, the Seagate drive that holds 6 terabytes of data. But imagine my concern a couple of days ago when I looked and I saw the downloads file appeared to be empty. So I downloaded everything again. And then when I downloaded everything again, it indicated that there was a 1 or 2 in parentheses after each file, which means I'm downloading duplicate files. Now, I checked to see what exactly was in the expansion drive. The expansion drive does have my videos, and I checked the recycle bin in the laptop because I was, recommended somebody that I check that to see if maybe I accidentally downloaded threw all my downloads in the recycle bucket. No, I didn't throw them in the trash. The only things that are in the trash bucket were crappy pictures that I deleted from for what I could see from this computer. And there weren't too many of those. So and Sunday, my friend is supposed to come someday late Sunday afternoon to help me get to the bottom of this issue with this Windows 11 computer, and the fact that the reason why I'm going live is because if I film a video with this, I don't seem to be able to get it out of the computer and onto YouTube because it doesn't offer me that option. It offers me the option of using my OneDrive, which are older pictures and videos that I don't need to post. And if there's a way to link all the other pictures I haven't figured it out yet. Okay. Uh, let's talk about weed. Can we talk about marijuana? I woke up at daybreak. Now my sleep schedule is all messed up because I was upset about a few things yesterday. One of the things obviously was waiting and waiting and waiting for my friend to show up with guitar strings because he said he gave me three old strings and they were not even the same gauge and for the same uh, string. And one of them was cut short and it was not long enough to fit on the guitar. So he replaced two strings. I still need to uh, tune them, but there's still one string missing on my acoustic. Uh, and anyway, he said that he would call me back with weed and $10 back. He said I was helping him out of a jam. He never called me back. I waited. You know, I take people on their word. I'm dependent. When I ask you something, we come to agreement. I am going to be dependent on your word, and I'm going to be dependent on people telling me the truth. Obviously, that doesn't work out that way. A lot of times, people are prevented from doing what they intend to do. I've even done that, and it sucks when you can't fulfill promises that you give people. But sometimes people are just flakes, or they forget, or they get intoxicated. And I really don't know what the situation is with this person, honestly. Uh, and it's a person who is flaked in the past, but has come through in the past also. And I just don't know what my standing is with him. It's somebody I consider a friend, and certainly very very local. He lives right up the street, so that is convenient when you have both someone who's a friend and is very local, who can handle things in the real world that long distance people can't and can't be handled on the internet. And you certainly can't give somebody new strings on the internet. I mean, you can order on the internet, but you can't get them changed online. So that's the one thing. If we could invent self-changing strings or guitars that never need their strings changed. See, that's something I wish somebody would uh, invent. Because I don't know, does anybody else think that changing a guitar string is a pain in the ass? It is. I mean, sometimes you have guitars that have these brackets here that hold the strings up here. That I tried to do searches when I first got this PV Raptor, and I couldn't learn how to do that. And of course, my guitar tech, he does it real fast because he's a pro. You got people that have worked for guitar companies for 35 years and have been changing thousands of guitars, and guitarists who play $10,000 fancy instruments, trust them to do their work. I would defer to somebody with that kind of experience. I think I'm pretty lucky that, considering I live in this little sandbox resort town that's really kind of a small town in many ways, the fact that I got this kind of guitar tech, I would normally expect that I would have to be back in Hollywood to get guitar guys. And there I would probably have my pick of lots of them because all the rock stars you have over there. And I'll go where the pros go. I'll go where I can learn, where I can get the best service, even if I have to pay a little more for the service. Now, for the strings and things, that's where I have to economize because I just don't have the money to throw around. You know, if you knew, I'm finding out more and more things about even my family's financial situation. So nobody here can help me. I got to do all this on my own. And right now, the guitar is my only livelihood. Different things I've been doing on the internet. Like there's one of the sites that I work with to do offers like surveys, and there are sites where you can watch instructional videos and you get paid per ad you see. So you can say watch cooking videos or how-to videos, much like what you're probably watching here on YouTube. But there are services where when the ads run, your counter goes up, and the higher your counter goes up, then you can cash things in for points that you can turn into gift cards, PayPal. um, my favorites are the Visa and MasterCard gift cards because you can use them, you can shop with them just like you shop with credit cards and stuff. And they're kind of safer for those of us that are trying to make money without getting in trouble with the alphabet agencies like the IRS. You know what I'm saying? And if you have $600 or more in your PayPal earnings and these other peer-to-peer payment things, you know, IRS is going to send you a form and they're going to start taxing us. And if you're like me and you want to keep what you've earned, especially when you're not earning much and it's ridiculous and you're being fought for the pennies and nickels that you earn, you want to keep that. You know, if you're making that little and it takes you a long time to earn your money, you shouldn't have to pay taxes on that at all because that's ridiculous. If you are earning things so slowly, like say you're earning something on the internet where you're waiting for the counter to go up and you're literally lucky if you can earn 75 cents to a dollar at this thing a day, and that's if you're hustling. No way should you have to be taxed on that because you're taking forever in a day to earn the money. And considering the inflation that erodes the value of our cash. If you have cash and you don't have it invested and you just let it sit, it's going to lower its value. That's why if you see something that you need and the price is right, I recommend, okay, I'm not an economist. I didn't go to Wharton School of Business. All I did was I was raised by parents, knew the value of a dollar, and my mother was very thrifty, and she taught me how to respect money, how to save money, how to spend it only when necessary. So I think I have some good skills for budgeting, for not spending, for spending wisely. I really think I'm qualified to give some basic advice. And I could probably give some tax prep advice too, because when I was a tax paying, you know, when I worked the kind of jobs that actually take deductions out, I filled out like it was a 1040 easy. And then when they started allowing certain basic deductions, I was able to do that. And I even gave advice to some of my actor friends when I still lived in Hollywood. So for somebody who's not a tax pro, for someone who's never worked with H&R Block or anything like that. Now, my mother has been a client for several years of places like H&R Block. And you know, one of the things that concerned me about that was you have to pay to get your tax preparation done at these places. And she's paying usually more than $150. Keep this in mind for people who are not even in the middle class, really. And this is when my mother was still working in casinos. And I think some during that time, my father may have also still been working security at this place. So we had more, you know, money coming in. This was, I believe, when I was bi-coastal. I was traveling back and forth between Hollywood and here. And yeah, I learned a lot from watching her go through her tax preparation process and how sometimes she would get a new person every year because sometimes a person would go on to other uh, jobs or they would just have too many clients. And these people who were pros would not always find her every deduction that she was entitled to. And you're paying, if you have to pay money for somebody to prepare your taxes just to help you find things. And the thing is, you shouldn't have to pay somebody to help you do your taxes unless that was a deductible expense that got taken out of your tax bill by the government. That's the way it should be, considering that there is such a discrepancy in the quality of work you get even at a licensed tax preparation place like H&R Block. I'm telling you the truth of what my family has experienced. And if you're paying somebody good money and they don't get you all that you can, and it's almost like it probably save money to just do it on your own. And that's what I always have done. Of course, when it comes to things like Social Security and things where people say about how I earned it, I earned my Social Security, and I get on my mom about this all the time. Now, when they figure out your Social Security, they only go on your most recent 20 years. All those jobs that I did in Hollywood where I got taxes taken out, all the federal deductions, those were over 20 years ago. Those were before 9/11. Matter of fact, the last rock video I did in Los Angeles was for a band called Lit. The song was called Lipstick and Bruises. Chusuck, is that how I pronounce your username? Chusuck? I know a lot of things that suck around here. It's not the weather though, because we got a nice cool down. You notice I don't have a fan running? Oh, and I dumped more water and fertilizer on my flowers over my cat grave. I wish I could show you the grave. I have a big old pumpkin patch on top of it. I'm telling you, well, the flowers that I had already planted were orange just because those were the nearest flowers that I could find. They were actually growing um, a couple blocks away, and I figured that where they were growing, nobody could see them, and they would be more appreciated honoring my cats. So I transplanted them, and then the seed, the wildflower seed that I planted here, one of them was either a pumpkin or some kind of squash, and those have the same color flowers as the flowers I planted, so it all matches, and I think that's really cool. And also, if there pumpkins or any fruit, I intend to eat them. And so, yes, maybe some of you think it's a little creepy that you would eat something growing over the grave, but 5 years? Oh man, that really touches me that you'd stick around. I mean, I'm glad. And I think I know some of the reasons. I think we have certain philosophies that we agree with and certain leaders that we admire and that we're really worried about because they're getting really screwed over. And so many people, okay, and this is where I'm going to talk very carefully about things. So I don't want to get this taken down before I get to download it. Uh, that certain thing that happened in January a couple years ago that maybe some of us went to, but I didn't get to go to because I had to stay here, take care of my mother, and I was warned that if I left the state, I wouldn't be allowed back home. So many of our brothers and sisters in solidarity are sentenced to prison now just for who they wanted and because they wanted the right thing for our country. And it's funny, our country was founded on principles of freedom and running away from tyranny and standing up to tyranny. And yet, honestly, I think that's what some of my fellow patriots did January, this number. And I got to say this very carefully because I know that people would like to take me down. Um, yeah, well, I went to the inauguration. Well, I love that man whose inauguration I went to. Oh, and you know what? So I don't get in trouble with YouTube. Want to talk about weed? I found a bunch of roaches today. Yes, I did. I found more roaches at one time on this street than I've ever found. I'm going to count them in front of you. I'm going to put them in this dingy little kiss ashtray. Let's count. One big fat roach, over an inch long. Two over an inch long roaches. Three about an inch long roach. I don't know if it's a really roach or just paper rolled up. Five 3/4 inch long roach. Um, Six 3/4 of an inch long roach. Uh, okay. Seven 3/4 of an inch long roach. Can you believe this? I'm gonna get stoned this morning. Uh, Eight half-inch long roach. Nine, I think this is a roach, or maybe it's rolled up paper, about 3/4 of an inch. 10. I can't tell if this is a roach or if this is paper. And I'm going to set this down right here and I'm going to find out. This might just be paper, but really, this is a score for me. Yes, okay, this is paper. So let's just say there's 9 roaches. All right. Well, by the way, it's really hard for me to see out of these glasses, but I have these glasses on because I only put a little bit of makeup on, and I didn't want you to see me with only a light makeup job. But you know what? They're so hard to see. I'm gonna take them off. These are rave glasses. I got them when I went to a club here in town for the first time. Oh, this thing that fell out of my pocket. This is fresh rosemary from my garden. I went to my garden at Daybreak today, and when I was picking some herbs after I watered and fertilized my cat grave flowers, some nice people from the neighborhood were yelling out to me that they liked the garden, and they thanked me for my community service, which I don't think of what I'm doing as a community service, except for maybe my YouTube videos. I would like to think that I am serving people in that I'm sharing information, I'm sharing my life, and I'm also like to give advice sometimes, especially if you're thinking about coming to any areas that I know, like this town or Washington, D.C. I would love to be filming when I get to Los Angeles. Um, oh, and I think I found another way to live stream from here. But the thing is, I have to be unplugged. And right now I'm all plugged up in with my this hard drive thing. And that means I really can't move this around. But our Wi-Fi, because I live with two other people, our Wi-Fi extends all the way down to the corner and probably around the corner a little bit. So once I have already, it'll have to be after Sunday afternoon. Once my friend hopefully gets to the bottom of why I can't get stuff from this. Oh, you mean the roaches? Yeah. And that's what some counselors tried to tell me when there are these people that I think they're governmental health workers that help people get their medical stuff. And they did, to their credit, they helped me I got eye doctor, I got our cardiologist, even though I got to get a new cardiologist because that cardiologist is moving offices. And of course, you have to find somebody that takes your insurance. I wish you could smell this rosemary. It smells so good. You know what? I think I'm going to need to put the fan on because either that or maybe change shirts. I think I'm going to go off camera and change shirts because it's now too hot for a long sleeve. We had a temperature drop, which was really wonderful. I had to actually close my windows. It got a little cool. I really like to take a shower while a certain person is not here. A certain person I live with and I'm fighting with all the time, who, by the way, my mother went and called him on his cell phone to mention about the mess that he left in the bathroom. Oh, and of course, he argued and he said it wasn't very bad, many things and stuff. I made that video that I shot about the dirty bathroom. I made that private because it occurred to me that if the person that I live with who's on vacation decides to look at my channel just to see if I'm talking shit, it might cause more problems for me. And I figure if you guys saw it, if you watched it live, if you caught the replay, you know what's up. There's another video that I'm thinking of maybe making private shortly. That Daybreak one where I talked about some problems. Again, I don't want problems with the people in my neighborhood. I have to think of my own safety. So I may make that video private. So if you haven't watched it already and you're somebody I consider friendly and safe and you're not like a local that's going to snitch me out to the gangs and stuff, um, please watch the Daybreak video where I'm standing in the doorway and I'm wearing short shorts and you probably could see a car in the background or something. Some of these videos, I have to think about my safety. And there's things I want to tell you about. I had my mom called the landlord yesterday, and she gave him an earful about when I marched her downstairs and I made her look at all the trash that was left behind out front, all the chairs and milk crates and things up against near our front door where people were hanging out underneath my windows and stuff. Now, again, if it's only weed that everybody is selling, I got no problem with you. Then carry on, even though I still don't appreciate the noise and I still don't appreciate people smoking tobacco. I have to have my windows open sometimes because we can't afford air conditioning. And when you have your windows open, the smells from the outside can come in. If it was weed, believe me, I wouldn't mind. Especially when you throw out, if every day they threw out all these roaches and I could scrounge them. And it seems to me that now I'm not one of these people into turf wars and things. I believe we should all be able to do our thing. But that said, like if I'm playing guitar someplace and you're going to be spanging near me, yeah, then I think that that's wrong. Just like if I wanted to go to my usual guitar playing spot and there's a bunch of uh, guys there with the big boom box playing their rap crap. Well, obviously, okay, they were first. I got to go find another play spot. There should be space for everybody to do our thing. And I pretty much believe in peaceful negotiations and things. You can get more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, even though I would think if you want to catch flies, shit word. Got a lot of them here, trust me. Well, I mean, not in this house. Oh, but yeah, I got some weed. And when you've got any kind of depression kind of things going on, such as being sad about friends dying, my cat's dying. Now, there's people on the street here that still don't know about L25, my friend, who has been in some of my videos. They don't know that he's passed away. And that's another thing that's been making me sad. When your friends drink themselves to death, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't change your friends' behavior. I can't stop those crackheads and those heroin junkies from doing what they're doing any more than my mother could stop me and the other person in my house from smoking our weed. She doesn't appreciate it. She does not want to, even though cannabis has so many health benefits, it could probably, if my mother started smoking weed, she could probably bounce down or even stop some of her medications. Those of us who know about cannabis and the health benefits of it know this, but she's not willing to even entertain the thought. And there are some herbs that contraindicate with some things. That's why I have to be careful if I start taking any of these Chinese medicine things. And I'm open to alternative medicine things. But you see, one advantage I have over some people, including many people even my age, I'm not taking a single prescription drug. I'm not on anything. Okay. Nothing. If I think I'm having a heart attack symptoms, which I have experienced scary, they're probably what people call panic attacks. I don't know because I don't really know much about the people that take psych meds and what they do. And I could tell you this, there's no way, Jose, I would ever take any psych meds, even if I thought I was going cuckoo, because I think they do more harm than good. I had a boyfriend who was taking Buspar for anxiety, and he had terrible hallucinations, and they caused him to treat me horribly. Physically, he would grab my face in his hand while he was driving, take his free hand, and he would squeeze my face until I hurt. His punishment because I was petting stray cats. And one time he threatened to push me out of a moving car on a Los Angeles freeway that was emptying out into a really bad neighborhood, I don't know what kind of, like a Harlem type neighborhood, but in Los Angeles, because of the sin I committed of petting a stray cat. And you know me, I love cats. I probably love cats more than most humans. And if anybody, once a person gets physically violent with you, you know, uh, you can't trust them. And that goes for friends. And this is why I don't understand some of you men. You can be friends with guys and you get drunk. Say you're watching a ball game and you get an argument about which quarterback's better and who has more injuries in what team or whatever. And one punches the other out. And that's pretty stupid Neanderthal stuff. But I notice men seem to let bygones be bygones, and you don't hold grudges. Oh, you punched me in the face, even if you're bruised up or maybe got some injuries that you're in the hospital. I am not so forgiving, and even if I feel that just to let things be peaceful when you're talking to people, I might not say something saying, "Man, I'm angry," and that's unacceptable. But I can just fade away and stay away from you if I know that you have a violent temper. I feel you can't be trusted. You physically hurt me. No, I can't trust you because once things get from verbal and emotional to physical, you can't go back there. And I would find that really hard to forgive. You know? Well, okay. Oh, you know what? All right, good. I want to make sure that I'm not blocking any air things because I don't want anything to happen to this drive here. Let me get a lighter. Good, lighter's here. Start unrolling some of these roaches. and the sun is quite coming up. So after I do this, I'm going to put some sunblock on because, they say you should wear sunblock every day unless you're in bed sick all day, year round. Sun comes in. I could see there's a bag underneath my computer here. You don't see, I have a little milk crate here. I got this cat tree here. I've got my briefcase, which I love to take briefcases and wear business suits when I go to jury duty. I look as professional as the lawyers. And they haven't picked me for a jury out here. I would like to be picked while I'm not making money except for my guitar thing. It's when I'm in Los Angeles where you're on call for movie work and stuff that you stand to lose money when you're doing jury duty because you only get paid an honorarium of $5 a day, which if you're not making any money at all, give me my $5. I would love to do that in a nice air-conditioned courtroom here in, I think it would be Mays Landing is where the courthouse is that I've always been called to. But you show up 2 times to see if they pick you, and it's only after the second time I think that the $5 start. But even though I believe it's $5, it's paid by check, and I can't cash checks because I don't have ID. So you know what? Scratch that. I want to smoke some weed. Oh, and there's something else I wanted to talk about. I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh yeah, if I have a couple of days where I could actually use that bathroom with the shower and the tub and everything, I'd like to wash my hair a few times and see if it's easier to tell the difference between my roots and the color of my hair. Because if I can clearly see my roots, I have the peroxide and I have the bleaching powder. I could bleach my roots. I would love to get started on coloring my hair again. If I can do that while I have access to the bathroom, since I have the really disconcerting home situation that I live with somebody who's an abuser, physical and emotional abuser, and he locks his bathroom so that nobody can use it. And he does not have authority over me. He's about 8 years younger than me. And he's not an officer of the law. He does not, by law, have any authority over me. But he uses intimidation. He has lots of friends. He sometimes has friends of his monitoring this very channel. And one time I was crossing the street. I have to cross the street to go uh, onto the boardwalk and go to the beach, go see my friends, or go down this way for places, go up this way, go to the garden to tend my flowers and stuff, pick herbs. And when I go to drop the water and the fertilizer on my cat's grave, sometimes I find him talking to some people at a tattoo place, and they'll wave at me, which means that he's talking to them and telling them all kinds of stuff about me that I don't know these people. I can't defend myself. He knows, I'm guessing, more people in professional positions that he's saying, I don't know what, and basically poisoning a lot of strangers against me, and I don't know who has been told what. And meanwhile, I have you guys, and I'm glad for my YouTube channel. I can't believe that in a couple of days I will have 12 years on YouTube. Can you believe it? On the 4th of September will be my 12-year anniversary. I guess I'm going to have to do something special for that. I'm sure I'll go live. I don't even know. Let's see. Looking at my calendar here. This is August. Let's see, September. Okay, the 4th is on Monday, which is technically Labor Day. So Labor Day, I will have exactly 12 years on YouTube. I honestly didn't think I would make it to 12 years because I honestly thought after that second warning and then that strike, and then I went and I waited till the last minute to try to get it, get it approved and whatever, reviewed it. And YouTube denied me. And a lot of times, well, sometimes after denial, then it seems like even days afterward, then all of a sudden other old streams, things I said years ago, YouTube's AI finds some problem with what I said. And it's like, when you've done over 800 and some videos, how can you keep track of one sentence that you said in something 3 or 4 or 5 years ago that may have offended somebody? And sometimes I think, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Or I'm thinking, if you say one sentence in a 1.5 hour stream, my God, first of all, if it's one innocent little sentence, you know, I hope I don't get in trouble for something I said yesterday, which I didn't say in the method that it was an insult. I was using it to talk about it. And that is, I think, perfectly protected speech. It's like, say, you can't say the word fuck. Okay, so if I call you motherfucker, well, you could say, okay, I called you a name. But if I'm talking, say this is a scholastic treatise on cuss words through the ages, and we're talking about the origins of the word fuck. The letters Fuck spell out for unlawful carnal knowledge. And now I don't know if this is true or not, but some places, some people believe that the word came from that. And it was actually a euphemism from Old or Middle English or something. Now, my mother was a high school English teacher. She took all kinds of English and communications courses, and she is not a fan of expletives. And when I ran that theory by her, she denied it. And of course, my mother has read Chaucer. If any of you have read Chaucer, it's written in Middle English. It is like basically another language. I remember looking at her old high school teaching textbooks when I was a little girl, and I was like, what is this? My mother is of very high intelligence, and she kept all her report cards, and she would always, when it was my report card time, she kept them all. And I felt like I was in competition with my straight A student mother. And she was really a good influence on me, even though now that I'm an adult, what difference does it make? If I failed through all my schooling, it wouldn't have changed probably the trajectory of my life. But I don't regret my upbringing. I don't regret coming from an intact family that, well, my parents loved each other. They still stayed married till death do us part. I never witnessed or heard about my father doing anything untoward. As far as I know, he never cheated on her. They trusted each other. They didn't abuse each other. She let him go out bowling, let him go drink with the boys, whatever. Didn't worry even if there was lots of women in the bars, because everybody talked to everybody, and nobody thought anything of saying, oh, I saw your husband at blah 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 bar, how the kids doing. It was, they really got along well. One thing I didn't notice with my parents, I didn't see a whole lot of physical demonstrativeness. I didn't see people tongue deep throating each other or anything really, really like that. And I never heard anything that little kids shouldn't hear. Oh, I hope this thing isn't slightly unplugged. I want to make sure that the thing is pushed in. See, I'm looking at those downloads. I want to make sure that I don't accidentally erase anything. Okay, I'm going to smoke some weed. Okay, I just unrolled one, and yes, it does have weed in it. And I'm unrolling the other, and yes, it does have weed in it. Uh, yeah. Okay, now, for some reason, you can see me, but I can't see you, because all of a sudden, there's this other screen that came up, and it is showing the list of my downloads that are in the expansion drive. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click this back so that I can see you guys again. Okay. So anyway, it's good to know that I didn't lose anything, but I still am afraid to unplug things until my friend gets here, because it seemed to me that when I unplugged everything so that I can move my computer around, so that I could try see if I could live stream. Like every time I took the computer down steps or whatever, obviously I have to have it unplugged. And since it's plugged into both the wall and to this expansion drive, that I wish the cords could be way, 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 way longer. If I could extend the cords to this expansion drive, say 100 feet, let's just say I had long cords like you can plug into a lead guitar, So if you're not wireless, you can run the length of the stage. You know, I mean, maybe we'll get to the point where we will have wireless electrical connectivity, just like with Bluetooth. Or maybe you would use Bluetooth to do this. I don't know logistics of this because I did not take any electronics classes. And those of you who did are probably thinking, what kind of far fetched lunacy am I talking about? Obviously, if I don't know about a technology, I should tell you, and I am telling you, I don't know about this, but it would be wonderful if we had this convenience because that way, wireless is so amazing. And if I could go, just like with Wi Fi, I could take my computer or any devices I had, and I want to be able to go live streaming more than just my messy home studio area. And the people I know who I've been watching a lot of live streams lately, especially by travelers. There's some people that I met here in Atlantic City that were on the road, and I am really into watching live streamers of traveling people, homeless people who are just really groovy energies, into peace and positivity, and they're the kind of people that they love their pets, they pick up trash, they share with people, and they're the kind of people that if you ever run into these live streams and if they have donation things, some of these people, they're homeless and they're literally digging through trash cans for food and stuff. And if you can find it in your heart to support some of these people, and one of them I want to recommend, his channel is called Dump Star. Dump like dumpster, and star with two R's. It's all one word. And he's a guy with dreadlocks and a heart of gold. And I met him here in town the day that cop fucked with me and this guy Fuzzy, this other guitarist I know who might probably be still in town, even though he might be without a guitar. Maybe Fuzzy can help me with my string situation. But you know what? What Fuzzy did, if this is true, was wrong. Yes, there is this thing called finders keepers. Now, when I find roaches that are on the ground, I am not actively stealing from somebody. They threw them out. They're probably selling weed. They don't care. But if somebody say I saw somebody was holding onto a 5-pound bale of weed and he walked away, that is something different. And say I was staking him out and I watch him drop it, and he went a block two away. Then I took it. Then he found out that I took it. He'd be mad. He'd want to beat my ass. Well, I better give it back to him. I better not deny that I have it, because then he would have every right to beat my ass, take kind services. I could even get killed. I don't know. What's 5 pounds of good weed worth? Is it worth a life? I had a bad boyfriend who got killed because he stole $5,000 from somebody. But I'm not crying any tears about it, because the guy that got killed, he abused me horribly. And I don't mean horribly, I mean this. And I don't mean he spanked my ass. If you guys can read between the lines, he was an abuser. And he stole my only car. So you know what? And I was so scared by what I experienced with him. It really made me afraid to get in a living relationship with, at least definitely with a guy, because I'm thinking if men are so dangerous, if they get angry and they get jealous and stuff, I'm thinking it's not worth all the possible good times if you have to worry about being abused. I don't think it's worth it. And and it's a shame. I probably missed out on meeting some really great people because I'm slow to trust. Because when you've been abused and everything, and you see certain warning signs and stuff, it's a real bummer. Okay, I got 2 roaches full of weed in this. I want to show you this. I'm going to turn this light on here, and the light is perched on a cat tree. Now I'm going to get this down here a little bit, and I'm going to back here. Now, if this light's too bright, okay, I guess it's not. Now, if you got something to smoke, want to join me? Good morning from Atlantic City. It is 7:48 a.m. You know what? I'm gonna have to get bring out my reading glasses if I could see some things here. These, let me see. Okay, yeah. Oh, I have to see. Okay, this is where these are the reading glasses part. And I have to go up here to see them. And it doesn't help. I have to go all the way here to see them. I could just as easily do this. But, this part I can't see as well as looking out here. So I can't use these to read. So let me ask you this. Those of you who have optometrists, ophthalmologists, those of you who have to wear your glasses to drive, what if you went to an eye doctor, you got tested, you got glasses, so that you could actually not only read, but could see across the street? But say the glasses don't do any good and say you don't see any better. Now, does this mean that I'm going to be able to drive without needing to wear glasses? But what if they make me, do the rating chart? What if I can't see everything without vision correction? What if I can't see with this where I see worse? What am I going to do? I've been treated by an optometrist and an ophthalmologist. Now, that ophthalmologist did say, or one of the people that I saw there, because only the last person I saw was a doctor. All the other people were, I don't know if they're nurses or physician's assistants or who helps out in an ophthalmologist's office if they're not eye doctors. I thought they were doctors, even though they're women, because these days you can't assume that a woman's a nurse, a man is a doctor. Now that obviously it doesn't matter what your gender is, everybody can do everything. Except I don't know how I feel about men giving birth, and I don't know about female firefighters, when I knew that my mother and I, between the two of us, could not deadlift my father when he had whittled down to 140 something pounds. So you need to be able to carry people um, down ladders and stuff. And I'm sorry, if you can't carry the weight, I think that you really need to be a man for that job. And I know some of you feminists that are even more feminist than me, they're going to jump on me for being anti-female, and I'm not. Why would I be anti who I am? But you have to be qualified for the job. And I'm sorry, if you can't handle the physical strength of something, am I going to try out for the NFL? No, because I have two X's in my chromosome. I am a cisgender female. For those of you who don't understand what that means, no, I'm not some kinky whatever. That just means I am what you think I am. I'm a girl. I'm a woman. Okay? I could have, in theory, given birth. If I met the right person and I wanted to. If I'd been where I could have met said people. That ship has sailed. Yeah, because biology's a bitch. All right, what am I trying to put this on for? Okay. I want to smoke some weed. I deserve this. I think I do. Tastes a bit nasty because of the leaf. Oh, I have some tissues wadded up on a couple of spots on my carpet. So, where you think that I'm some kind of disgusting pig or something? And by the way, I don't think pigs are that disgusting. They're intelligent creatures that just happen to taste real good. I love some bacon. I love pulled pork. I love barbecue. I love sausage. Anybody watching from Texas that wants to invite me when I finally get my school bus on the road, want to invite me to some real Texas barbecue with some real southern boys and girls and some maybe let me join you skeet shooting or something. I support the Second Amendment. I'm real cool with that. Matter of fact, I was a live paintball target. You guys didn't already know that they don't even do that here in the city anymore. They had this job where they suited me up. I had a helmet. and I held a shield, a plexiglass shield, in one hand, and going sideways. I'm very, very flexible. I'm a dancer. And this was, by the way, before I got my arthritis diagnosis. So I really had less aches and pains than I do now, because I'm trying to think. This was before I worked at a radio station, and I worked at a radio station before I joined Google Plus. Okay, and I joined Google Plus. Well, this was before I was on YouTube. Okay, I've been on YouTube 12 years on the fourth. Anyway, I love this job, and it paid $10 an hour cash. At the time, $10 an hour cash seemed like a lot of money to me. It really did. When you're not making money, that seems like a lot of money. That's what people don't understand who are working different kind of jobs. I have no idea what everybody does for a living. I have tended to work the work that I have had, aside from when I was a security guard, and I loved, as far as normal jobs go, I loved being a security guard. I worked at what is now called Boardwalk Hall. My dad and I were security guards together. I worked the midnight day shift when I didn't have to wear a uniform, or the only uniform we really had was a blazer and a work shirt. And excuse me, I wish we had real ties, or I wish I thought tie a real men's tie. Even though, and I can tie. By the way, I tie my own ties. Did you guys know, if you've ever seen me wear suits? And I have a video where I actually did a drag king thing. And I know maybe some of you guys might be shocked. And no, I don't have any announcement to make. I'm not going to disappoint half my viewers by telling you some things that maybe you wouldn't want to hear. It's not like that. I decided there is we have a Miss America pageant parade we had every year, that they started to call it Show Us Your Shoes, because one of the features of the parade is each state representative wear these real fancy high-heeled shoes, unlike these ugly cut-off shoes that, do you want to see some ugly shoes here? I like to try to keep it real with you guys. Aside from showing you when I don't have a stitch of makeup on, which that's what I did with that drag thing. But anyway, I've got these shoes. I got them secondhand. They were boots that came to about my ankles, and I was wearing short socks that some of my skin touched the inside of these shoes. And you really should sterilize shoes with alcohol before you wear secondhand shoes. But anyway, I wanted slip-on shoes that I could wear slippers for around the house, especially because you see my heels and it is sticking out. I need to be able to go from, I want to sit on my bed, take my shoes off, take my socks off, lay down on my bed in front of my fan, watching my TV. TLC's been so much fun lately with the 90-day romance things. And I also like Channel 6 is ABC here. And I am a member of Bachelor Nation. I watched The Bachelor. I watched The Bachelorette. Later on in September, now that this is September, is The Golden Bachelor, where he is, how old is he? I think he's in his early 70s. And all these women, I don't know how old the youngest one is. Maybe the youngest one is my age. I don't know. We don't talk about ages on my channel, okay? And so don't ask. I'm not saying. The lower the lower the guesses, the happier I'll be. Okay, and since we had a couple of cooler days, I did that nice vampire facial, and then I put on a vitamin C thing in the wee hours of the night. I washed my face when I realized that my friend wasn't going to come by to settle up with the weed, guitar strings, the $10, blah blah blah. I mean, I'm glad I helped him out on his jam. He said I helped him out of a jam. It's funny that I'm the one that helps him out, not any of his family members. His father doesn't help him out. His brother doesn't help him out. Just me. Where are my money bags, Leather Rock? Because I have some collection of musical instruments, none of which is fully playable. If I showed you my violin, you'd fucking laugh at me. That's, by the way, the bass and the violin are in my mother's room, underneath her windows, where I hang up. That's the last place I hang up clothes to dry, because dripping dry clothes that you freshly washed, air drying clothes is the best way to preserve them, especially if they have elastic and things. Now, some of my mini skirts, all of a sudden the elastic went from what fits me to what would fit like a larger person. So I drop them off at the drop-off spot where people get the fried chicken and stuff. And some friends of mine happened to show up hoping that they would get food from another of the places that are going to be closed until the 5th. One of the other free food places is closed all week, including they use it also as a food pantry. That's closed also until the 5th or the 6th, maybe. So, anyway, they didn't have anybody to give them food. And I said, I have some things in my fridge and my freezer I'll heat up. I had one of the Wawa frozen burritos that I get some extra things just for this case. Somebody is going to be hungry and it's going to be off hours. And since I can never turn this light out, even in the wee hours, I have to sleep with fucking light in my eyes. That really sucks, by the way. It really does. Because if I put a sock over my eyes, if I turn my head, because I tend to move onto my side, sometimes clean things end up on the floor, which means I have to wash them again. And it's fun. Oh, okay. Scuff Frank, top of the morning. If I had a tam o' shanter, I'd tip it off to you because I do have that Irish blood, like I admitted yesterday. I don't know how you feel about Mary Jane, but second hit of the morning. What? Hey, you guys, proud Americans, you love your country. I do too. I think everybody understands this about me. I love my country. I love America. My father was a Korea War vet. We have a Korea War memorial here. When it had the groundbreaking, and they even issued a United States postage stamp, and they had a cancellation ceremony. Well, my father was at the ceremony, the groundbreaking thing, because they had it was either groundbreaking or when it was dedicated. They have if you've ever not been there, you should go. They have beautiful, larger than life statues of military men and all kinds of plaques featuring the stories of our heroes. And we have so many heroes, there would not be room for everyone. I guess maybe these were local people who are our heroes. But my father, he lived, ate, breathed, slept our veterans. He loved our country so much. My father was a cook in the Air Force. That's what he did. He wanted to see action. He wanted to be a fighting man. He spent some time in England. They lived there for a while, but I never got to hear the stories of my father's military life. He didn't tell my mother too many things, and I can understand if a veteran experienced some traumatic things. Maybe he only felt comfortable talking to other veterans, and I respect that. Just like I have experienced some domestic violence stuff, and there are certain details that maybe I would feel more comfortable talking to females who have undergone domestic violence or people, females and males who have gone through domestic violence because it happens to men too. I knew a guy who had been he had been abused by his wife, and yes, it happens not as much, but it does happen among gay men. It sometimes happens among lesbians. Sometimes it happens among bisexuals. Certainly, it happens. There's no category that unfortunately it doesn't sometimes happen to. So we usually do though think of men versus women, and since women tend to be shorter, not as strong, we don't have the testosterone, we don't have the muscle strength. That's why we don't compete in sports together, and that's why even if you transition, get everything done, you still have longer arms, longer legs, greater lung capacity. Even I was told, even if you've been on hormones for years, you still have greater strength. There's a lot of also real females that I won't arm wrestle because they're bigger. That's why with boxing, you have bantamweight, you have heavyweight, you have all these different weight classes. Am I right? If you can differentiate people according to weight classes for boxing, and they're all still biological males. And why would you have a male at birth transitions to female? I understand gender dysphoria does exist. I lived in San Francisco for 5 months at a time. Ooh, 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 ooh. Whenever a flag falls on the ground, you always hang it back up. I don't disrespect the flag in my house. But if we separate different weight classes, why would we allow transgender male to female go into female sports, and then the females who work for years and years and years and years at their sport, they miss out on college scholarships. They miss out on so much because somebody who is way stronger, way physically, in sports where seconds count, like running, like swimming, in boxing, where genetic females had their jaws destroyed by a punch from a transgender male to female person. I'm sorry. I have no qualms with people with genuine gender dysphoria, but there is such a thing as cheating. I have never experienced dedicating my whole life to a sport. I can't imagine how I would feel if I invested years and years and years of my life in something, only for someone to. And some people actually did not genuinely have gender dysphoria, but just figured that they were already in the sport, and if they were a girl, boy, they could win. And this happens. And don't let me get started on what you see in the locker room. You could be the straightest, most heterosexual chick in the world. That doesn't mean you want to see generals that aren't like your own in the locker room. They don't want to see that. And if you're a little bi or whatever, you definitely don't want to see it. And if you're lesbian, you definitely don't want to see it. Just like I don't think the men's room would like it if I went in there and something happened and I showed my bush. And matter of fact, one time I was in Studio 6, which was a gay disco here, and one time I did walk in the men's room because their men's rooms are real fancy. Like they had these urinals. Each one had a video screen. They had the Rokk videos that were shown in the club. And a couple of the men did complain that a female, which me, was there. So you know what? I have disrespected that other gender. And I thought just because it was a gay club, it was cool. Well, guess what? No, it wasn't. I made an assumption and I was wrong. So I'm trying to be fair on all sides. And I'd like to think I've been around and experienced things that maybe not all of you had. So I have a broader view of this. My years in San Francisco, I spent a whole lot of time I lived in a squat on Castro Street. Did you know that? And San Francisco, I'm telling you, the housing there is very, very expensive. It was when I lived there. This place I lived in San Francisco, it rains a lot there sometimes. And it's very hilly in San Francisco. And when you have squatted and you've camped outside and it's kind of rainy, and it's better to be indoors than outdoors when weather's bad. And I had a roommate situation, the most wonderful household. I lived with 7 other people. I was the oldest one. They called me dinosaur. And I started this situation, I think I was 28, 29 at the time. So, at one time, the youngest person even was 17. And, that's a story. This would be a really great story time. But let me see. This is Richard Knight. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God, Richard Knight. Hi. My mother is probably watching uh, TV in the other room. Richard, how the hell are you? Okay, guys, Richard Knight is a very special friend of mine and my mother's. And did you see the video? Yeah, you saw the video of my mom doing a crossword puzzle. You know, do you know how hard it is for me to get my mom on videos? I am so glad I got to download all those live streams, man, because YouTube, I'm still waiting for them to pull me down. Richard, just so you know, I still don't have my Facebook password, but I got my link directly into my Facebook through Windows. I'm really upset with people on Facebook because May 1st, when I lost my tablet with the last year and a half of my YouTube channel, that's very traumatic to me. All those videos and pictures of my cats who are now dead, I never got to post to Facebook. There are videos I never got to post to here. One of them was a very heartfelt video that I didn't post it because it needed a little bit of editing because my mother was in it and the other person who we live with was in it.
And there was somebody, not me, had a wardrobe malfunction, and I wanted to edit that little bit off. And there was another video where my tabby boy was dying. It may have been his last gasp. He expelled uh, things from both ends, and he shuddered. And it was, I thought it was too personal, and I thought that some people would have thought that I was mistreating and neglecting him, which I assure you, just because I didn't decide to take my animals to go and get killed, which that's what euthanasia is. It really is. That doesn't mean I didn't love them. It doesn't mean I didn't take care of them. I took care of them like I would take care of my own child. Except if I had my own child, I would have health insurance for them, and I would be able to afford, the medical care. I feel I miss my cats. I feel so bad that I wasn't able to afford better care for them. Um, get this out of my eye. I don't want anybody to think I neglected my cats. I could have had. I watch a lot of cat videos and channels where a cat starts to get sick, and these channels where people take care of special needs cats. These channels that feature live streams of really wonderful cat sanctuaries where they're like free range. They're not in cages, and they have, there's some segregation for like ages and sometimes medical things, and but they socialize the cats and they love on their cats. And but anyway, sometimes they have a cat has medical symptoms, so they take the cat, run them in for tests, and sometimes one test will be like $1,400. And okay, at the time, I had a little bit more than that cash than I had from my, playing guitar from last year, right? But this is before I bought this computer that I have here. This is before I got this. I knew that I had this fund that was actually technically set aside for my school bus. And I knew that because my channel was probably going to be taken away, I had to buy equipment to download my channel. I needed to get a computer. I needed it. I needed a big hard drive. And it's not that that was more important than my cat. You know that's not true. I mean, I had all these things going on at the same time. Okay, let me get a tissue. Hold on. I had everything was happening at once. Plus, I was having problems with uh. mm, Sorry about that. I was having problems with somebody who, let's just say, is friends with the people that rent, all other people that rent from our landlord. And there's one person who's trying to get us moved out. There is one person. Okay, want to know about some of the stress that I'm under here? I gotta hunker down so I don't have a seat that's clean. I want to talk to you. One of the things that I'm really stressed out about is that I'm under pressure you guys don't realize. I personally am being blamed for the vermin that's in this building. Our family is being blamed for this. Now, when the bed bugs happened, we had a bed bug summer. We did not bring these things in. There was a series of families that lived here there's a firewall along our hallway. My apartment is a long hallway, kind of. And it's kind of cool because that keeps you from hearing a lot of the stuff behind us. And also the fact that there's a brick firewall means if anybody does anything untoward with fire, it might not touch us, and that's an important thing. And yet you could also hear things like smoke alarms and things. So, and whenever we've had fist fights next door and things, you hear some interesting things. But then I also realizes that when I go on my yelling and screaming things, which unfortunately happens a lot, my mother and I argue and fight and we scream. I'm a yeller. I get emotional. I admit that. But I am so stressed out. So we have these people that are blaming us for the vermin when we had a series of people that lived next door before even the people that were renting out the downstairs moved in. And when the people that are renting out the downstairs moved in, they also bought out all the other vacancies and moved them in with their people. Most of their people were great, but the person in charge of it all does not like us, wants us out, and has accused me of all kinds of ridiculous things. He accused me of urinating out the window. I'd like to know how the hell a girl does that. I don't have that kind of equipment, and and apparently I got in trouble for hawking a loogie out the window a couple weeks ago that didn't even hit the person. And I look out the window first. Who doesn't occasionally hawk a loogie out a second floor window or something if you have to? I have all these cords all over my room. If I pull them out, I could trip and fall. I could yank the stuff, and this computer will break. I've already dropped this hard drive 3 or 4 times. Say I take the time to finally navigate, get out of go out into the hallway. To the right is the half bathroom. If my mother's in it and the door's closed, I can't use that. Then I have to go into the kitchen. And what if there's an obstacle course in the kitchen and I can't get to the sink? Do you see where we're going here? I have to spit someplace. It's either I fucking have a pile of tissues on my floor and I spit there, or I open up the fucking window and I spit it carefully outside. Now, then they go and say two wrongs don't make a right when I complain about all the mess that people leave when they hang out outside. I brought my mother downstairs and made her take a look at all the mess that people leave behind. When you leave food wrappers and stuff piled up at the edge of a building, of course it's going to attract things. And you wonder why the ants have all these anthills on, they're crawling there. And they crawl, and I don't know where they're getting in. They're in the kitchen. There used to be these teeny tiny little ants that I thought just liked the cat food. And the cat food is in a bucket that's very tightly sealed. I got the dry food just when I couldn't get my cat to eat. Never got to give him any of that food. And I wrapped it up very, very tightly in plastic. I have a few cans of cat food here. I have treats. And anyway, it's very, very tightly aired. It's where right now I have it. It's a big bucket. This cat stuff is very carefully preserved. Oh, my knees are hurting. Okay. But I'm under very serious stress. And my mother doesn't realize the kind of pressure that we're being put under it, the accusations and things. And now the landlord just came over yesterday because he comes by to pick up the rent check. And I love it when he picks up the rent check. It's much better than having us put his postage stamp on. Do you know what postage has gone up to now? I don't even know what it is. What's it, 63 cents or 58 cents or some obscenity? I can't afford postage anymore. Matter of fact, one of my viewers, I don't know if she's watching this, she actually was a roommate of mine in Hollywood, and she found one of my last cat videos, and she tracked me down, and it's so wonderful to talk to her friend. And she's not even in Los Angeles now. She's in Boise, Idaho. Hello, hon. I'm not going to say your name, so I'm not violating anybody's right to privacy or anything, but she's somebody who I'm glad to be back in touch with, and she has really grown up, and she's had kids even, and that always amazes me because um, I would guess so many of my female friends maybe didn't, but I don't know. I always, I don't know why this is, but so often I am surprised when I get to know new men and I find out that they're parents. I realize that why should I be surprised that a man of any age hasn't had a girlfriend or a wife and she hasn't gotten pregnant and had a child? That's, I guess, a pretty natural thing unless everybody's taking the pill. And the thing is, I always took the pill or I got the Depo-Provera shot. I thought that was the responsible thing to do. When I didn't have a lover, I still went to Planned Parenthood, and I love Depo because that protected you for 3 months at a time. So you only had to get 4 shots a year. But then when I started becoming more bi-coastal, and I would come here for Christmas and I'd stay for 6 months. And, I was getting all my health care free in the state of California because I had very low income. The most income I had was when I was dancing and when I was working in the movies. Because when you work in the movies, That's not cash. You're getting your deductions taken out and stuff. So now this is a whole circular thing, getting back to people that have earned their Social Security. Yes, like my mother said, she worked for it, she earned it. And what bums me out about Social Security is they only count your last quarter, your last 20 years. If the money you earned was 20 years ago and earlier, that doesn't count. It's just like your good credit. I paid off that car that bad boyfriend number one stole. Put cash down, half cash down, and I paid the rest. Of course, that was in my dead name, but still, with the Social Security number, that's I'm the same person. That just name is different, But I'm still me. Why do I not get credit for that? Those years that I worked as a security guard at the Atlantic City Convention Hall with my father, that doesn't count. And when I was going to beauty school, just like, okay, those hours don't count because after 5 years, your state board hours don't. It's as if I didn't go to school. So I can't get a job. I can't sweep the floor of your salon because I don't have a license. I have to go to school all over again at today's dollars, which I'm not going to do, you know. Yeah, so I may never get Social Security because I don't have that kind of money on the books for the past 20 years. And I really need to redo my hair so that it gets up all the purple in instead of just certain parts to it. If you look at this hair, you'll see that yes, I do have color in it, but you don't see, in some ways it looks mostly blonde. And here, the reason why this is so blonde is this was completely blonde when I braided it. And then, once your hair is braided, it's really hard to color. And then I just started slapping on color to refresh it when it was still either braided or when it was really, really, really big. And, I would put hair color on my hair when it was tied up like this. I would slap pieces of. But it still doesn't have enough of the look that I want. But it's hard for me to see where my roots end and where the rest of the hair begins. And I'm afraid to put bleach on my hair when I can't clearly see my roots. That's why I want to wash my hair a few more times. And again, getting back to my shower access, because the other person that we live with feels he can leave a disgusting mess in the shower when he goes, which I made my mother see. If you don't see something with your own eyes, you don't believe it. I posted a video about it. Richard, did you see the video about the bathtub? If you didn't, let me know, and I'll make it open. I'll make it open after this thing is open, or I will. I think I could send you a link to it via um, Facebook Messenger. Can't we can do that, right? Send links to like make it unlisted, and then send you a link to it so that you could see. It's about the bathtub, and I talk about how unfair it is that somebody can make it hard to access bathing and what it does to my mother also. I got concerned that he would find this because I think his friends sometimes monitor this page. I have to be really careful what I say. But Richard, you're a family friend, and I want my friends to see what I have to say, as well as, and there's different degrees of acquaintanceship and friendship. But that's like there are videos that I posted that I actually made private because I realized that if the wrong person saw them, it could make life very uncomfortable for me. And I still prefer that most locals don't even know I have this channel, by the way. Just because I don't want to be able to be monitored in case I say something about, oh, I think you're talking about somebody, or, I don't want somebody to think that I am shedding light on a situation that would interfere with their life or something. And there are things that I say that could, because there are things that people do that are interfering with my happiness and my comfort and my safety. And I thought that when you lived someplace, you had certain rights, especially when your family was paying rent to live someplace. And if you have people that are making living situation um, less than pleasant. Now, if every day I had all these roaches, I could put up with a lot more. There are certain improvements that have happened lately, like there's much less noise from churches. That is wonderful. But that said, I don't like that my family is being blamed for the vermin problem. And okay, nobody else around here has a family that's lived together for this long. Nobody else here has family artifacts, including things from a family member, my father, who is no longer with us. Don't you think that when you have a family that's lived together, and especially when you have a home that has very limited storage uh, uh, places. My mom and dad had extra space storage out in Egg Harbor Township or something, and that you can get to by bus. But actually, one of my friends who also watches my channel, she took me out there and she fit everything from their storage in her car, and we brought it back up here. So as a result, we have things, boxes of things lining the hallway. Yes, we do. We still There's plenty of room to get through. My mother walks with a cane. Now, when she has to be outside, she has a walker. My mother can get around. Okay, it's not all that narrow, and my mother's not a skinny woman. The other person carries luggage in and out. He can get through. He goes bowling. He can get through. It's not that narrow. That said, because we have limited storage space, we're doing the best that we can. I have been packing for years. I've been packing up my things. In the room, there's a room next to mine that's before you get to the little half bath. I call this room my grow room. This is where I used to grow weed in this room. I've had videos, I start my vegetable seedlings, my tomato seedlings. I used to think it was the cats that would be nibbling them. I didn't realize it was mice doing that. I really feel bad that I accused Tabby Boy of, you know what? There's only a tiny little bit of this left. I'm going to unroll another. See all this? Just roaches. If you're just tuning in now, I found more roaches out front this one time than I've ever found at one time. This one I was afraid was just a tobacco thing. This is all weed. Dude, look. This is all weed. You know what? If I had a regular, reliable supply of marijuana, honestly, I'd have less to bitch about. But that's the thing. If you're going to make me suffer, if you're going to make my family suffer, give us some remuneration. Like, if I'm going to be made suffer by loud church noises, give us lots of food. And you know what? Because there's a lot of friendly people here. There's a lot of good people here, and we share with each other. If I get, okay, let me use an example. I get coffee creamers when a certain other person that lives here comes back from the hotel rooms that he's always staying in. Brings back coffees, and he brings back the sweeteners, and they have creamer packets. I save them. There's somebody that likes creamer for his coffee here. I give him my creamers. Um, One time, then he gave me, when I was having a hard time finding white rice, he got me bags of white rice. I mean, and of course, that is stored either in the freezer or in glass because of the vermins we have. But this same person, as good as he is, he also talks to people who do not like us. He talks to the person who's trying to get us out. Now, if we were forced out, here's what I think would happen. The other guy that lives here, he has so many friends. They have vehicles. They will move him out. He will land on his feet. He's been making plans to get out of here for years because he knows that eventually something's going to happen to mom, and we're going to have to disperse anyway. So he's got a place to go. My mother, say it's not her health. Say they decide because she's a senior citizen, she needs to be protected. All she needs to do is call 211 and say, okay, senior services, I need to get moved into someplace. They'll move her into a senior thing. They'll protect her. They have to protect her because of her age. Me, what are they going to do? They will, for all I know, I won't have much advance time to get out whatever I can carry. I don't have a vehicle. How am I going to move my things out of here? I don't even have enough cases for all my guitars. Okay. I don't have a case for my bass. I don't have a case for my new electric. I don't have a case for my acoustic, even though I understand that's not impossible because I haven't broken all communication with my guitar tech. I'm just not in communication with anybody right now. And I'm really not talking actively on Facebook to people because when I dropped out of sight May 1st, almost nobody from Facebook tried to check in on me to see how I was doing. I mean, if they knew that I was on, they even I stopped posting on here because I didn't have any device to film. I had no way to get in touch with people. I can count on half of one hand how many people on Facebook asked about me, even noticed that I was gone. That told me a lot. Out of sight, out of mind. The world doesn't revolve around anyone. I could drop dead right now, and a few people would cry, but you know what? Life goes on. But it just really sucks when things are going fucked up in your life. I am being stressed out by what these people are trying to get us moved out. I am being stressed out by the police harassment. When I go on the boardwalk with my guitar, this one particular cop that tried to tell me that I could not be on the boardwalk, he threatened me with up to $2,000 in fines. He told me that even if I wanted to get the licensing, I couldn't because they don't make them anymore, which was a lie. He, um, I got, so I decided to wait until after 1 o'clock in the morning, and I went out there with the guitar, and I went out there. You make $4, and then you break another string. There's hardly anybody out there. When you're out there in the wee hours, most of your friends are not there. It cut into my social life. It way cut into my money. Fucked up this half of my summer because I don't want a ticket. Nobody wants a ticket. That's how you end up with arrest records, and I don't want that. I'm not a jailbird. Never been in prison, never been in jail. I don't know what it's like to go attracting a bunch of nuisance tickets, have the cops all know your name as the town drunk or the town whore or whatever. I don't even jaywalk. Every now and then I do because in LA they ticket you for that. I don't want to get into bad habits that are going to fuck me up into places that I ultimately going to be once they get the law and order back in California. Once they stop letting people go that do all this shoplifting and all this violence and stuff, they're not prosecuting people, so people know they can get away with it, so they do all this terrible stuff. And as a result, innocent people get carjacked and things happen. I had friends, dear friends of mine in Hollywood, that got held up at gunpoint and had all their electronics taken from in broad daylight in major intersections, the corner of Western and Hollywood, where you've got subways underneath you, you've got a bus stop right there, broad daylight. Who would think that something like that would happen? But it's out of control there. Oh, and they repainted either Sunset Boulevard or Hollywood Boulevard. They painted Black Lives Matter in the sidewalk, and I bet they desecrated Trump's star. And I would get into a fight. I see somebody digging up that star. I'll get into a fight. I'll put my MAGA hat on, and of course, there I'll probably get me an ass whooping. Don't get me started. I remember when after 9/11 happened, and I got into George W. Bush, and I was thinking, okay, what if I wear Bush stuff? And I do have 4 Bush inauguration T-shirts. I went to George W. Bush's second inauguration because I was just really gung ho. 9/11 freaked me out, but it also energized me. It taught me so much more about civics and about government. Made me realize that I wasn't as liberal as I thought I was. It made me rethink foreign policy, made me rethink the security of our borders. That something I knew about firsthand, having lived in Southern California since 1985. Literally, when I first went out there, I flew out there for 2 weeks, and then I moved out there in '86. So yes, I experienced firsthand how much more congested the freeways got with all the extra people living here, and so much of it being illegal aliens. And having been in lots of emergency waiting rooms and doctors' offices and stuff, and seeing how many people were there and what they look like and what language was spoken. And yes, illegal aliens. I witnessed firsthand the impact of rampant illegal immigration in the state of California. And I'm seeing it here. Oh, and let's talk about something else. You guys watching the news, how the Biden administration wanted to send some of those illegal aliens that are in New York City to Atlantic City International Airport. Aha. Yeah, we already have so many homeless people here. I have so many homeless friends. I can tell you there's a lot of things I haven't said on this channel about the social services and demographics of the social services and the friends of mine that are using different social services and even the places that people go to eat. And how many people go out to the free places? How many people go out to different food banks that I've seen? And I don't mean, there's so many food banks here. There's food banks that the casinos put out when the casinos were closed for COVID and stuff. But membership and patronage and all these things dramatically increased. And there's more and more people. And the governor of New Jersey, Phil Murphy, he was right when he said we cannot handle anymore. We're already stretched so thin. Our social services, our safety nets, our food banks, everything. We have so many people here that we didn't have before. Uh, Even the new friends I'm making. Man, no, we don't want them. So apparently there was a demonstration that was largely politicians, local representatives of government, including our mayor, Marty Small. Hey, whoever you are, whatever your political party is, if you're supporting something that's right and just, and I agree with you, I'm going to give you kudos. If I had known about this thing, I would have loved to have gone out there and, oh, I would have loved to have covered it for YouTube. Wouldn't that have been groovy? See, if I could go live without, see, I'm all plugged into all this stuff. If I got a good signal, if I could go live, maybe I will ultimately have to get a cell phone. But I don't know how. I don't know anything about cell phones. I would want something as good as a computer. I would want something with a full terabyte of storage. But Apple things, they don't have the right to repair. And I'm following that really closely. I've always lusted after Apple products, but you can never add more storage to them. As far as fixing them, they don't show the schematics, so you can't take them to repair shops. It's just different things you can't do with them, even though I love using them. But they never seem to have enough power and storage for my needs as a creator, even though the editing things are really awesome. Oh, and then their cloud storage isn't really all that much. And didn't they discontinue some of that iCloud or something? I mean, if they're only giving you 5 GB, that's nothing when you're shooting videos. Tell me that you're offering me, the first terabyte free or something. And a terabyte's not all that much when you think of what's all in a 12-year-old YouTube channel. People, the older we get, the more memories we're going to make, the more pictures we're going to take, the more videos we're going to shoot. The storage that a person who's in their early 20s might think they need uh, might be different than a person who is in their retirement age. Come on, man. And just because you have the gift of having lived longer doesn't mean that anybody can assume that you have a lot more money and therefore you can afford more storage space. There's got to be a way to make it, I would think, merit-based, that the older you are, the more storage, because you've lived longer and you made more memories. Now, doesn't that seem fair? But then again, there may be those of you who say, well, okay, I'm a content creator. I deserve more space, as opposed to a person who has no friends, never had any pets, doesn't take any pictures, and doesn't need it. Maybe that's fair. So it should be need-based. And if you're really poor, and I'll say maybe you do have some cash that you're saving up, but you're saving cash for reasons like mine, that you never know when you may need to move, and I may need to pay cash to get gang members off the street to help me move my stuff. I hope it doesn't get to that point, but imagine if I had to trust potentially dangerous strangers who could drop a bag of some chemical I've never heard of in with my stuff, and if a cop just happened to show up, and I don't know how that got there. Do you see where this is going? I don't want to have to be forced to deal with dangerous people just because I'm in a time of need. And one of the things that started to really concern me about how my life is evolving here is this neighborhood, is I'm starting to make friendships with people in the neighborhood some of whom do very dangerous things. I'm talking prostitution, I'm talking crack smoking, I'm talking needle using. And so that means that many people will be flakes when they say they're going to be back and they'll do this and that. But I don't want to have those kind of influences in my life. I don't want to ever start thinking any of that stuff is normal or okay. All right. I don't want to ever think that, well, first of all, the drug things I'm not going to be tempted by. And the prostitution thing, I am so deeply repulsed by it. But, I don't, these energies. I wish that I knew more people that, like, okay, I know somebody that I could get my strings changed sometimes when he's not smoking. Just the fact that I don't know people who drive, that if there was some kind of an emergency and I needed to get out of here, like one of the things I wish I had, I also wish I had some kind of empty warehouse facility that could be fumigated, that I could put bags of things that I've taken out of here and I can have that treated. Because I have all these bagged up and boxed up things that I started packing years ago. Whenever I would have fights with who, I would pack up things thinking if I'm about to get thrown out of here, I want to be able to take my things out. So I have boxes and bags of things in the grow room. But the mice have bitten underneath, and sometimes you see mouse shit and things. And if something has a hole in it, what if, God forbid, a roach got in things? I'm so repulsed by them. I don't want to bring vermin from one place to another. Okay? We have begged for pest control and not gotten it many times. And there's been a lot of gossiping done by people who had no right to. And pest control people by law, they're not allowed to talk about what's going on between one client and another, one apartment and another. They're not allowed to talk. And we have people who are trying to cause trouble within our building, people who are actually renting out parts of this building. And they are trying, the same people that are trying to get us moved out, they are spreading gossip. They are trying to say that we caused this ruin. And I'm afraid because of the kind of connections these troublemakers have, they may try to go to the city and try to report us as being messy or something. And another thing that I'm stressed out about, I'm the only person that has time or energy to do any cleaning around here. The person that's not here, he has a career and he goes in and out and he's gone for like a week at a time, or he's bowling or he does things. And plus he refuses to clean anything but his particular room. He doesn't do any of this stuff. I gotta get another tissue. Sorry, hold up a second. My sinuses are totally backed up. Uh, so the only people that are here full time are my mother and me. My mother is sleeping half the time. That means it would be on me to do all the cleaning, and I do not have enough years of my life left to do this. Ugh. When I get stressed, it affects my sinuses too. So I am basically feel like I'm under pressure to, what am I supposed to do? Clean up this whole place? I can't do it all by myself. One of the things that's going on between my mom and me, and I feel like such an asshole, is I get on her because she doesn't have the energy to even wash a couple of dishes. I can't do all this stuff. If she falls asleep with a tray that has crumbs on it, what do you think is going to get on it? Cockroaches, ants, and mice. And she's the first person to scream if a mouse gets on her bed, because there's a whole bunch of stuff on her bed. All three of us are, we have lives. We're trying to get as much fulfillment as we can out of this life that we have. I'm under so much pressure. Plus, I have this YouTube channel, and I don't want to post just to post. I want to post stuff that's interesting. I want to post stuff that's worth watching. Okay? I want to communicate with my friends. Oh, this is getting hot. This This hard drive is getting hot. I'm afraid to unplug it from here because I don't want to undo any of the data storage stuff that I've done. I canceled my uh, YouTube Premium thing because I didn't want to have another bill. If I'm able to successfully go to Los Angeles and consolidate two storages into one, then I will cut my bill in half. Then maybe I could start exploring cell phones because if I had a cell phone, I would be able to live stream. Even though, can't you also live stream using a tablet? But tablets use Wi Fi and laptops use Wi Fi. And if I look at when I tried to use the boardwalk with its Wi Fi signal, I was not able to live stream from it. I want to be able to live stream anywhere. I want to be able to show you guys interesting things without being uh, controlled by a cord or the limits of where my Wi Fi signal will go. Now, after tomorrow, maybe I won't have to have this hard drive thing plugged in, and maybe I'll be able to just take this computer out, and maybe I could explore where the very edge of the signal bleeds to out onto the street. Maybe I can do a live stream. I could show you I could show you a street that's famous for Atlantic City's prostitution, for instance. You want to see that? I'm not going to say the name of the street, but there's a street that for years I was afraid to stand on the corner and cross because I didn't want people to think I was a hooker. And the thing is, they're around here. Most of the girls in that life, you honestly would never know. They dress so down, they dress really shabby. They don't even wear tight clothes. They wear, if it's hot out, they might wear a mini dress, but that's, they dress to be comfortable. And occasionally I'll see some pretty shoes that, unfortunately, with the arthritis I have, it's harder and harder for me to wear nice shoes. And that's such a bummer. That's the one that's as far as that's one of very few things that makes me consciously feel not young, and that is that I can't wear beautiful high heels anymore. Some of them I can't even put on my feet without them hurting after I take two steps. Others I say I don't put them on until I get where I want to go. I wear them for a couple hours, but then my feet are still sore. And that is such a bummer. I don't want to have to spend the rest of my life wearing ballerina flats and sneakers and really low clogs. I want to be able to wear more attractive shoes. You know, when these shoes actually ended up hurting after a while. Now, these, I think I could still wear them as long as I wear flats to where I'm going, wear these for the duration of the thing, and then wear flats again. The thing is, I started walking around the boardwalk in these. I stood to play my guitar, then I walked to Bally's from Boardwalk Hall, and then I walked down to Tropicana. That's another place to hunt for roaches, and also just beyond Tropicana, which is another good spot for watching the fireworks, because you've got a bunch of benches there, and that's another weed smoking spot. And sometimes people sleep there too. And the thing is, you always want to be quiet. When you see people sleeping on the street, that's not where you to have your conversation. That's not where you play guitar. If you see people sleeping, they need to sleep, and they're probably being very grateful that there's not a cop writing around a ticket. So just be nice and let them sleep. Okay. Um, you saw that other pair of boots that I got the other day, right? Um, I'm gonna show it to you.
Oh, couldn't find them. Oh, um, I just saw my mother. She's awake. She says, "Hi, Richard." Uh, we're all here. They are. I put them up here. I got these boots, and they do have a heel. And I think I showed you guys, or I showed some people. And these feel comfortable. See, this is toe, slightly tapered toe. So these are doable. But again, I'm going to wear flats till I get to exactly where I'm going, and then I'll put them on. But here's lots of those stilettos, those stripper shoes that I had before. I can't wear those shoes anymore. That's a shame. And my feet, there's a part of my foot that hurts. It's like it's always a little sore. It's right above the big toe here, like the bunion area. And yeah, I have this thing called shoe envy. And when I see somebody with beautiful shoes, and now I feel like I can't participate in that shoe fashion show. Oh, sometimes when the clubs are closing and you see chicks are walking around barefoot, or if they're smart, flats because they will think ahead, and you carry your shoes. And I mean, that's kind of a groovy idea. Imagine if everybody, instead of going through the pain of wearing these painful shoes, just wear similarly attractive flat shoes and carry the pretty shoes like a handbag kind of. That way they get to benefit with showing off the beauty of their shoes without suffering the pain. Because I think it's unfair that you get to a point where your feet hurt and you can't wear the shoes you used to be able to. I didn't think that that would ever happen to me. And it really sucks. It really sucks. But incidentally, when I was a stage dancer, I started dancing in combat boots and a kiss shirt and my usual, garter belts and stockings and stuff. And people loved it. I thought the people that appreciated a girl like me loved it. And I had a time in my life. And you know what? I will never um, be ashamed of or want to not relive those glory days of the stage dancing. It was so much fun. Even when with the bad boyfriend that took my money or the thefts, you can't take the experience. You can't take the fact that I remember whenever I think of a certain song, I remember how I used to dance to it. Or there's certain songs that I remember other people dancing to. And it brings back really happy memories. You had to be there. Okay, I'm gonna put these shoes back. Oh, so maybe do you mind if I put the fan on some? I'm starting to get hot. And maybe put on short sleeves. Oh yeah, I'm so hot. Maybe I'll turn this down a little. Okay, I turned the fan on low. And so maybe in a few minutes I'll make my mom a fresh pot of coffee. I wish I could do all that stuff here. You know what? I'm going to have to grind some beans. I'm going to bring the coffee green grinder here. Hold on. Okay. Look what I got. This is a coffee grinder. Also, can be used for marijuana. This is empty coffee can that I'm going to put coffee in. This is the last of our Dunkin' Donuts whole bean grind. Can you smell it? And this is a scoop. And if I have to do any stretching out, this is a K cup full of Dunkin' Donuts medium roast Dunkin' decaf. For a while there, she and I used to mix half decaf with regular. But and sometimes we do that when the other person who lives here brings back the coffee from those hotel rooms. And they have really good coffee in those hotel rooms, by the way. Even the packets. I love the packets that you put in the coffee makers in the hotels. What I do is I put them inside the carafe. I pour the water over them and I keep it in there and I dunk them. And just like a tea bag. And you get more coffee out of it that way than you do just making the 2 cups that it says it makes. That way I could get 2 cups each for my mother and myself, out of the same coffee pot, coffee thing that you get from the casino or they have these different like Wyndham resorts, these different places, those rooms. I haven't been in any of those rooms, but the people I know have, they bring the coffee back. So I'm going to need to do some grinding. And now, got a little problem here that I don't. Oh, wait, there's a outlet over there. Okay. I don't know if I've ever ground coffee on camera. Oh, I think I have. All those cooking live streams I did. So, so what kind of cell phone do you think I should get? I was only told not to get the Google Pixel. Well, I don't want to get a Google thing because I don't want to do anything that. See, I already have 76% of my Google Drive used up. I have videos on there and precious cat pictures. I can't delete any more from there. I have to delete spam all the time to get it down. Okay. So anything else that will use up my Google Drive, we're only given 15 gigabytes of Google Drive free space. I don't want to start paying for cloud storage. If I'm struggling to pay for my storage, I really can't have any more bills. I can't stress this enough. The way I'm breaking guitar strings, I need to really, I can't be incurring bills. So if I'm going to be thinking about getting a cell phone that it has to have the storage space. I'm getting the cell phone only because I want to be able to create content easier and because I want to finally be able to join certain services that are dependent on cell phones. I want to be able to join Trump's Truth Social. I want to be able to join Rumble. I want to enjoy so many pro-American sites that you have to have a cell phone joined because you need to be able to get text messages. So I need to get one, but I've never had a cell phone that works before. You saw that troglodyte piece of machinery. You saw this. This is too. There's nothing I could do with it. I was hoping I would be able to learn from it. It doesn't even work on the Wi-Fi thing anymore. It does have a 32 gigabyte thing in it, but no, I want something. I want a cell phone that holds a full terabyte, but I don't think it can be Apple because there's too many things that are not trustworthy about them, especially the inadequacy of their free cloud storage or they're discontinuing. Don't
don't go offer me 5 free gigabytes and act like it's a thing. Because I'm used to creating with computers. So the most important thing for me is adequate storage space, the ability to instantly upload to YouTube. I need to be able to take pictures that I'm not going to be shooting in RAW because they're huge files, but at least decent enough quality. What now and then there may be a certain photo shoot where you might want to have things a very high file, but for the most part, okay, normal, reasonable file size. But you notice is what is considered a reasonable file size has gotten larger and larger and larger through the years. Since I got my first computer, the size of a reasonable file has gotten larger. I know about the resize tools available. I've used them. Now 1 megabyte picture is not considered that big. Before that was on the absolute high end of the pictures that you would take with a little digital camera. And I have this digital camera that I'm still not totally sure how to use. And the thing is, I used to be able to create content. Well, not video content. Well, no, that's not true. I did post a couple of very early YouTube videos on the Odin's Backlash channel. Wait a minute. There's a video that I posted here on my YouTube channel when I went to Life in Color that I did use the cell phone. And I remember it was really hard, the button. In order to shoot video with it, you had to keep it tightly pressed. It wasn't something you could just press it and stay pressed. And it was hard to maintain your strength to keep it pressed down. And I'm not a weak woman, but it was very hard for me to film a full-length song in a concert. I believe I may have filmed 1 or 2 Metallica songs, or not. Yeah, Metallica, when they came to Metallica Music and More Orion Festival in uh, oh God, it's in Bader Field. That Atlantic City has Bader Field. That was our nation's first airport, and it's a small airport. It was right on the edge of the bay, and it was only for the very small planes, the puddle jumpers. Which, by the way, I didn't know that was a military term that's not supposed to be used by civilians, that it pertains to small aircraft. I grew up with the term puddle jumper referring to all those small planes, even some of the planes that would go from Atlantic City, New Jersey to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where my family's from. And that's where I learned a lot of my speech. I learned from my Pittsburgh family. Everything from the free white and over 21, all that stuff. I learned from my family. So, and I'm not going to make excuses for that. And I'm not going to stop how I speak, even though I know that there are younger generations that probably think some of this is racist talk. And I'm sorry if you do, but you know what? I'm grown and you're not. And I'm not going to edit myself for your comfort when I know the contents of my heart. And you may or may not. So let's not stress me out on that. Okay. Not that any of you who are watching me would, but I just never know who's watching or who will watch in the future. And I really dislike being misconstrued. Or a lot of times when people find something offensive that you say, they'll shut it down right away by calling you racist, because they know that if you accuse somebody of that, there's not a lot worse things that the person could feel they're guilty of. And nobody, unless you're a total scumbag, wants to be thought of like that. So you don't want to be called that. So people, that's how you follow people in line. But no, you can't police somebody's speech unless you're YouTube, baby, or Twitch. But yeah, I got to plug this in, and I got to grind this up. And I found a little plug over. So you're gonna hear a racket, and I don't know if I can show this on camera or not. Mom and I are going to have good coffee. I like it kind of espresso grind, even though my mom complains that she gets crumblies in
her thing. Well, sometimes if you don't have enough staples, when you're dunking it, occasionally the thing does break open. But I always put it through the strainer before I pour it. So okay, I'm gonna unplug this and I'm gonna dump this into this coffee thing. And that also means I think now we're officially out of coffee. So I'm gonna turn down the fan bit. Oh, this happens all the time here. Got to be careful not to trip over all the cords and stuff. I'm mostly worried about the computer here and the hard drive here. And of course, guitar here, guitar there. There's the other electric is over in that back wall. But okay, I'm gonna wait a minute. Let me, all the stuff that gets stuck under the blade. Always fine coffee, always gonna have to get it all out. It looks like I probably have about four 4 or 5 days of coffee left. I don't know what you think. Smells real good. I'm gonna make a packet for the coffee. Uh, Okay, this is how I make my coffee. I take a coffee filter, I fold it in half. Make a fold like this. Make a fold like this. Okay, got me so far? Get out my stapler. Where are you? Okay. So you get my stapler. Staple this here. Okay, now I'm going to go on down, making a packet about every inch or so. I carefully staple, fold down so that I don't have any way that it would possibly pour out, get the grounds all over. Another staple. Okay. See, when I get to about this part, I got this opening here. This is where I put the coffee in. See? Get the spoon. I figured out 2 level coffee measures and exactly 9.5 cups of water makes what would be an 8 cup pot, because usually those pouches are 2 flat scoops. Okay, carefully so nothing spills. See, shake it a little bit. I'm ready for the second scoop. If I do this carefully, there's no spillage.
I get it either as close to level as possible. But not heaping, because if it was heaping, then I would have an excuse to add more water. Okay. Now, the great thing about making coffee this way is that it stays on a burner. So even if it was a little tiny bit on the weak side, it's going to stay on the burner, and this packet is going to stay, this pouch is going to be in the water. And I dunk it the way Dr. Oz said you should dunk tea bags. I dunk it 101 times. Okay, now I'm going to start stapling the rest of the way. So I will make a packet that's strong enough for me to put in that hot water. And then I use the roach clip, like a forceps, and I use that to dunk it. One more staple, make it nice and sturdy. And when I dunk it, I'm going to use the pot roach clip thing, but this gets in a coffee maker. And give me a minute to go and put it in the coffee maker, and I'll put the rest of the coffee away. I'll be right back. I'll get the coffee now. Okay. I just put the coffee on. I put the stuff away. Oh, except for I didn't put this away. And this away. And this away. You see, I'm trying to not be messy. I'm working on it. I'm going to put this away. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I gotta get some off.
I'm back. Okay. Coffee pot has been put on. Now, it is now 9:13 a.m. and there's one serious thing that I have neglected, and that is my sunblock. And I'm wearing very little makeup right now, just my eyebrows and a smidge eyeshadow and some lipstick. So, this is just SPF 30. Usually I would wear at least a 50, but I'm not planning on going anywhere today. Okay. So, I'm going to put this on, and I'm thinking in a few minutes, or right after I get off this broadcast, I think I'm going to call my buddy who did not do the string thing right and find out what's going on, because this is now Saturday morning, and I can't go out there with my guitar and make any coin until I get a functioning guitar. Okay? And I could take my 5-string electric out there and it'd be fucking ridiculous. Going electric when you don't have an amplifier is stupid. Nobody can hear you. And I didn't realize how easy it was even to break one of those strings. And that was strung by my guitar tech. And so I can't blame it on who strung it. When you got somebody who, as far as I'm concerned, is the best in the business on the East Coast. I really think that. I really lucked out on a guitar tech who has years of experience and is trusted with some of the best instruments. I'm not going to drop any names or something, but I've seen pictures of some of the guitars that he's worked on that if you're a real rocker, you recognize him. So, to have what I consider to be a Hollywood caliber person that actually is here in New Jersey, you know, that's pretty cool. But, oh man, that coffee will be good. Yeah, my sinuses are just really not doing well. I wonder if I should take a chance on those Chinese herbal pills. See, that's the thing is you've always wondered because I smoke so much weed. Not all herbs go well with weed. And I would hate to have a reaction between the weed I'm smoking and let's face it, because it's roach weed, you guys have a point. I don't know what's in it. What if the roach that I was smoking had to have some of these funny street drugs in it? And then not only that, but on top of that, I'm taking this Chinese herbal medicine and I don't know what all the effects would have on things. But you know what? That said, I take these red sinus pills, these pseudoephedrins, that are fine on weed, and I'm sure I've taken them on roach weed and I've never had any problems. And okay, pseudoephedrine hydrochloride is the main chemical in those pills. Oh, and also cetirizine works. If you've heard of Zyrtec, you can get the generic version. Cetirizine is the name of the chemical. You can get that at Dollar Tree. You can get a package of either 12 or 14 of them for $1.25, because Dollar Tree is $1.25 now. So, but that's a lot cheaper than getting a, a, a trademark drug. And for me, for the sinus issues I have, which is the nasal congestion, the phlegm, and this junk I've been coughing up for the past 6 months or something, you know. But because it comes and goes, I don't think it's any of that walking pneumonia or something. Maybe it's a boogie woogie flu. I don't know. But I do know this. Either I'm going to smoke another bowl or I'm going to try those pills for the sinuses. Now, you know what? I'm going to be an experimenter here. This is farfenpimin Cam1 concentrate. Anybody read Chinese? These are for rhinitis, all kinds of sinus issues. My sinuses are really fucked up, and I am going to take this Chinese drug. It's an herbal medicine, and the ingredients are a bunch of plants and flowers. Some of them are rhizomes and different things. The I read this already, didn't I? Yeah. But I'm going to look at it again. This has Radix Scolataria macrantha, Herba agastis, Magnolis officialis, Radix angelica, Dehoricae, Herba centipede, Minerae, Glycoriza, Glabra L, Chrysanthemum, Herba Asari, Cum Radici, Rhizoma, Atractiolotus. Oh, you know, some of those things look vaguely familiar. Anyway, this is for rhinitis, all kinds of sinus issues. And I am going to take one of these pills. Well, let me see the dosage first. Uh, as a dietary supplement, take, yeah, did it say 4? I better look at the paper. Did you guys see me take paper from it? Oh, see the paper. It would help to see how many pills. I'm gonna fucking take some. You know, I'm tired of this fucking sinus bullshit. And the red pills, we don't have that many of. The dosage: 4 pills 3 times a day, to be taken with hot water. Now, so that means a total of 12 pills. Means 4 pills at a time. You know what? I'm gonna ask my mother before I do this. I'll be right back. Okay, ladies and germs. I ran this by my mother. She said, because I am such a low weight in my size, she thinks that I should take 2 pills 3 times daily. Now, as far as the hot water goes, coffee's being brewed. So, okay, I'm going to take these Chinese pills, Barfin Payman Kamwan. Oh, it's for rhinitis. And it says it could be rhinitis is a commonplace disease. It can be classified into acute rhinitis, chronic rhinitis, chronic hypertrophic rhinitis, atopic rhinitis, allergic rhinitis, and rhinitis hypersensitive, which is what my mother has. She's got the pollen allergies and stuff. Chronic rhinitis, Cisa. Anyway, final stage makes the patient feel dizzy, headache, insomnia, and loss of health. Uh, Okay, well, now I'm waiting for the coffee to brew. And the thing is, once it brews, I have to dunk it. But even though I don't have that hot water right now, I'm going to take these 2 pills. And I don't have any hot water because the coffee hasn't been brewed. So I'll wash it down with some weed. Smoke them if you got them. It's 9:22 a.m. These make me look like an old granny. Granny, I was called by one of my roommates in Hollywood. He called me Granny Lady because he thought I was a little old fashioned. Do I seem old fashioned to you? Well, maybe I'm old fashioned to hers. I don't know. But anyway, it's just another old Hollywood story. I don't know if that guy's even still alive. One of my roommates. I had such fun roommates in LA, man. I really did. I was very lucky. And I would really like to hook up with, or by hook up with, you know what I mean. I would like to be reunited with more of them. It'd be neat if I would find them here on the internet. I would love to be found by people that I cared for. No crazy ex-boyfriends, please. Or crazy obsessed females that are missing a whole lot of sandwiches in your picnics. But just calm down on the obsession. But I don't understand the. I had rock stars on my walls growing up too and stuff. And like I belonged to some fan clubs of some teeny boppers back in my day. But when you're 11, want to run away from home to marry somebody and stuff. But I grew out of that stuff. Five. The group of five happy socializers across the street. Yeah, I don't mind that. People across the street's fine. It's not too noisy. You don't hear anything disturbing. I don't even have the fan on. It's calm, you know. And even they can leave trash there and it doesn't get up against this house. Just don't leave trash up against the house, okay? I don't think I'm asking for too much. You know where I get my guitar strings? Well, first of all, I was hoping that Guitar Center would be cheaper. I was told they're more expensive. I was told they were more than $10 a set of six strings. Now, the problem with getting a set of six strings is you never know what string's going to break. Say I got a brand new guitar set of strings right now, okay, and say I could even string them. I don't know what string I'm going to break. Say it's not the string that I just broke. Say I broke a string that I don't have an extra one of. It seems to me the smart thing for me to do would be to get five or six packages of the same kind of strings. The same, sets of six. That way, if one breaks, you'll get the exact letter of string that breaks. Because that's the thing is, and also I tried buying strings on Wish.com, and one of my sets of six strings had a missing string. It had the very string that I initially broke on my acoustic, my G string. Everybody likes to laugh, oh, she's missing a G string. Ha ha ha. No, it was true. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things I got to say to my guitar tech the day I met him is that I'm missing a G string, and that's quite an icebreaker. But uh, electric guitars are much harder to string. I mean, look at this. You got. I don't know if you could go totally through this way, or if you have to open up the plates or something. My tech did it. He did it so fast. The black one is the first one I got. This is the new one I got. That I need to get the glue off. Uh, but to answer your question, I would like to think that if you got five or six of them at a time, you can get a discount. That's what I wanted to do. The closest place to me is a place called Pleasantville Music Store, and they are in Pleasantville. But the thing is, they used to be on this main street called Main Street. And the day that I went there, God forbid I pick up a telephone. I'm not very comfortable on telephones. I don't like calling up people on the phone, even friends. I don't feel comfortable on the phone. I can't explain it to you. I don't feel like I never know if I'm interrupting somebody. I don't know if a man's watching sports, or say if you're a guitar tech, you may have a client down there, and I don't want to bother people when they're busy. And if the phone's ringing for me, I might be watching the TLC romance bullshit, or I may be doing a live stream, or maybe I may need to run to the toilet. The phone is not, you never know when things are convenient for people. But anyway, the point is that now I know, and I take Diodario light gauge phosphor bronze. That's what I play on my acoustic. and that's the electric version is what I have this strung with. So I want to keep with. I would like to, in theory, keep with those strings. But that said, if I get six packs of anything that's cheap and I just use that, the point of the matter is I want to use something consistently, especially if I'm going to be breaking them every time I go out to play. You know, if I because the way I see it, if I'm out there and I don't know if I'm going to make $1, I don't know if I'm going to get jacked up by this cop that's up my ass or the other cops that made me take my bucket away. And the thing is, it's this close to the end of the season. Why are they going to mess with people? Soon enough, the season's going to be over. It's getting cooler already, except for now the temperature's supposed to go up today. It dropped down. Did you know there's some parts of we get Philadelphia TV news, and there are some parts of the greater Philadelphia area that went down to 34 degrees last night. The temperature, that must have been in the mountains, maybe the Pocono Mountains or something. But we did get a cold front that came in. That's why we were able to close our windows. In my case, I had to close the windows because we had a convention downstairs and tobacco smoke was getting in my room and in my mom's room. And she doesn't like tobacco smoke either. She used to smoke and she cold turkey quit when I was 6. Tobacco smoke clogs your sinuses up right away and it fucks with mine. And if I inadvertently smoke some, like a little bit of the first roach I smoked, there's a tiny, tiny, tiny tobacco-y flavor. That's the one thing about roaches that can happen. But then you tell yourself, hey, look at all the resin, look at all the THC that's in this. And I like my weed. That's one thing I really like is my weed. I don't do anything else. I'm afraid of alcohol. I'm terrified of drinking again. I don't want to do speed anymore. I don't want to do cocaine anymore. The only thing I would be open to doing is mushrooms, but not in this dirty house. Okay. Making friends with a mouse is one thing, but I don't want to be giving names to the other vermin. Okay. I don't want to get sentimental and stop being a speciesist, as Peter would say, and start thinking, oh, give voting rights to the vermin. I heard that they gave citizenship rights to a tree somewhere. It actually had beneficial things because since that tree was protected, everything around it was protected and it ended up protecting this fragile ecosystem. I think it had to be a remote part of the world where they had tribal people and they needed to protect it so that no outside forces could exploit, like has happened with lots of the rainforests. I think it's very important to protect our natural resources and protect things from being plundered and defiled. And certainly I understand that. I hate litter. One of the things I love to do at daybreak when I'm looking for roaches, if the gate to the place next door is open so I can get rid of our recycling, I like to pick up the recycling and put it where it goes. First, I don't want to hear it blowing around. Second of all, I hate it when people throw recycling in the trash thing. It's like we have all these recycle bins. In the city, there's no excuse. You've got all these recycle bins on practically every street corner. It's next to the trash cans. And the same thing with the boardwalk. You don't need to be leaving trash around. Really, there is no need. But yeah, that's big fat roach. Oh, held together so nice with resin. Oh, you guys, you know, in many respects, the resin weed is better than the weed that was used to make it, with the exception of the fact that it was held together by the tobacco skins. And not all people use them, by the way. Some people use those raw wrappers, they're kind of see through. But then I really don't like it so much when they use those paper filters in the end. It makes the roach look bigger from the ground, but at least you could tell that it's weed. And then you know that it's not, doesn't have a tobacco wrapper. But then on the other hand, there is so little usable weed unless somebody forgot and left a whole or a half of roach or joint. You never know what people are going to drop by. Sometimes they're entering a car or they're getting into a club or something, but it's like, why waste a weed? But then I'm grateful for you people who do. And up near the dispensaries, we've got some new dispensaries open. But again, if you can afford $60 an eight, then I'm sure it's kick your ass. But um, it's like
I would treat if I was on the road and I just got into like whenever I first get back into San Francisco, I knew, and I'm saying knew because I haven't been there since the year 2000, but inevitably, whenever I get back in San Francisco, within a couple of blocks of my walking around, I would recognize somebody I know. They say, Leather, right away. Leather, you want some weed? You know, right away they share with me. They take me to dispensaries. And this was when all they had was a medical dispensaries. These were all people who had credentials to get in. A lot of people had HIV, and there are some people that may have had cancer and some neuromuscular things and stuff, but most of them were people with HIV/AIDS that I knew in San Francisco that take me to the dispensaries. And but now that it's fully legal, I can't even imagine what it's like. Of course, for all I know, maybe they're going to be asking for ID in a way that they did not ask for a photo ID at any of these medical places. See, I never remember getting jacked up for ID there. Occasionally, when you're trying to get into a club, yeah, and I would take him aside and says, I may be older than you. Come on, do I need to show ID? Can't you tell by my face? And I'm obviously not a kid. And I was always able to talk my way in. Really. There's no need to be carding somebody when they look over 30. And I try to look as good as I possibly can. But come on. And, I got to get another tissue, you guys. Bear with me. But I got to check on the coffee. And I'm going to bring my here. I'm gonna bring the coffee cup in here if it's done. I'll do the dunking here on camera. Okay. Okay, you guys, this is what I do. I take this coffee. It probably looks a little on the weak side, right? That's about to change. Take my roach clip thingy, forceps, whatever you guys want to call it, clamp. Get a good hold on this without breaking the bag open. I do break the bag open sometimes. And I dunk it to not getting anything liquid on my electronics here. I want to grab a better handful of this so I don't break it open. 2, 3, 4, 5, or burn myself. 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Ah, the coffee's done. You smell it? Want some? No. I'm going to pour some for my mom first because she's been waiting. I'll be right back. Okay, Mom. Where's your coffee cup? Oh, okay, I found it. That was. Ah!
I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Poured her coffee. Oh, you know what? I still have some cold coffee in my mug here. These mugs, I love this because it was given me by my friend Jim Braun, who died of COVID. He refused the vax and he wouldn't get the shot, so he got COVID. But I kind of can't blame him because I know so many people that got all their shots and they got COVID twice. So, and you know what? I didn't get my last booster I could have gotten. I didn't know whether it was worth it. Now they're saying there's yet another one. So uh I don't know what I'm gonna do with that because I don't know how much of a difference it makes. And I hope I don't get shut down because I said that because I was a total pro vaxxer for the longest time. You guys know that. I was even arguing with some of you probably about it. But now that we know what we know the mask doesn't seem to do shit. Now we know the vaccine didn't seem to do shit. Maybe it did a little bit of help. I don't know. Maybe the older we are, the more it helps. But the person, my friend who died, he was older than me. He refused the vax. He got it within 2 weeks. Sorry, see you, bye. The last picture I have he sent was of the ventilation tubes and everything in the makeshift hospital room they put him in. And he did not think he would go. Anyway, he sent me and my mom these mugs. All the mugs, so much of my coffee mugs I have. My Let's Go Brandon shirt I got from him. Uh, yeah. Oh, the clapboard that I use to do this, the one that's totally intact, I got that from him. He has sent us care packages with milk chocolate for me, dark chocolate for my mother, meow mix for the cats, and fancy feast and stuff, and Black Rifle coffee, which is really great coffee. Okay, now I can pour myself some coffee. Yeah, but these particular cups, they get really hot. And at first, I thought they were for left-handed people because this seems like an easier way to grab it. But apparently, you're supposed to grab it with your hand inside, and it warms your hands. But if it's hot coffee, it's hot. So I'm gonna set this here. Then I'm going to put the coffee thing back in the carafe so it can get warm. And another thing great about that is it keeps it warm, so it can make this a wee little bit stronger. As a matter of fact, I could add a little bit more water in this. And because it's on the carafe, it makes it stronger. You know how a lot of coffee, you shouldn't keep it on the burner too long because it's tasting burnt and yucky. Well, if it's a little tiny bit on the weak side and you add water to it, you can put it on the burner. Using it the pouch way, you can actually make more coffee for less, especially if it's just you and another person and you want to get your 2 cups and maybe get a third in. And especially if you're a little bit worried about your caffeine intake, so you don't mind if you brew it longer and it's maybe a little bit weaker, but because it's on a burner longer, it'll get the tasting good. And maybe you'll have a little less caffeine. And plus, you can always make it taste a little bit better by adding a little bit of instant coffee. I keep a jar of instant coffee, and if it starts to taste weak, just put enough instant coffee to make it perfect. That's what I do. And you can get really big jars of instant coffee, like this one I'm working on. I actually got this in one of the 99-cent stores I'm in Boardwalk. And this is a 2.82 ounce jar. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it comes up to here. And if you don't use it every day, it'll last you a while. And instant coffee is great to add on top of a little tiny bit. It's good on top of chocolate ice cream, for instance. So is a little bit of cayenne pepper, by the way. Believe it or not, yeah. And I like honey on butter pecan, but it has to be really cold. Once it starts getting wet and soupy, it totally turns me off. And I don't eat
any ice cream except for really, really, really wonderful, expensive stuff, because if I'm going to eat the calories and ruin my body, it has to taste wonderful. Okay, I'm going to give you something other than the mess we do. I'm balancing this chair, this computer, on a box of stationery next to my altar that has artifacts pertaining to my cats. So it's balanced in a way so that I could have my hard drive here and the plug in here. So, and some of these plugs I cannot plug into extension cord. So let me put this back on the burner. I'll be right back. How's the coffee? Actually, that's fine. Uh, I want to show you guys something. Yeah. I want to show you guys something. Look what I ground scored. Well, first of all, this is I took a picture of a magazine from one of my. I get all these free magazines. Look at this art. This is, I think, a handbag, and it has eyes on it. And this is probably a couple $1,000. Okay. Well, I have a number of. I have earrings and I have jewelry necklaces with the eyes. And this looks so much like this, except the stuff I pay for. I get them on wish.com and I don't pay more than $2 or $3, including shipping. This is like $1,000 or a couple thousand. It's some designer. So I get things that are really amazing, really, really cheap. But now, what I want you to look at is what I ground scored in the parking lot. There's all these parking lots around you. You should really take a look around. These are only dirty. The only thing wrong with these are bungee cords. And bungees are indispensable. We all need bungees. And this nice big one, everybody uses bungees. Again, nothing wrong with these. I just need to wash them. I'm going to put them where my next load of hand laundry is going to be, because that's how I wash things. But this was quite a valuable ground score. We always need bungees. You're on the street, you need bungees. If you're moving, you need bungees. Heck, I could use bungees transporting my guitar. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, you guys. Okay. Oh, anybody wants to see my strings? This is what my guitar tech strung me with, and what
I would usually take, but right now I'm on Frankenstrings. But this is, I got the electric version for my electric guitar. There are the light gauge, they are phosphor bronze. And he seems to think that light gauge is easier to play. He adjusted the action. I'm going to defer to the expertise of people who have been playing longer. You know, I'm still learning. I know that my playing is getting better every day that I play. I know that I am getting more accurate in my chords. I know that I am getting faster with my changes. I'm practicing all different kind of combinations when I'm fucking around. And when I started singing, of course that changes things. It really does when you're singing and you're because sometimes you end up singing the wrong thing or you do the wrong chord and um, it's not as easy as it looks. Especially, it's one thing if it's an old song you heard before, but if it's your new stuff and you're just fucking around, that's when it requires more thinking. It's less reflexive than if you were singing an old Beatles song that everybody knows the words to. And the thing is, there's probably a lot of songs that I could be doing that everybody knows. I just need to get the tablatures and see, oh, I know those chords. That'd be easy. There's a whole lot of 3 and 4 chord songs that are easy to play, people love, whatever. And I've had so many people tell me, oh, you make more money if you sing, more money to do this. And the thing is, when I first started out there, I was focusing on getting back into it, getting my skill set back, getting better than just the 3 or 4 first chords, doing better things, getting better with my strumming technique, getting better modulating my volume, different things that even my posture, how far back I hold my shoulders so I'm not so slumped over, and thinking I was always feeling like I was playing it too much on my hip, but I was wondering why it was like hurting my hip. And I was looking at other players and how they look like. And yes, there is some airspace and finding out, is my posture okay? There's a lot of things that you might not think go into playing guitar. And there's a difference when you're just staying in your living room and you're playing and nobody sees you and you're practicing whatever your schedule may or may not be. When you take your playing and your practice to, you just take it outside and you're just out there for everybody to see and hear or not hear you, and you're dependent on not making a fool of yourself by not being in tune. And you don't want to look too inept, but you're still practicing within your skill set and you're getting better and better and hopefully making it sound good enough so that people won't hate what you're doing. And that's the thing, is that I've got a lot of encouraging words of support. There's a lot of nice people out there. And there's people who will say that they support the arts. And there's a lot of people who, and you cannot tell by looking who cares and who's going to give. I have never yet gotten that sixth sense, but these are the strings that I guess I should be using. But that said, why would they be freshly strung on my PV Raptor? Since I got these guitars set up, because I don't have an amp, I never really played this until I took it out the other day. I got it set up by a guitar guy. I took it home because I don't have an amp. There was really no reason for me to get it out. Plus, I had this case that he gave me. He said he had a case for that and for my acoustic, but the acoustic was, in another shop or something. So I got the electric one time I saw him on the boardwalk. And then since I dropped out of sight to a lot of people, there's only certain people that know that I'm around, and those are only you who are watching me and the people I run into in my day-to-day life. Those are the only people. So, and I don't think it should be on me to go on Facebook and go on instant message to each of all those people in my friends list and say, hi, this is what happened to me. I don't think I owe that. If people did not try to check in on me and make more of an effort to find out how little Rokk, who disappeared off the face of this earth, went, why would the onus be on me to update them? Maybe this being my dropping on a site has made me reevaluate some things. Why do I think that my open book life, it's one thing me sharing myself on YouTube. I don't mind that. I dig that. I dig that I've made friends here. I dig seeing the same names come in and we talk to each other, and whatever our differences are, I so focus on what we have in common, and we can groove on certain commonalities, and we can support each other. And I want your goals and dreams to manifest, and I want you to be happy, and I want you to be entertained, and I want you to feel safe. And I think if we want for each other what they want for themselves, and we want only the good things for people, if you're good people, I want what's good for you. So, and I love building this community, which is so much of what YouTube is. Before I had a real specific focus on what I was going to do on YouTube, I knew I just wanted a fun, safe presence. Once I got comfortable with, okay, nobody is going to um, think less of me for things beyond my control, and then find me on here and then make my life hell. And so far, things have been pretty good. Occasionally, some people will come here who they saw some of my social media posts elsewhere, and they didn't like how I talked, or they didn't like how I described my neighborhood. They didn't like my politics. And those are things that, first of all, I can't change the past. Second of all, my changing my talk, okay, I can try to cuss less as I do when I talk to my mother, but to ask me to change core parts of my personality when maybe I might not think they need to be changed, that's a little unreasonable. And I don't think I should feel I need to do that. I might want to be a better version of myself, but who's to say the me you want me to be is that better version? I don't think that censoring yourself for specific people just for their comfort, that does you some good, maybe. It doesn't do me any good. And it makes me feel I suffer a loss of integrity. So I would rather just be myself. And if you dig it, great. If you can't hang, fine. But don't come on as a troll repeatedly, making messages under fake names, saying that if I say it was a video where I described being a victim of a crime, saying that I deserved it, or different things. First of all, those comments do get reported, and I don't censor. Aside from the fact that yes, on my rebroadcasts and on my videos, yes, all comments are manually moderated, and that's just so that you can't sneak something by me if you're an enemy. But for 99.999% of the time, you could say anything, as long as so you're not doxing me or somebody, or you're not revealing something very, very, very personal that maybe only you and I know, but for some reason you think you can make public. That's not acceptable. I would never do that to anybody. There's all kinds of things I know about people on an individual level that I would never disclose. There are things like when I was squatting in Hollywood. Okay, I'll take famous people, for example. You guys know, anybody know who Merv Griffin was? He was the original creator of Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. He owned casinos here in Atlantic City. He used to own Resorts International. He was a very famous, well-respected. Had a talk show, I believe, Merv Griffin show. He created a lot of game shows. He had his name stamped all over Hollywood. Very beloved man. Well, Los Angeles gets a lot of earthquakes, and I was doing a lot of squatting, especially in the 80s and the 90s. I was squatting and living in all these interesting places throughout Southern California, but mostly in Hollywood. And one of the places me and a bunch of punk rockers squatted was called the Trans Audio Video Building, TAV for short. And it was owned by Merv Griffin. And they had a soundstage there that different shows, famous shows from the 70s aired, like The Dating Game aired there, and different Match Game aired there. It was on the corner of Vine and Selma, and it extended all the way to, I think, Cosmo Street. I think, because Vine. No, the Vine is really close to Ivar, then Cahuenga is how it goes. If you guys know Hollywood, uh, yeah. Or is Ivar? No. Yeah, Vine, Ivar, Coenga, and there's a little side street behind, and then behind the corner of Coenga and Hollywood Boulevard, there's a little street parallel between Coenga and Vine Street, called between Vine and Ivar, called Cosmo Street, and that was one of the little streets I lived on. And the Ivar Theater extended between Ivar to it. The back door was on Cosmo Street. And when I used to sleep in my little dressing room, the back door would go out into Cosmo Street. And then sometimes I lived in an apartment on Cosmo Street. Um, and I had some real nice punk rocker roommates for a while. And anyway, it was a real groovy time in Hollywood. So, but when I was squatting at this Merv Griffin place, I partied there. We were all doing speed and smoking weed too, but I stopped going there when I saw they had asbestos signs. Asbestos causes asbestosis, causes lung cancer, causes all kinds of diseases that you see the lawyers advertise about on TVs. You don't want to be in that environment. And if you do, you want to have an N95 mask, what we use for COVID that doesn't work half the time, right? And I didn't have that kind of stuff. Now, I remember when the EPA tinted off NXT Convention Hall, which is now Boardwalk Hall, the area above the stages, they kept on drilling holes for the cables, or, the lighting for the sound equipment for the stage productions. And those holes released asbestos in the air. People like my father and myself and a whole lot of tradespeople, anybody around there was breathing this stuff. And so they had to take all the asbestos out. And that's another thing that we're wondering might not have contributed to the lung cancer that my father got. So, and I remember they had us start to wear masks, but I was only in the very front of the building. Farm Shady. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. How are you doing? It's getting hot again. Did you see how our friend Dumpstar, he said it was so hot. I really enjoyed his stream yesterday. But I hope he gets the wheel he needs. And the thing is, I wish he was local. I could have helped him with some of the things he needed. Uh, but after tomorrow, when I get this thing issued with my windows sorted out so that I could actually film regular film things, I would like to be able to do live streaming more than just this physical area, and anybody has any ideas for cell phones for a person like me that's never had a cell phone before? I want a real full terabyte. I need a lot of storage space. I need a good camera. I don't like little screens, and I don't like teeny tiny keyboards. My vision isn't good. I can deal with a small screen. Okay, see that what I'm looking at myself, this is about a cell phone size. So I guess I could deal with that if I had the whole thing. But with the chat, I guess if I was using a cell phone, the chat room would be superimposed on my stream. And then I guess I could press the button so that I could show the outside and the inside too. Thanks for stopping in, Farmer. Thanks for your support. I really appreciate that. This is what we got here. We got community. We got friendly people that just want to, hey, how you doing? See what's up, you know. And that's what it's about. That's why I'm on YouTube. I'm not selling anything. Sure, I love to tell you where I'm going to be playing guitar. If you want to put $1 in my bucket, I'm not going to say no to that. But really, I want to sell. If I'm selling anything, I want to keep my image and my name front of mind. Okay, see, I'm going to hold the cell phone next to. Yeah, that's about the screen sign. But I want to keep my face front of mind. I don't want people to forget about me, because I'm going to go back to Hollywood with a bunch of songs. Um, I got 2 songs, new songs, and by new I mean I've been writing since I started collecting these guitars. Since I started, I have all these songs that I had started, both written lyrics in Hollywood and things I started writing about the time I broke my hand and I was doing everything left-handed and I'm right-handed, right? But when I started getting these guitars and started playing outside, I started writing new stuff, initially to have something to sing to people. So I've got these new songs that I really like. I mean, and they're so catchy. I sing them to myself when I'm home. I think about them. And sometimes I'm not even sure what all the chords are because there's things I'm playing that they sound good, and I'm going to have to look them up in books to see what the actual chords are. So, in other words, I can't tell you if you were going to play along with me. I can't tell you what the chords are. You're just going to have to watch me play. But there's songs. Some of them I keep on coming up with more verses, and there's songs about for life hanging out. You're just running your own business, playing your guitar, and don't want to hurt anybody.
and Mr. Policeman, you know, leave me alone kind of thing. And then, yeah, so that's an unexpected plus to playing out here. Is you come up with new songs, but I want to write them down more because for the most part, I'm just doing this off the cuff because I'm trying to practice improv. I'm trying to practice thinking on the instrument. You know how if you're used to writing with pen and paper and you get your first device, in my case, it was a web TV. I got web TVs before I got my first computer. And I did not know how to think on keyboard. I would write things out and then I would transcribe what I'd written onto the keyboard. And that's how I would do it. It took a while for me to learn how to think on keyboard, but then I got pretty good and I've always been able to type one finger on like a typewriter, for instance. But once you learn how to think on keyboard, that's a game changer. Well, think of playing music the same way. You, I'm playing my guitar chords and I'm singing whatever it is I'm singing. I have to learn to think in guitar, if that makes any kind of sense. I'm translating from as a learner to more of a proficient player, and I'm repeating. You learn by doing, by repeating practice, working on being slow, but working on your accuracy. Then, when you got your accuracy, building your speed. It's accuracy first, then speed. Then, ideally, you should get a sweet spot where you're both fast and accurate. I guess that's especially important when you're learning lead. And there's so much that I haven't even scratched the surface with guitar. Part of it is because I keep breaking my strings, and that is so frustrating. Okay, I'm sweetening my coffee. I did something stupid. I put all the spoons in the sink, so I get another spoon out. I keep all my cutlery in a Ziploc bag, keep it clean. Oh, I see a tiny little hole in it. Gee, I wonder. No, actually, maybe that was from fork. I can't assume a mouse did it. Oh, know that I prefer to eat out of plastic. I bet you didn't know that about me. Yeah. Well, these are great. They're a knife on one and a spoon on the other. I got these when this New Zealand kiwi company was giving out kiwis for free on the boardwalk one day. I love these. I don't like metal in my mouth. When I use metal utensils, the metal touches my tongue. It's almost like when you put a battery on your tongue. You ever have anybody tell you to put a transistor, like the batteries, 9-volt batteries we used to put in radios back in the day? Well, some of us did. Some of you people maybe didn't grow up with transistor radios, but I did. Would you stick your tongue on a battery? You feel a little something. Well, for me, metal does this. That's another reason why I would probably never get my tongue pierced, even if I had a full set of pearly whites that were worth showing off. You know, And the weed tar really does yellow our teeth. That's a fact. I know this, by the way. But anyway, this is my first cup of freshly ground brewed Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Mm. Oh, good coffee. One thing my mother insists on, we don't have a lot of decadent pleasures in life. We live in a hovel. We pay way too much for, or rather, they pay too much for. But she likes a good cup of coffee. And my mom, she drinks it black with nothing. I drink my coffee black with sugar or sweet and low. Sometimes I like sugar because it's warmer. Oh, and it was cool enough that I was able to chug on that. Oh, good coffee. Freshly ground, too. I'm going to put these sugar packets back. I have to have everything protected in tins or glass to keep it from any unpleasantries. That's so disgusting. I mean, I'm so ashamed of this. You know, the last thing I would want is to be filming and have you guys see something bad. Or like, what if, and this would be funny if it happened. I'm convinced we have squirrels way up in the eaves or wherever. I think it'd be funny as hell if I was on live stream and a squirrel would come falling through the ceiling. I love those little critters, you know. I got some nuts for them. You know, oh, and I have a song called Squirrels. You might know already. And I should actually write down all the lyrics because it only the first verse talks about squirrels. It talks about uh, the people that in my circle, specifically the street people and the people that are part of the boardwalk, ecosystem. I'm going to put these in the recycling. I don't want to keep it in here. Like I do plugged all these heaters. Yeah, my mom loved her coffee, and so she asked how I was doing with these Chinese pills, and hey, maybe this will work. Maybe I will be able to do the full four. Okay, now I got to think about you do this 3 times a day. I took this about a half hour ago. It's 10:10 a.m. now. So, if you did not know already, I took my chances on Chinese medicine. I found the same lady, Dumpstar knows who she is. She's this nice Chinese lady that gets the fried Popeye's fried chicken. She drops off all kinds of groovy things at this one particular spot not far from here. She dropped off a bunch of Chinese meds the other day, and this is for sinus problems. And anyway, I read the instructions. They have some English in there, and I actually did on camera. I took half of what I thought the dosage was because it says adults take 4 pills 3 times a day. And I ran it by my mom because I do trust her judgment. She's like my secondary brain for a lot of things. I even showed her all the roaches I get, even though she's not interested in weed. I could never talk her into it. So, I still think it would really kind of change her life in a good way. But she's afraid of, I mean, my father's attitude about grass was he called it wacky tobacco. Okay. So I am going to, you know what? I'm going to check to see if anybody's smoking tobacco in here. If nobody is, you see, I'm afraid if I open the window, then this thing I have up here is going to knock the green thing off. And that green thing is important to keeping the sun out. I really need to cover my windows better because I don't want the UV rays getting on me. I only have sunblock on my face and down to here. And I have a skin treatment with vitamin C. What I do is I take powdered vitamin C and I mix it with a moisturizer. And you got to do that fresh each time you do it because vitamin C degrades in light and air exposure and in water. It's very unstable. Excuse me. But you get powdered vitamin C, and you could take this and put it even in those lotions you get in the casinos, a body lotion or whatever. They're light. You could use them. Get out of a shower. Say you get a real nice casino room. Get out of the shower. Your body's wet. Your face is wet. You can use that moisturizer. Seriously, I read the ingredients in them. Most of them don't have the ones that don't smell obnoxious. Like there's certain kinds that I didn't like. They had some kind of obnoxious smell, like the ones that Walt Disney Cruises puts out. And I know about them because a lot of times these toiletries are donated to agencies, and on the black market, the poor people get to sample all these things that we don't normally. I don't know too many people
among my poor friends and neighbors that go cruising. But anyway, I have found out what the toiletries are like on some of these things because they end up in donation things. Anyway, I don't care for the Disney thing because it smells, I know, kind of too masculine. A lot of these things smell too much like men's fragrances, which for the most part I really don't like. But Dumpstar gave me a bar soap the other day. Man, Dumpstar, you ever tune into my channel? I don't know if you ever have time to because you're streaming, and he's walking. He needs to get a wheel for his cart. I wish I could help him with that. Can you imagine struggling with a heavy cart that needs a wheel? And I don't know if he made a sign yet to get a ride. Last time I saw him, he was in Virginia. He spent a little bit of time in Washington D.C., but unfortunately, he didn't hook up with my friends here. Anybody thinking of going to Washington D.C., please talk to me first. I know the area pretty well. I've been there. I can even tell you where places you can camp out and where the free food places are. And I can put you in touch with some righteous brothers and sisters that live there that could show you, hip you to places, tell you where you can be safe, and even tell you what the path is if you want to go from being homeless to getting a subsidized apartment, because I know people who've done it in Washington, D.C. And there's a process, but if you're willing to go through the stuff and if you qualify, it's something that's available. And I would love to help people if you need to get off the street. I would love to help get some people off the streets. That's one of the many things. If I had any platforms, I have a bunch of platforms because I've been on the street a fair amount of times. And I know a lot of it's due to my own choices. Nobody made me do drugs. Okay. I found them on my own. And I had my fun, and I still love weed. And I would love to do some shrooming this summer, but like on the beach at night with some hippie friends. I would, I don't want to do someplace where I'm going to see insect life, all right? But I would like to shroom, and I'd be willing to do MDMA, ecstasy, the real thing though. But the thing is, you got to be so careful. You got to get it tested, and the test kits are worth about $50. The stuff itself, now I remember when a double hit was $20, and that was a lot of money. That was considered an investment. I've only done the real X twice in my life. If you get that stuff, the wrong stuff, if you're lucky, somebody will sell you Sweet and Low. As what happened to me once. I bought Sweet and Low X from a farmer in San Francisco, and I saved it till I had a chance to. I was going to take X with this cutie on a rooftop above rehearsal studios on Turk Street, San Francisco. Any of you guys know Turk Street Studios in San Francisco, if it still exists? I don't know. Maybe they got driven out by the crime. I don't know. I just don't know. Anyway, this was in the middle 90s, but I opened up the foil packet and it was sweet. And to think I paid for it and gave the guy subway fare to get going, because I get something special like that. I'm going to save it for a special occasion. Yeah. Just like if you're a fella and you were lucky to get laid 5 times a year and you needed Viagra, I would think if you got Viagra, you would set it aside for a special occasion when you got to use it. I don't think you just use it for you, yourself, and I, right? But maybe you would. I don't know. I heard you can get that stuff real cheap. The generics are always selling it on TV. And, I support medicine. Anything that improves a person's quality of life, I back it up. Heck, I wish they had more stuff for chicks. The guys have for dudes. Now, I heard the chicks were using Viagra as a party drug. I don't know. Again, that I would think anything that deals with the opening of blood vessels and stuff, you do have to watch your heart and stuff. And when you have heart disease in your family, maybe you just have to make sure. I haven't done a whole lot of research on that, but I do know the things that support the blood flow are considered good. But if you're taking blood thinners, again, I'm not a doctor, I can't give advice. But I know that for a while there, I was experimenting with ginkgo biloba, which is supposed to, ginkgo biloba and St. John's wort. St. John's wort, if you have mild depressive symptoms, that's supposed to help to cheer you up. And I experimented that for a while. One side effect of St. John's wort is it makes your hair curlier. And if you want your hair to be especially straight, which at the time I was on a flat ironing kick. I would tease up my hair, but I would flat iron it first. Now I totally embrace whatever curls I have, even though now it doesn't look like I have much. I love to scrunch my hair. I love to get the volume, and I love taking my hair out of braids and having it big. And I see people with big, huge curls, and I see afros. I fucking love them. I don't care what your color is. I love that big, beautiful hair. That guy in Boston, the drummer of Boston, he was white, I think. I mean, who's know what color people are anymore? But he looked white to me. But he had this big old fro. He had this big. It was magnificent. It was like, wow. I mean, I would set that hair on an altar and pray to it. It was that magnificent. I love big, beautiful hair. I can't help it. I do. I love dreads. Lenny Kravitz, have you seen him on the commercials for the Bahamas where he's riding that white horse? And I remember when he had the dreads and then he cut them off and I read a lot of fashion magazines and he was doing art interviews like for People magazine. For a while there, I got subscriptions. I was getting all these free magazine subscriptions. And that's all well and good when you have other people to help you read them until your vision gets real bad. That was before I got my vision correction. But my mom helped me read the magazine and stuff. But they make a house real cluttered. That's the only thing. But anyway, I remember him talking about how they cut all his dreads off, and he said he was going to sell it for a while. I'm thinking, dude, why would you do that? Hey, your life, your business, not my business. But I'm sure there's a lot of people think, oh man, why did you do that? But anyway, he's got his dreads back. They're long as anything. And I love long hair. I love big hair, especially when it's real. I find out that's fake shit. That's really disappointing. This is real. Okay. And I want to wash it a few more times so that I can clearly see where the roots end off and where they start and where they end off, because you're not supposed to reapply hair bleach on pre-light hair. If you do that, it could break off. The last thing I want is to sacrifice my length. I think I really take care of my hair. All this, I don't wash it sometimes for months at a time. I'm careful with it. I hardly ever use heat styling tools. I don't have a crimper anymore. My last crimper finally died and went to heaven. You have the rest of this coffee. Mm. And it is 10:20 a.m. So yeah, let's see. Maybe I'll learn some more about these pills, and I will ask one of my high school classmates about those po chai pills, because I remember he had taken me to a couple of places in New York City that had Chinese medicine. There are places devoted to ginseng roots and all kinds of things. I love Chinatown. I just love, put me in any Chinatown where I can buy Miki Nikos and I could get the most heavenly food, or a place that has duck. One of my favorite things to eat is duck. I've never had Peking duck. That's the real expensive thing. I have like things like the duck over rice. I hope that if you get the bones. The one thing though, if you're going to be staying there for a couple of days or you're staying there a long day, you probably can't keep old meat bones on you because you don't want them to get bacteria and stuff. But if say you found a restaurant that made had food like that really close to where you live, and you could take it and put it in the refrigerator, save those ducks and make a stock with them. Never waste. When you get something amazing like that, if you get fish, you catch fish, you clean fish, cut that. Okay, get rid of the entrails, obviously. Now, some people use them uh, for fertilizer. You put them underneath before you do certain kind of plantings. We learned this from the American Indians. There's things you could do with the guts and stuff, but the heads, they could be used to make a fish stock. Did you know that? Do you ever think of taking the heads and the gills? You boil them. I had a cat who was dying. True story. My dear cat Hobbs, he had diabetes, and we gave him insulin shots twice a day. Even my father knew how to give the shots, even though it was usually my mother and me. It was almost always me, because my mom was working at the Taj Mahal, and I was home. And then my father got sick. I was taking care uh, uh, both of my father and the cat, because the cat was getting sicker just when my father started to exhibit signs of Alzheimer's. And, the cat, I'm giving him his insulin and stuff. And by the way, my cat could only take feline insulin, not human insulin that's a little bit less expensive. And it's different when you have at least one person working a full-time job. You could pay for veterinary bills and all kinds of stuff like that. And I took care of this cat when he started to exhibit loss of appetite and different things. And again, there's a situation where I was not going to have him put to sleep. And he was getting weaker and weaker, but he was still eating and he was still, going to the litter box. Sometimes I had to, at one point, hold him upright, or it was hard for him to eat solid food. At one point,
I got some fish heads because somebody it caught a bunch of fish, and I'm good at gutting a fish. I could take a knife. One time we got a bunch. I guess it was trout, I think. And they were a particularly big fisher, but whatever. And my mother, she did one, but things that are particularly cold and kind of slippery and slimy. My mom, first of all, real cold things hurt her hands. And even then, she didn't have quite the pain issues that she does have now. But anyway, I don't know how many piles of fish we had. I gutted them all. I didn't even know that I had any skills. I just, I didn't watch any videos about it. I didn't read any articles about it. I knew that obviously you get rid of the entrails. Obviously you fillet, you take the bones off, you get rid of the head gills. And now since then, I have watched many videos, lots of cooking videos when I was still able to get paid to watch those cooking videos on InstaGC before that Hideout TV thing went down. Now that's another reason why I don't have to have this computer on 24/7. I lost one of my internet um, st- um, um, sources of income now. That's another thing. Right now, the guitar is really the only thing for me because there's other internet sources. You have all kinds of irons in the fire. But that one thing, unless I take the time to try to get qualified for a survey, like the last survey I got paid 50 cents for. And thinking of the time it took, it may have taken well over an hour. And 50 cents an hour is not a decent pay by anybody's stretch of imagination. And I was trying to get paid in um, I would have gotten paid in a Visa or a MasterCard gift card if I could have gotten it on discount. I didn't want to involve PayPal because they're doing this thing where if you get more than $600 payments in PayPal in a calendar year, they're giving you a special IRS form. And you have to say whether or not, well, this thing was actually a gift and this thing here is part of a debt payment. I think you're going to specify what it is. No, this wasn't merchandising. I'm not selling used guitar strings. Oh, by the way, I speaking of which, though, I'm thinking so many people, including much smaller channels, they're actually selling things in their channels, and I'm thinking, what could I make or what could I sell that people might like that's not going to be expensive to ship? That's the thing. Shipping is a big expense. I'm thinking, what can I send that could be little in a package? I'm thinking, can I make jewelry with broken guitar strings? I'm thinking of maybe making necklaces with pendants that might evoke something cool, maybe, or something about this town, maybe something with aspects of this life here, like I don't know, maybe very tiny seashells or things. But you got to watch the weight on things, and also the packaging. Once anything is fragile, you have to worry about if somebody's going to drop it and step on it. I would feel terrible if I sent somebody something that they paid for and it got mishandled and it got a bunch of broken whatever. And I don't know how you insure something like that because say I reship it and I pay the shipping again, then I will just break even or even worse, lose money. And I sure don't want to screw anybody over that's trusting me with something, but I would really like to think of what I could do. Years ago, people suggested I start a Patreon, but the thing is, they take a good percentage of your stuff. And with Patreon, you have to create additional content just for those people, and you have to have a tier system. It's a subscription thing. And I'm thinking, what would really be worth it? Because you have to provide quality. And the thing is, then I would always be thinking about, so they get something special just because they're paying something a month. And meanwhile, I would never want anybody to feel that they are not as worthy to get my best. Okay. I don't want to withhold things from people I've grown to care for just because there is a few people that are willing to pay something a month. What are they going to get? Outtakes where my skirt's a little short and you see some of my underwear? Well, if I'm going to do that, maybe I could just start an OnlyFans. But then if you do that, I'm thinking you have to think of, then you might get a big loss of credibility. And then people will think that you're not just a slut, but that you're a whore. And plus, I don't know if you, for all I know, you probably need a cell phone and maybe they need your IRS information. I don't know. But, there was things that I filmed, honestly, on that tablet that I lost that was like I had bought new pants that I got on wish.com and they were a little on the see-through side and that made them seem a little slightly risque and they were like harem pants or something. And I was thinking maybe I could save that journey around thing. Maybe I could save that for one of those other sites that was a little on the riskier side. But then I'm thinking, once you do that, you can't undo that. And then there's always worrying about the blackmail thing or the people that dangle a carrot over you, say, hey, I will send you this if you show me this. And then it gets a slippery slope, and then people get tempted by a big money offer to do something that they might regret. And when you get a person who's in a position where they really can use the money and you get tempted by things, maybe I just as soon not be in that position. You know what I'm saying? I want to. Corruption has a feel. You know how I learned this acutely when I just started to go on just before I went on tour with the Grateful Dead. I was living in Tempe, Arizona, and I was camping outside or I was squatting. It's Arizona. It's hot. It feels like summer. I think this was in April or May, maybe. And anyway, I started giving tarot card readings to people for whatever. And I was also dyeing. I had a side business, a hair dye business there. I started meeting all these bleach blonde and otherwise white people, mostly men, mostly hippies. They had Rasta hair, had dreadlocks. And I never, I remember the first time I ever saw a white person in dreadlocks. I remember the first time I ever saw a white hippie straight, I guess, man wearing a skirt. He wasn't trying to be a drag queen or transgender or transsexual or any of that stuff. He wasn't lampooning women. It was just he was comfortable wearing a tie dye sarong, and it was I got exposed to so much organic hippie culture when I was in the Southwest, and I ironically I ended up in the Southwest because I was escaping that bad first abusive relationship, the guy that ended up stealing my car. And I went out there thinking I was going to be dancing up and down Phoenix, but when the buses went on strike and that girl and I no longer were roommates, and all of a sudden I found myself among all these hippies and punk rockers, and it was really groovy. And you learn different ways to survive. And one of my ways was I was reading tarot cards because I am a metaphysical practitioner. And, when you see me wearing symbols, this is not just fashion stuff. Like this ring, you've seen these rings. I wear the pentagram and I wear the chaos thing. And the chaos thing is real. I got into chaos when I started going to San Francisco, and I met some of the, if you guys heard of psychic TV, have you ever heard of Genesis P. Orange? People from psychic TV, I was acquaintances of in San Francisco and got to talk a little bit about magic and got turned on to some writers like I might have some of the books here. Anton Osman Spare, a whole bunch of names of people that write some books about chaos magic. And I gotta get a tissue. Sinuses, you guys, I can't. Oh, and these shoes are dying a death. Look at this. I got it's it's getting flappy. These shoes don't have too much more life. I got to get a tissue, you guys. My sinuses are running a marathon. All right, my sinuses, man, they are so fucked up. Uh, Sorry about that. Oh, another thing about this nose ring, twisties, your tissues will get caught in them, your hair will get caught in them. Yes, ladies and germs, I'm wearing a very bare minimum of makeup right now. I had to put sunblock on. I probably wiped some of my eyebrows off. That's kind of fucked up. And you know what? I gotta fix that shit. Yeah, that's, I gotta fix that. You know, my sleep schedule is still so off. It really is. Um, I wake up wherever random. Uh, So yeah, I really need to learn more about cell phones so I can figure out I need to get something so that I can see. I never could get an Obama phone because the other person that lives here has gotten a series of Obama phones, and they check your address and they say only one person per address can get one. And this person that I keep on talking about, he is on SSI, so that is considered a government program. So now I get Medicaid. That's my insurance that enabled me to pay my $6,000 hospital bills. I'm a $6,000 woman. I got $6,000 worth of uh, looks like chainmail, like a series of really pretty body piercings in this finger that never got straightened out. And matter of fact, it's a little bit twisted. I can't straighten it out. If I don't keep this nail absolutely positively trimmed, it scratches the side of my finger open. That's the one thing that they did when the surgeon. But you know what? I was not a very easy patient. I was not as cooperative as I could have been. And of course, the fact that they scheduled me for the first surgery in the morning, that meant I had to be at the bus stop before 4 o'clock in the morning. I was not too happy about that. And the fact that I had to quit smoking all weed for the couple of weeks prior to surgery because the doctor informed me that you didn't know what was in the weed you were smoking unless you grew it yourself. And if anything mixed with the anesthesia drugs, you could possibly be killed. And I had to learn how to take out my jewelry because I just had captive beads in my tits and my nose. And I had to learn how to take it out, which is why I was able to make that video telling you how to take out your captive bead jewelry. And that's one of my top performing videos on this channel. If you want to learn about nose rings, belly rings, titty rings, I have a special playlist about body piercing stuff. So feel free to spread the word if anybody wants to learn about that. I'm not a licensed piercer. It's not like I could tell you from somebody that maybe has certification in the States, but I am somebody that's a life, all my adult life, I've been an enthusiast. I remember being a very young girl. Oh God, I was like 14, maybe I was 11. And I saw a man who was like a flasher, but instead of flashing his, he had showed his shirt. He had big gauge rings, like curved horseshoe barbells in his nipples, and like fetishy nipples, like what you would see in Christopher Street parades when they have on Folsom Street Fair. You guys know about Folsom Street Fair in San Francisco? It's an S&M street fair. You see a lot of guys in chaps and jock straps whipping each other's asses in the side alleys, and you see a lot of things that are definitely more for definitely not more for they are for 18 and older audiences, but it's if you don't mind a little BDSM, there's some interesting things that and they're very friendly crowd. It's not weird, it really isn't. If you like the heavy metal aesthetics, if you like the punk aesthetics, if you like the biker aesthetics, if you're a fan of the Village People, you like a certain look, a uniform look. I love those police type hats with the brims on them that just look so uh, or the dress uniforms of the sailors and stuff. I think that aesthetic looks amazing, and that look and that culture involved around. I guess there's a lot of veterans that, especially before today's era of civil rights, they had to keep closeted, and they couldn't, under pain of losing their commission and losing their honorable discharge status, they had to totally keep quiet about who they were just to survive in the culture. And the fact that they were able to get through it, I mean, we should honor them and we should respect them. And it's a whole complicated thing about the culture in these fetish things in Folsom Street, but it's pretty amazing. And my years in San Francisco, I was living here. When you live someplace for like 6 months at a time, and you go back every year, and you're there for these 6 month stretches, and you get to go to the street festivals, and there's so much culture there, and the food and all that stuff. And this was before how California is today, where people are
so many businesses are leaving California because they can't do business because of all the shoplifting. You got the gangs of shoplifting people, uh, even restaurants, even luxury stores to Walgreens to everybody, and it's so wrong. People have worked, saved all their lives to open up businesses only to have criminals do these things, and my heart goes out to them. And you have to also worry about your physical safety, people getting carjacked, the things that I'm watching on TV and the things that I hear from people who are there. And it's all true. And so for that reason, I guess it's just as well I'm not there. What if I got my bus carjacked or something with all my guitars in it and my cats that I don't have, but I'm sure I'm going to have cats again. My heart's open to that, but it has to. I want to be, and I need to be in a position, first of all, where I'm not going to have other people that I have to answer to. They're going to say, "Oh, no, you can't bring them in. No, you can't." I cannot be living under somebody else's thumb. I doesn't mean I can't cooperate with good roommates. And let's face it, roommates make things more affordable. But no, I don't want to take in a roommate on my bus. I'm not saying if I didn't find somehow the love of my life that I might not be willing to share that with somebody. But honestly, adding another person, if that other person had as much stuff as me, even if it was a Greyhound bus, there wouldn't be enough room for it. And I do have a fair amount of stuff because I've lived a life. Maybe say I fell in love with somebody and they were a lot younger and they didn't have as much stuff, but still, I cannot imagine the compromise that would be necessary. It's one thing if you're in a house and the person can have their own room and they could have their style decorated there, but when you're sharing space in an RV or something, you have to have theirs and theirs space. And how you compromise, I don't know. But one of the things that I want to do with my dream bus, I have not seen yet. I've seen all kinds of schoolies that are tricked out to look like RVs, but I haven't seen any yet that are also YouTube studio spaces that have room for musical instruments. I want to have all my instruments, be able to hang them up. I want to have room for a full size Marshall stack and a little one that I could bring outside. I want to have some electrical hookups. I want to have enough bare wall so that I can hang this up and do my turnaround and have some recording equipment. So maybe that would be then I would have the other things on this wall, but you would have to equalize the weight. I understand that you want things equalized. I'm sure I'm going to need professional consulting with this, and I'm going to need professional help with things like the electrical. And if I decide to have plumbing, oh boy, that makes me nervous dealing with plumbing. But you know what? That said, a shower would be real nice. Now I don't mind using public restrooms for things, even though there's a real problem when you have busybody security that times how much time you're in the bathroom. And if you have to do number two because you ate something funny and they're threatening to have the cops and stuff, that has happened too many times to me here in town. And I've mentioned it on videos here. So why use public restrooms unless absolutely necessary? It's kind of like some of the public libraries, you know, some of them are not so wonderful and you go only when absolutely necessary. Now, on a library subject, there's some really wonderful ones in Washington, D.C. They're clean, they're quiet. That's the thing. Can you imagine quiet libraries? We used to take that for granted when I lived in California full time. They were quiet. San Francisco, they're quiet. Hollywood, they're quiet. Francis Godwin uh, branch of the library, which is on Ivar Avenue. Oh, loved it. I wanted to work there. If they hadn't changed the civics requirement, the kids in high school had to have a civics credit before they graduated, I would have had that job. I mean, I wore a normal, what I call church lady dress, which I traveled in on Greyhound a couple of times, and I still have it. It's put away. I have a lot of my dresses and things, so many of them crammed into garment bags that are probably only for a suit or two. And I got to wire them and tape them shut. Assuming they're safe now. I don't know. Um, Excuse me. It's not. One fault I think my face has is that my eyebrows are not dark enough naturally. And it's like the most important makeup I think I need, honestly.
All right. Now I feel like a human. Just need to have that. Okay. All right. You know what it's time for? Some more weed. I'm gonna close my door in case there's any noise in the hallway. Ah, I want to give an anti-public uh, recommendation. There have been ads lately for a non-toxic bug killer, safe for kids and pets. It's called STEM. They say rooted in nature, optimized by science. I don't know how expensive this is. The other person that lives in his house got some. This doesn't do squat. I've sprayed this at scurrying cockroaches. They don't get phased by this. This only drowns them. It doesn't stop them. It doesn't, you can't spray an area and it kills on contact. I don't know what the hell it does. I don't know how much he paid. But this is not effective. Doesn't kill anything. Another thing I noticed, my mother read somewhere, we have a vinegar book, all these uses of vinegar. White vinegar is supposed to kill ants and make them not want to come around. It doesn't do diddly squat. I got a real big bottle of vinegar at one of those food sources. It was a full gallon. I figured, vinegar has so many uses. I use vinegar as part of my skincare. When I firstly wash my face and it's totally dry, I put white vinegar on it. White vinegar it's an oil cutter. It's also an acid. If your skin's strong enough, it eats away at dead skin cells, and the things stick through dead skin cells together and dull your complexion and make it rougher and darker and otherwise not as clear and as even as it should be. Vinegar, the only thing is it has a bit of a fume and it can get in your eyes. And you don't want to squirt it in your eyes. Believe me, it sucks. And it doesn't make you nearly as sun sensitive as lemon juice does, by the way. I grew up with it was a Irish and Scottish thing that you rub uh, lemons or limes over your arms to get rid of your freckles. I got all freckled up being out in the sun. I hate it. I mean, freckles are cute on other people. I know there's some people that love them. And now a lot of people actually add fake freckles to their face with makeup, but I don't care for them. I don't like them on myself. I envy the people that have gotten rid of them or don't have them at all. I'll never forget this beautiful lady that I was modeling with when I was in Washington, D.C. There was this designer, and I can't remember his name. I don't want to butcher it. Unless I should go and look for his name. Assuming you guys want to know who I did runway modeling with in Washington, D.C., when I was going to all those Trump events before the pandemic ruined everything. Well, let me look in this heavy bag. I love this bag. Oh, yeah, this thing here's a Know Your Rights about taking photographs and making video and audio recordings. This is pertaining to Pennsylvania, and this is from the ACLU of Pennsylvania. But it also mentions filming cops. Oh, this is my this is this what I got on my I wonder if this is what I got. Oh, no, this isn't what I ever got strung with. I use some string packets to stash packets, piles of $20 bills for when I take them to the casino to turn them in for bigger ones. String packets are good for that. So are legal weed packets. Okay, what I'm looking for, I'll recognize it when I see it. Uh, oh, I can't find it now. And you know what? Because I have some weed in me, I don't think I can even remember what I was looking for. So I'm gonna smoke some more weed because I can. Yeah. And I'm thinking as far as my school bus tires go, if parking and driving were not a problem,
Now, keep in mind, I've never driven anything but sports cars in my life. I've driven my Dodge Daytona Turbo Z that I don't think exists anymore. Maybe its guitar parts are on 1,000 cars between San Diego, LA, and Tijuana. Or I don't know. Who knows? You never know. I love that car. I've driven that. Excuse me. See, I'm burping weed. I've driven a Camaro. See, the car I love, it had tilting steering wheel, kind of like the truckers have. I wonder if I could get a tilting steering wheel for my bus. Now, I love the size of a Greyhound bus. If I had a bus that I was just going to turn into a stationary house, say I bought a plot of land and I plunked this bus. Now, first of all, I would want to make sure that I had underground. I believe, well, we've got all these tornadoes. We got I really think it's so important for people to have storm shelters of some kind. And I don't mean just a little tiny safe room that they can bring the family and the dog and the cat and maybe their money and their pictures. When you think of all the things that you want to protect, you want to bring all your cash. If you're not banked, you probably have cash hidden someplace. If you think there's going to be some shit's going to hit the fan and people are going to go crazy and everything, and especially if you live in an area where you're allowed to have, you know, means of self-defense. You want to fortify things. You don't want a tiny little room. I've seen excellent videos of people making a 12 by 12 safe room so that they could hunker down. They call them bunkers. And that probably costs about $100,000 or something. But what I want to do is I want to have literally an extra floor, but it's a basement that is big enough that you could put your luggage, everything you care about, your pictures, your flash drives, computers, your pet supplies, family pictures, everything that you can throw down there so that, and you could be all protected if everything blows away. Oh, and it also has to have a Wi-Fi thing so that you know how Wi-Fi thing gets disrupted or something. And I don't know if all this tech exists. Uh, these tornadoes, it seem like we're getting more and more of them. I can't watch the Weather Channel or the news without seeing some community blown away. And these are all human beings that they've lost houses, everything they worked so hard for. They lost loved ones. The gardens are blown away. The soil's blown away. It just, how can you not be affected? And sure, many of them rebuild and they're still above ground. Maybe if they're lucky, they have places that have storm shelters. And I think now all schools have to have storm shelters. Yes, protect our kids. Absolutely. Protect our daycare centers. Protect our churches. Everybody should be protected. There is still so much housing where people do not have an underground place to go. I'm not touching that really for yet. Here's another one. My heart goes out to people. I really, part of me wishes I would take an engineering class or enough engineering classes to find ways to, say, transfer, say you didn't have all this plumbing that's fixed, uh, the innards of a house, your wiring and your pipes, I mean your water pipes and your gas pipes. Say that wasn't fixed and immovable. Say there was a way that there was an inner sleeve that you could fit your home to. And say there was a tunnel, kind of like elevator shafts have a tunnel that it goes up and down. Say there could be a way to safely move the contents of your home, even if it's hook up to gas, electric, whatever, safely go underground so that if the twister comes and you're in its path, you guys are safely underground. And also, there is ventilation because I've heard that, say, when gas mains break, you smell all this gas broken, and gas is heavier than air, so it goes lower. So you would want to still have a way of ventilation. And also, we've been having more floods. The problem with underground, you notice you have to worry too about people getting the higher elevations because of storm surge. I've thought about this too. Obviously, in that case scenario, you probably don't want to go underground unless you had a way that the water would somehow get diverted so it wouldn't get there. You want to still have maybe drainage holes, but you don't want any water that's down there to come up, right? You got to protect your electronics. You still want to have your Wi-Fi. You got to imagine that a lot of the towers, if there's storm surge, they may be knocked over, and it might take time for service to be restored. So, if say you had a backup internet source that wasn't like, okay, I know if my home Wi-Fi gets wonky, I could go onto the boardwalk, or I could go in any of the casinos, or I could go to the library or outside the library. there's different places I could go for different quality of Wi-Fi, even though. Oh, and I was able to live stream, as you could see when I went near the library, but yet, excuse my burping, I wasn't able to successfully live stream from the boardwalk. The people that are doing the live streams from everywhere, they're probably using they get unlimited on their cell phones, I guess. Now for that, it seems like the best deal might be a company called Consumer Cellular that they have a plan. They often cater to people a little bit on the older side. I don't think of myself as older, but if I show you my birth certificate and you're going to just decide that I'm deserving of some discount, I won't say no. It's just like when I was going to the Rainbow Bar and Grill and ladies' night, all females would get in free upstairs, and that was cool. And I certainly didn't mind being a recipient of what we now call. I mean, I don't know really if female privilege exists. I mean, there's everybody has different privileges based on certain aspects of what they are. A man has privilege because pretty much most of them are in power, and they can be physically overpowering of smaller people, which oftentimes tend to be females. And there's the testosterone advantage, and there's also the intimidation factor. And there's all kinds of ways that a man can seem more dominant. And also, if your nature is more dominant. Now, I have both dominant and submissive qualities about myself. Sometimes, if I feel that I'm in danger, sometimes this sick submission thing comes out of me. It's not that I'm naturally submissive, but it becomes this when it's not. See, there's a difference between role playing dominance and submissive roles. That's a lot of fun. You could take turns with that, and I've done it, and there's a power exchange thing, and it appeals energetically. It's a lot of fun. But there's a different thing entirely when a person is using intimidation and control and scaring people to get them to do what they want. And yes, then the person who's being victimized, then they are unwillingly submissive. That's a totally different thing. And when you're a victim of domestic violence or you're being emotionally abused and you can't really get out of it because you live with them, or maybe you're working in a toxic environment and maybe you've got a boss that just you think he seems kind of sadistic because he deliberately sets employees up with each other or otherwise creates a toxic workspace. And I read a lot of stories about people who hate their jobs because otherwise they would love their coworkers, but they got some assholes in upper management that like to mess with people. Even when the last days of my work in the convention hall, we were taken over by state police, state of New Jersey. And that was when they started messing with me because I was putting colors in my hair. And by that time, I was on my way out anyway, because I already figured out I loved LA. I just chosen the car I wanted. I Dodge Daytona Turbo Z. It was fire engine red because purple cars work so easy, And plus that would draw a lot of attention. Red is a little less attention grabbing than purple. But you know what? I only had 13 days licensed driving experience. When I took my car, packed it up, and went on west. That's a fact. I'm proud of that. And it didn't seem like a big deal at the time. It was what I wanted. I wanted so much to go to LA, and I didn't know a bunch of people that wanted to do what I wanted to do. Can you imagine? I couldn't have fit any other people's stuff in my car and then stop them when they wanted to stop. This was all at my convenience. And that's one of the things that I like about kind of being alone. And even running this channel, I do things according to what's my convenience. If my life, things happen in my life, say I don't have any equipment at all and I can't produce anything, then, I don't have any equipment, I can't produce anything, then it's stuff beyond my control. I'm hoping if you dig me and my content and you at least emotionally support me, you'll bear with me and understand that I'm a human being and shit happens. But don't forget about me. That's the thing is I know they always say death to the ego and try to be detached from things, but when you're a showbiz person, you do have some ego. And when you have songs that you want to work on and get good, and you want to actually get to the point where you can record them and learn all the other instruments and play them and produce a record where you are in total control of everything because you wrote the song and you're playing all the instruments. And there have been a few people who have that ability that have done it. A lot of them are dead. Like Prince, I heard he could play every instrument. Lenny Kravitz, I heard he could play every instrument. He could play bass, he could play drums, he could obviously play guitar, he could obviously sing. He gives great face. He got a obviously gorgeous. I've seen him shirtless, man. He's beautiful. He takes good care of himself. I understand he's healthy, and I don't know anything really. I know a few things about his personal life and whatever, but I have a lot of respect for him. And I heard that he is a very serious perfectionist in the studio. That nothing can be flat. He's perfectionist, and I respect that. I respect talented, hardworking people. I do.
When I go out there with my guitar, I feel like I go out there and there's already a string broke. I feel like I look like some crazy asshole. And it's like, and I'm thinking, depending on which string is broken and how bad it sounds, but if I don't go out there at all, I'm guaranteed not to make anything. But that said, this string thing, some of them are really hard to change. And I have this hang up about it. I don't understand if I want to break a string every time I go out there, am I doing something wrong? I've thought about all the things that my guitar tech told me when he saw how I was holding the pick in my hand. I've always, every now and then, I stop to make sure I'm holding it correctly, but I also look at other videos and see other people's techniques. I find out that it's also valid to use the bigger side, for different sound. All these different things that I've learned other people do, they probably have somebody standing next to them to change a string right away, hand them another guitar. When you're playing a song and the string breaks, they just get a new guitar handed to them. So I guess you have to have guitars that they may look different but sound alike enough so that if you break a string, you could get it handed to you. But I would think that would be tricky because I thought the reason for you having all these different guitars because they all maybe they're strung with different strings and they have different sounds and you can use different pedals to get different effects. Plus you play differently because of different songs. But I would think if you're breaking a string, say middle song, and you want to continue to have that sound, what are you going to have the exact same make and model of that guitar, strung with the exact same strings, and if you're using a pedal on that song, just plug that into that pedal so that you can get the exact song. I mean, I guess this is part of the reason why some of you really incredible guitarists like Neil Schon from Journey has over 300 guitars. That's a lot of musical instruments. Can you imagine having over 300 guitars? And I guarantee nothing's inexpensive like this PB Raptor. I don't know, unless maybe he saved his first guitar. I don't know anything about his life story. I just know he's a hell of a player. You know, yeah, he's like when I think he was playing with Santana. Okay, and that's the first time I ever heard his playing in Oye Como Va. And only a couple of years ago, I found out that was originally a Tito Puente song. I heard the original version of that, which is quite wonderful. I like Latin jazz. I like Latin music, and I like watch people dance. Sometimes I watch these Spanish language shows, and they were. It's funny how you can get things translated into Spanish if you want, but a lot of those channels you can't get the English translation like on Telemundo, and I forget what the other main one is. There's a few Spanish language things. It's like why won't they let us see what they're talking about? Or they have some of these commercials for witchcraft, little charms and stuff. I'd like to see what they're talking. I like some of that stuff. And they have these shows where somebody's playing different kind of Spanish music, and they show the guys dressed kind of like American Bandstand, but it's Spanish speaking. And the ladies are wearing, they're all very beautiful, all different kinds of pretty Spanish speaking people, including some that you can never tell weren't here in America. And I think this is somewhere, I don't know if it's Mexico or maybe it's Miami or maybe it's in one of the South American cities. I don't know. But you get to see all these people's outfits and they're dancing. And I love those dresses. And they got the pretty bodies and beautiful faces and different kinds of dancing. And I just love looking at the people watching the guys wearing, some of them wear cowboy hats. And what's up with, they have these kind of boots, have a real long, pointy toes. And sometimes you see whole bands. I see posters here in Atlantic City. They have more than a few Spanish speaking, they have restaurants that turn into dance clubs at night. And they have all these shows you could go to. I guess you'd mostly appreciate it if you understood the language. But there are these guys, they look like cowboys, real long boots. I'm sure there's a name for those boots. But I heard there was a single woman, especially if you don't speak English, should not go to those places. I was told that there's mostly couples there and that there would be a lot of women that would get jealous thinking I was trying to steal their men. And the last thing I want is getting a bunch of people angry at me because they're insecure and I'm not trying to steal anybody. I'm just maybe grooving in the music. Or maybe I'm thinking, sometimes you do meet attractive people and you just can't speak their language. As a matter of fact, let me talk to you about that. A week or two ago, I met somebody who only spoke Spanish. When I was out there playing my guitar and I'd broken a string and I was just basically walking around like an idiot. And what we had in common is we both were occult practitioners. We both did magic. and we both smoked weed, and we smoked weed, and we tried to talk as best as we could. And I'm not lying, he was a very attractive young man. And I actually went and got a Spanish English dictionary so that if I saw him again, I could try to communicate with him. And he had some kind of tablet, and this was, I met him one place, and then when I was in Boardwalk Hall, he came over and he saw me playing. We hung out and smoked some weed and stuff. But it's a challenge communicating when there's a language barrier, and especially when you want to talk about important things, deep subjects like witchcraft, like different forms of magic, like just different tech, that I would really love to be able to talk deep about. But I'm not going to get those terms translated in a dictionary that I got at a dollar store 10 years ago. That I just got because I figured it would be a good reference book to have. Not everybody's going to have access to a translator. We're not all going to have an internet connection, be able to hit Google Translate or uh, different things. Some have translation, some don't. I think depending on the browser I use, I could always get some kind of basic translator. Some of them are pretty sucky though. Luckily, a lot of people who live in other countries whose language is not English, a lot of people are taught English in their schools. I am very grateful for that. I just don't seem to have much of a head for other languages. I tried, you heard me say this before, I couldn't grasp French in high school. Um, I try to learn a little Hebrew. Things, anything with characters, that blows my mind. Yiddish, though, that is more doable because so much Yiddish is woven into English language, and I have a Yiddish dictionary that I consult a lot. I think Yiddish is just so rich and expressive and warm and cultural. I love the Jewish culture. I love, as far as monotheistic religions go, Judaism, I think rocks so much. I love them, and I support Israel, and uh, I I support their right to exist, and I'm glad my country is treating good in America. Please don't stop being strongest allies. Israel is the strongest ally we got in the Middle East. We've got to back them up. And that said, Ukraine, and I hope well for them. We're spending an awful lot of money on this war, and I hope that they're able to fight those sons of bitches off. Oh, what is this Russian? I learned. Ruski Korabel Batard. Does that mean Russians go fuck yourself? Uh, that's the only Russian I know. But I have a friend who lives in Moscow, or did. I hope he's okay. He's a real cute guy with long hair who I met on Google Plus. And when Google Plus went away, we got on MeWe. And you know what? I got to get my password to get back on MeWe, LO. I got to get my password to be back on Twitter. But here's the deal. With those other things, aside from Twitter, I don't want to yes, for them, I will update myself in my life because I haven't been on them for over like 2 years. So they don't know about the cat's death or anything else. But as far as Facebook goes, because so many people didn't even bother to check in on me when I dropped off the face of this earth. During a time when they say check in on people, because of COVID, because of depression, because of when you've had bereavements in your family, because they know you live with an aging parent, blah, blah, blah. There is so little reaction to my disappearing off the face of this earth, especially when they had to find out about my worrying about my storage in LA that I have to go back to. You know how expensive it is to get even a one-way ticket there on a Greyhound back to Hollywood now? It's like $450 or something. Maybe 379 plus tax at the very least. And of course, one way is the only way to do it because you have no way to know how long you're going to be there. And when I get there, I don't have housing. I cannot go asking friends of mine who are taking care of spouses who have serious health issues to put me up. I have a friend who her husband has Parkinson's disease. I can't even imagine how hard that is. I could go there and maybe help take care of him, and then I wouldn't have any time to deal with my storage. I need to clean those stores out. I need to consolidate them into one. That means I'm going to try to sell some stuff. I'm going to have some guitar parts. I guess I'm going to be bringing back to Atlantic City. But see, the thing is, I don't want to bring back a bunch of shit to Atlantic City when I need to clean this apartment out. But I know one of the things I have in my storage, I have a guitar neck for an electric guitar, and I have a guitar neck for a bass guitar, uh, and some other hardware that would construct a musical instrument. And I never got rid of it because I figured at the time I was thinking of making a statue of a guitar and a bass. And I'm thinking, hell, why the fuck would I waste guitar parts on a fucking piece of art when I could actually build musical instruments, right? You know, even if they need to be stored. Oh man, what am I going to do about the guitar stringing bit? Does anybody else sympathize with how hard it is, even to string an acoustic guitar? I mean, let's talk about this, okay? You have to fight to get the strings off of these tuning pegs. I have had to use nail clippers, don't work when you actually cut things so that you don't cut your eye out. I've had a long string broken guitar used as a cat toy a couple days ago. All right, you gotta use your wrench. I have a special wrench to take the tuning peg off. You gotta somehow get it untangled from this. But it's the putting on of the string that I'm really scared about because I was told by Fuzzy, you when you're stringing it on, you allow more room than what it would need, and then you twist it more. But then I thought it was him or somebody else that actually stretched it first. And I think you got to be real careful when you stretch it because just like when you're tightening up the thing, I'm afraid of it snapping and slashing my face, slashing my eye. As a matter of fact, on some strings, like Martin strings, there is a warning label on it that says to be careful during the stringing process. And I picked one of those things out of the trash in Pleasantville Guitar Center. As a matter of fact, it caught my attention because I'm thinking this is a real danger here. And I watched like at least two how to string your guitar videos on YouTube. And that has not made me more confident in it. Each time somebody strings my guitar for me, I watch very closely. It has not made me more confident in it. Sometimes I'm concerned that they're turning this in the wrong direction because everything needs to be consistently in the right direction. It makes tuning a lot easier. Though with tuning, you go up and down anyway to find the sound. So, I don't understand why I keep on breaking my string. That's really interfering with things. Oh, uh, I mean, if every time I play, I break a string, that makes it cost more money to play, money that I might not be making. I mean, you never know. You might have a really great day, or you may make $4. And plus, there's an added stress when you're out there. One thing that you got to understand when you're out there playing, I don't get stage fright. I don't feel conscious of, oh, I'm in public and people are looking at me. Because there's a difference when you're on a stage and people are sitting in the audience and they come there to see you or what you're doing, at least. There's one thing. And again, with those people, they may or not pay, but they paid at least to be in there, or they're sitting because they want to see what you're doing. Whereas when you're out in public, people are walking around and they may or may not hear you. They certainly, if they don't want to be anywhere near somebody that looks like they want money, they want to be as far enough away from you as possible. I understand that. When I see people doing anything where they got to change things out, I cross the way so that I'm far away from them. And if they're doing something where the music is loud and it's going to make me deaf, then yes, I'm going to be away from them. And I feel bad about that because I don't want to disrespect them as artists. But then on the other hand, I know how I feel when I'm just playing and I just get applause. But when you get applause, you don't know whether a person's just actually making fun of you. With these groups of people, you never know. You get people, especially the later it gets, the more there's people that are drunk. And, some people like to fuck with people or they think we're all panhandlers. I find that so insulting and so degrading, and that's one thing that really bothers me because I have such a hard time with when my friends start panhandling. I get so far away. I deliberately do not want to look like that's what I'm doing. I remember being in a car with a bunch of people. We were all actors, and we were in my agent. I had an agent when I was an actor, and he had a car, and we were coming back from some set that was in downtown LA, and we dropped. He wanted to get something at 7-Eleven. And 7-Eleven's just like here; they're open 24 hours. And there was a group of 3 or 4 punk rockers that were panhandling in front of there, and they recognized me. And my agent looked at me derisively and says, "You know those people?" And I'm like I try to distance myself as a professional, as a showbiz professional. I try to distance myself from people who are begging when they're begging. I mean, I can be okay. This is where my hypocrisy probably shows. There are people that I'm probably seeing with all the time here in LA that if I was juxtaposed with my Los Angeles acting life. Say even I was just being a movie extra, and that could be steady work. It really can be. You get up in the morning, you have to be on set, camera ready. It's 6 a.m. They feed you right away. You get paid every day you're there. You get all this food. I mean, it's great. It's a great life where your taxes are taken out as long as you have a means to cash your checks. But no, being an actor in LA is really great. If you have a job that goes on for 4.5 months, that's steady work. Don't think that you can devote time to a relationship. Or I can't imagine. See, I can't imagine having kids. I can't imagine having pets, things. You couldn't walk your dog unless, of course, you have roommates. And if you have roommates and you act like this, they have to respect you when you need to go to sleep because you have a 6 a.m. call time. There can be none of this, all the distractions like if people waking you up with rap music and stuff. No, you have to have roommates who understand that you have to be up because you have to be on the set. You have to catch that bus, whatever. And I have insisted with all the roommates that I had in LA. That's the one thing we had to come clear is you have to respect that I have to be available for my acting. And also, I need to have a key so I can come and go so that even if you get up real early in the morning, if I have a late night call time, sometimes with these rock videos and things, it's a late night call time. That's one of the reasons I couldn't stay living with Hollywood Superman too long. His schedule was very early in the morning. He got up, he got to work. Superman plays for pictures at Man's Chinese Theater. People, and those tourists have the tour buses, and that's his bread and butter. And so they have to get sleep. And he's married to Lois Lane. They're a beautiful couple. I could do story times just about my experience living with them. I was his living maid. After 9/11 happened, I left Parrot Lady and the small plane pilot friend of mine. I was Superman's maid for a while, and it was surrounded by all kinds of Superman things. He was also a stamp collector and a marijuana smoker. And we all did that in front of me, even though I quit speed November 19th, 2001. So anyway, it was a fun life. I enjoyed my time in Hollywood so much. There was occasionally scary times, usually at the hands of some abusive man. But as long as I wasn't in a relationship, I was fine. And yeah, that's the thing is when you're working on movies, you can develop crushes on other actors. And matter of fact, I did develop a crush on a guy that I didn't know was gay. God, he was cute. Um, in the end, it was a little bit too liberal, and he started judging me for some of my homeless friends, and that was really hurtful. Plus, it was on the tail end of my speed using, and he was a bit derisive of that. And the thing is, you shouldn't treat your using friends like that, especially when they're not really acting out of turn. I have acquaintances that are sticking needles in their arm up and down the street, up and down the street, up and all over, especially ironically enough near the stage where Mark Hall, there's a lot of that stuff going on. And up, there's different areas where in places I don't know about. And I see people smoking crack all around here, all of them, probably right there, probably all over. And but there's a lot of people that I like. And I like you as a person, even though you're doing these things that are making your mind go cuckoo. And I know that people in their minds are going cuckoo and they don't do these things. And I like those people. I do. But if I was in Hollywood and I was working on movie sets and stuff, I'd probably be walking real fast and I'd be just sticking with other actors and stuff. And I guess that's a part that makes me feel like a hypocrite. Maybe make people think I'm a hypocrite. But if you are judged by the company you keep, and if there's cops out here that think I'm homeless, then why would you think that? I have a key that fits in a door. And I'm my father's daughter. We used to work at Convention Hall. But the thing is, more and more of those people that work there, they weren't around when my dad and I were there. They hired new people. A lot of the people that was friends of my father were around his age and older, and a lot of them have passed away. unless I go deep into convention hall. Every now and then when I'm out there, somebody will come by, they'll reintroduce themselves and say, I remember you and your dad. I remember you in your high school. Your father did this. Your father and I drank at this bar. Things keeping my father's memory alive. That is such a wonderful thing. Thank you. Um, people, I love it when people bring up people that are no longer here. And, when you bring up my dad, you knew my father. That's so groovy. Because my father, he was great. And I think he'd get a kick out of my having a YouTube channel. I don't think he would like my smoking this on camera. It's not roach weed. Oh, come on. I don't want to have to use that one that I dropped here on the ground. You know, I hope nobody made any unauthorized TikToks of me playing bad guitar on that boardwalk. And some I'm kind of concerned about. When I was in the middle of, when I'm out there, I'm really concerned about monitoring left and the right and make sure those police don't sneak up on me. When you got somebody actively looking for people, I don't know what demographic this is, or they like if I'm low hanging fruit and they're looking for people to mess with, and you're kicking me off the boardwalk, my favorite place to be out here. I love this boardwalk. I made so many memories from on this boardwalk from the time I was a little girl. My mom used to march. I mean, she used to walk me in my carriage. My father would work late night. Sometimes she would, summer nights, she would put me in a stroller and she would walk on the boardwalk because it's very well lit. And they had cameras probably forever since they had the box kind of cameras that were pan like this. So mom would walk with me when I was a little baby up and down this boardwalk. I always loved our boardwalk. And, to be told I could be anywhere but the boardwalk by a cop, to be told he could fine me $2,000. And so even if I do try to get the license, okay, I don't want to put this up against my skin because it's touched ground. These are photocopied 3 pages of requirements, things you got to get, all about getting the mercantile license. You got to get $150,000 worth of insurance, and you got to get fingerprinted. You got to get background check. In a background check, they check to see if you have any kind of criminal record. Now, if I get a series of tickets for playing guitar on the boardwalk and whatever they ticket that with, they might call it panhandling. Even though I'm not a beggar, I hate begging. I don't say I hate beggars because that would mean there's a lot of people here that I hate, and I don't hate these people. Even though if they're competing against me, I'm out with my guitar playing actual music, and these people, do you have a dollar? Do you have a dollar? Do you have a cigarette? Do you have a dollar? Right within a block of me, I can see that. Or they hang out, they pick people off who are hanging out in front of the casino. I chase so many panhandlers away. Even though when I'm in front of Boardwalk Hall, I feel kind of bad away because there are people who actually live there that I see begging. Like, for instance, there's this old man, and by old, okay, I don't like to call him an old man because he's younger than my mother, okay? He's only like 72 years old, but he, excuse me, looks very fragile, very frail. He he looks like, he looks very delicate, and he is kind, and he looks like he needs to be protected. And anybody, unless you're a total asshole, you protect vulnerable people, right? And there is a young lady, and by young, I'm guessing 30, 32. I don't know. She's one of my homegirls. I love her to pieces. And she takes care of him like a daughter would take care of her father. And they are probably camping out around the same area. And she, while she takes care of her business, whatever that may be, sometimes he's out there just sitting in his lawn chair up near the beach. There's places behind the stage area where people hang out and they stay out of the sun and it's peaceful and you get to see the ocean and it's kind of near the sand dunes. It's beautiful. There's so much beauty on the beaches here, you know, that you can, and I get to play sometimes where I could see the beach. I could see the waves. I could hear the waves. I could see stars. I love that. There's so much about this boardwalk I love, and there's so much about people that I really come to care about. Anyway, let me blow my nose again. Sorry about that. Excuse me, I got to. Oh, dude, I caught tissue caught on my nose. These spiral rings, I'm telling you, things get caught on them. You got to be careful when you get dressed with these. Like if you're putting on a swimsuit that has the string things on them, things that are tied with shoelaces. Like I have some of my tops, the ones that I constructed of clothes I found. Sometimes you cut parts apart so that a child's thing can still fit you. So like you can use the bra top area, and then I construct different things and to make sure that it doesn't fall down. But don't want that to happen in public, especially if your hands are free or not free. I use a shoelace and I just use a safety pin and I do this and things stay up. And also for things that stretch out, they're really great. Shoelaces and safety pins are so useful. Because a lot of my clothing is deconstructed. Like, let me show you something that I made. Okay, you see this here? This is from a little jacket that I had for about a year, and it was really, honestly, too short. I mean, the hoodie. I love the hoodie, and I love the front of it for obvious reasons. It fit me waist wise because I've got a little body, but the sleeves came up to here. So, as something to actually take off the chill on those late summer nights when I was playing guitar up by the ocean where it's very windy, uh, this was impractical. It was more a showpiece than anything else. And I'm thinking, you know what? Why don't I just give it away back to the clothes pile and somebody with a kid can wear something flashy, right? But then I'm thinking, I really love the color of this. I love teal and the different versions of this. And it goes with so many of my outfits. So I'm thinking, you know what? Let me repurpose this. I just got a pair of scissors. That's all I did. And I figured out something now. You got to wear a bra top with this. And okay, considering okay, the green and white would clash, but the straps is just pink, right? Now look what I did. I just cut off everything but the zipper and the sequins. Now, first I do is I make sure that the zipper is aligned properly, and I make sure okay everything is aligned. That's the trick to this. Okay, this is see the zipper matches, and see this is how it would be now. I whoops put the thing on my head. Okay, now, stick my hands through. All right. Now, assuming I haven't twisted things, let me do a check for twisting. When I take these pants off, I'm going to have to wash them because when I got those two dirty new um, bungees, I inadvertently touched them to the legs, and I'm a germaphobe. I can't put these pants in with, where it was before because I can't risk. Oh, I got this twisted. How the fuck did I do this? Wait a minute, I twisted it. It's the one thing you've got to have this perfectly aligned so that you can. You have to have. Yeah. Wait. What am I doing? Okay. Yeah. I have to have it so the zipper has to be able to zip. That's the most important thing. And the sequins have to be here. Okay. And this can't be twisted. Okay. This is right. This is right. Okay. Now you see now that everything is aligned, see everything? Nothing's twisted. Okay. Watch this. I'm zipping this. And it's a good sturdy zipper. And man, oh, okay. It has to be all the way to the edge. Here. Can you see this? Okay. And this is where I have to be careful not to catch my hair in this. Maybe I should here, because I really love to have my hair sticking out. The whole thing of the hood is you have all your hair out in the front, and your hair looks badass, man. Okay. It's not twisted. Okay. Now, zip up this very carefully. Oh, don't want to get the hair caught in the zipper. Okay. I'm going to do it as close to the throat as possible without getting your hair in the zipper, because that can fuck it up. Okay. Okay. Now, where would it be? Okay. Right at my neck. Okay. You see where I'm going here? If, say, I had a bra that was the same color, something that didn't clash with this, I got ready. See what I mean? This. Even though you know what, this might scratch a paint finish. Look what it did to my acoustic. We're gonna see something fucked up. So many layers of paint got scratched off this guitar. And I put my guitar through stuff. The belts that I wear, that I attach my money pouch to, I have to have a money pouch attached to me. And all my belts have those pyramid studs. And they're not sharp, but I mean, it seems to me all guitars seem to have stud belts. You know. Well, I know all these guitarists don't walk around with their guitar around their neck for and walk to their gigs with their guitar around their neck, but still that friction's got to happen, you know, unless they have a special pad that they put on their guitar that kind of looks like diaper material from the back. But the thing is, they always show their guitars, and you don't see anything that looks like a bumper that keeps their instruments from getting damaged. I don't know if such a thing exists. Guitar bumpers. You have a bump step that you could put so that you can't get rear-ended or damaged by shopping carts and stuff that company WeatherTech makes. It seems like it's really groovy stuff. I would definitely want that when I get my school bus. I'm definitely going to get that for my bumper. Because plus, I'm also going to want to be able to use certain parts of my vehicle as functional. But the thing is, I still got to think about what size I want to get, because I want to have enough room to hold my stuff, and I want to be able to make the studio thing, but I want to think about how I'm going to park it in a way that's not going to be too obvious, because I want it to look kind of normal and not attention drawing from the back, from the outside, but from the inside, I want it to, then I can play with purple, then I can have just dedicated studio space. I need to have some blank wall so that I can do this stuff with. Okay, that's really important. And I need to have, except I'm willing to have Marshall stacks. And of course, you can't have the Marshalls, the amplifiers right next to where you're going to rest your guitars because of the feedback things. I would have to have, but yet I still would want those Marshalls to be somewhere where you can pan camera to them without showing too much of things that would make it look unprofessional. You know, I want to be able to give a real studio background look to my videos on my bus, but I also want to be able to, and I realized that I could do something as simple as hang a big American flag over that, and and you can just put sheets over top of musical equipment, which is something I see people do who have rehearsal space. Oh, sounds like there's something up there. Just so you know, at any time, at least one of the lights could fall out. I don't have a screen, or those not even transparent plastic coverings that they put on top of light fixtures. Um, they just blot out a lot of the light. Right now, it's a 4-cylinder thing. Only 2 of them are lit. If I turn the lights out, I can't turn them back on. This runs all the time. I hate sleeping with it. But anyway, there's two that don't work. The one is totally not in the thing. There is a metal rim which is strong enough so far it doesn't fall out. If it fell out, this thing would fall out and would shatter. That would not be good for obvious reasons. Uh I also dry clothes occasionally. I hang things on this very rim, but they're not anything heavy. Right now there's nothing up there, but for a while there I had a skirt up there. I had no more than 3 things up there. The last thing I want is for this to fall down, because if it falls down, that thing will fall down. There'll be broken glass everywhere. It'll be just another problem. I am trying so hard to focus on. You see, they say you should focus on one thing at a time, but I can't do that because the kitchen needs tending to. She's always wanting me to fix her a meal. Uh, she is too tired to just open up the refrigerator and find something and warm up. You gotta understand something. My mother is so weak. Uh, I need to give her my time and serve her different things like giving her coffee and just, plus you check up on a person because you love them and you want to make sure that they're okay. And the thing is, sometimes you can tell when I go into the kitchen if there's a phone extension there and it says in use, which means that she has to be on the phone. And she has a few friends and she has medical people, so she is no stranger to being on the phone and stuff. But anyway, isn't this cool? Imagine if I was wearing something that was black, or it's too bad I don't have something this color that would go with this. But isn't this a great idea to use this? It's that way. Because like, look what I could wear under this if I pulled this off. Uh, uh, if I put this away, uh, okay. See, for instance, I have this mini skirt. Okay, and this is something that goes lower than the midriff, starts to hip, goes on. I love it. I actually cut it from what I called a bubble skirt that I got at the dollar store. I got one in every color, and I cut some of them. I let the bubbles stay, and it was this great ballooning thing. It was great because that way nobody could ever see up your skirt because it gave more protection. It kind of cupped your butt, and it gave you more coverage, but it still looked like a micro mini skirt. And it was really great. And you could pull them up or down depending. Like, say I was getting on the bus, you could actually pull the other part of elastic. You could pull it longer, and so you could totally have total butt coverage when you're riding a bus, so you don't get your thighs or your butt or anything that your underwear doesn't cover. You don't want that touching any surface, right? You just pull it all the way down. But anyway, I wore them like that for a while until finally the elastic gave way. And sometimes lately that's been happening. Elastic waistlines and stuff, it's kind of like lipstick. You can get a lipstick, and even a not particularly cheap one, even though most of my experiences with budget stuff. And I amassed at one time, I had close to 50, 50 different lipsticks. Because I hold on to things and I only use it sometimes, and some things you forget are, or some things are special when you set things aside. Guess what? All of a sudden, they'll start to get rancid on you. I mean, you put them on, and there's that nasty taste, and that thing in the back of your throat that's really unpleasant. It's like old bad wax, kind of, and it's not good. I heard that another thing bad about it is they have these free radicals that are like the opposite of antioxidants, and are really not good to have on your skin. So you get them, you should just get rid of them. And so at one point, I remember throwing out like 20 lipsticks at one time because they'd all gone bad. And like some of them I had since Hollywood, some of them I only wore a couple times a year, some of them I only wore around Christmas. No, I get into a pattern where there's like two or three. I get into a rhythm where I grab these things repeatedly, and they're just like my tried and trues. I'm trying to use things up, and I'm trying to honestly give things away. Like I have a bunch of neutral eyeshadow palettes that I would like to get rid of. They're barely used. Some of them are not even used at all. But the few people who I've talked to around here who are even interested in makeup, they like the bright colors too. And I'm not giving up stuff that I love. But if there's things like I got rid of one of my eyeshadow palettes, it was a B&H Cosmetic. I think it was the one it was like a desert palette that had a blue in it and a dark green in it, and most of it was these neutral colors, which frankly wore me crazy. Unless it's a real light frosty thing that I could use as a highlighter and stuff, but really having all these useless shades that sometimes what will ruin a palette for me is if you have a whole bunch of cool colors, but then all these neutrals that I don't need. Is I from a white and an off white, something like that is always good to have, because something like that could also be used to prep your skin after you put a concealer on so that you could blend your eyeshadow easier. Because a lot of times, like I used to just apply eyeshadow as soon as I put a tacky layer on there. What ends up happening is you have this really intense layer of a color. Sometimes it affects the color in the pan. Oh, I wanted to show you the top of this. This goes over the shoulder, and the only thing is it covers the midriff, and that's the thing is it covers a little bit too much, but it's really cute. And I don't know if you'd end up getting any belly showing because I don't know how low this would be, and I don't know, I haven't tried that on in a while. But I'm thinking that this would look cute on top of it. But I definitely need to change my bra. But anyway, don't you think this was a good idea? Oh, and this I wanted to show you. I think I've shown this before. This is not quite long enough for me to wear without a skirt underneath it. This is basically a too short tunic that honestly doesn't cover my ass. But if I have this navy blue skirt that's still a micro mini, and is pencil skirt. It's got stretchy on it, and so it won't make this ride up. And anyway, I wear this with this, and it's navy blue, and that gives me a navy blue dress. And you see, it has just a little bit of. Now, I wish it was on both of them because that is that can be a little lopsided. And if, say, one of your breasts is bigger than the other, and if it happened to be this one, then that would be too distorted. So I really wish that they wouldn't make things asymmetrical that you couldn't choose. Like, okay, when you have one shoulder things, I think they should be totally the same neckline here, back here, so that you can switch them to whatever side is more flattering. That would be my fashion suggestion. And there's a lot of things actually that I worn backwards for the years because it had this crisscross pattern in the back that I thought was very flattering to me with my diminutive figure. And since it didn't have built-in cups, it wasn't like those, obviously, you can only wear where the cups are. But when you have a crisscross back, and especially if you're flat chested, you put that in the front. And if you're wearing a bra that's the same exact color, so it looks like it's part of the dress, it's very flattering and it's very interesting. And that's what I did with my zebra stripe. I have a purple zebra stripe dress that has that lattice work, and I wear that backwards. There was even a long dress that I wore on my Greek mythology modeling sessions that for years I didn't realize I was wearing it backwards. because it was long and flowy and it didn't have the kind of structure that had any space built in for a bodice or anything like that. And it had something that went all the way up to the neck. It was like a choker, and it wasn't too tight. And it was I won't say tight, but it was form fitting where it needed to be. And it seemed to fit at my natural waist. And then it went out and it was nice and roomy, like to the point where it was gowny. And my mom figured out that, oh, I was actually wearing it backwards. And I don't know what much of a difference it made, but yeah, you can wear clothes for a while before you find out more about them. So, what do you think about this? Okay, I'm gonna take this off, but I love to take a pair of scissors to clothes and find a way to make it work. And that's part of how I get so much variety in the clothes that I have. But that's also maybe becoming a problem because I am accumulating a fair amount of stuff. And like, what am I going to do with this purple dress? Maybe for once and for all, let's find out if I fit into it. Can we do that? Can we do this live? Here, I'm gonna set up that um step stool and I'm gonna put it here, okay? And I'm just gonna leave this where it is because I'm gonna have to climb up and I'm gonna see, yeah, because if that dress is way too big, I need to give it away. Okay? Here, I'm gonna take these pants away, off, and I'm off camera for obvious reasons. Yeah, I'm gonna hang this up and I'm going to put a slip or bigger undies or something on so I can try on this dress because I assumed it was just dresses like this people only dry clean. And to me, dry cleaning can't possibly get germs off of something, and I'm a germaphobe. I'm scared of germs. Okay. All right, you guys. I'm gonna get this thread. I tied a knot in the back, bottom of the dress. Okay. Wrapped her around the broken thing. Now. Okay. I want to get this away from. Okay, now first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up this. And I'm not wearing enough clothes, so I can't get on camera right now. Okay. Be careful. I'm going to kick this to over here some. And, oops. All right, now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get underneath this. I'm opening this up. I'm going to crawl in. I'm going to crawl into it like I'm a kitty cat crawling into one of those tunnel toys. Okay, now. Can you see this? Now, I'm not even unzipping this. Can you see this? If there was a camera in the back of me, I'd be mooning you because I'm wearing a thong. And this is kind of see-through, so I can't show my bottom on camera. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to slip this on and crawl through
Oh, 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 oh. I'm keeping this from touching the ground. Okay. Oh, I'm afraid the tiny edge of this touches fuzzy ground. And so it means I'm gonna have to wash the very edges of this. Okay, but let's look at this. Let's be honest here at the time. It's to the back. Okay, guys. All right, here now. Here's a verdict here now. Whoops. Oh, it's another layer. Oh man, it's got like looks like there's 6 feet more of length than a person needs for. Okay, so I pull this up. This is way bigger. All right, you guys. You know what? If I ever get married, do you think I should get married in a purple dress? Huh? All right, you guys. Yeah. Oh, do you see a little problem here? Yeah. Okay. Here. Now, this is fully zipped. Okay, you guys. Fully zipped and it's falling down. This is obviously way too big for me. All right, you guys. I'm going to have to give this back to somebody. That's a shame. This has some beautiful detail in it, but you know what? It's obviously not a size 2. Um, and I think I kind of knew that, but I wanted to try it on because some of this formal stuff looks like, oh my God, that's way too big because they have this boning in and they have it built it like it goes straight down and then all of a sudden it juts out like on an angle. Like who has boobs like that? But some of those things they're made. I have a size 2 gown that now it doesn't fit if are wearing a bra, but if you don't wear a bra, it actually does have a kind of boning that does somehow stick you out like that, and it makes you look like you have little cleavage, and it doesn't have any padding in it. That's the thing is it does not have any padding. I'm not these days. I'm actually flaunting my lack of curves. I'm like celebrating it. If everybody's supposed to celebrate themselves, I want to celebrate the fact that I don't feel so insecure that I feel I need to put a whole lot of padding to make it look like I have this Cadillac, a silhouette that I don't have. And once you've been a stripper, people know that that's not the truth anyway. So it's kind of like a joke. That's kind of why I don't want to wear false eyelashes. I'm not even wearing mascara right now, okay? False eyelashes. My mom and I like to watch the old westerns, and you see like on Bonanza, and you see on just what else? Anyway, my mind's escaping. There's so many cowboy shows, but they wear in the saloon girls with these long fake eyelashes, and I'm thinking, and it's in some social media, in some video things, in some news outlets, and weather and stuff. Maybe not the weather. They don't wear hardly any makeup at all on the Weather Channel, except for this one Southern Belle chick. I keep on forgetting her name. The one who always wears a red lipstick, and she's a brunette, and oh my God, she's so adorable and it seems so sweet you know. But anyway, with this exception of her, so I wish they put on makeup the way they did in Fox News Channel. I'm sorry. I like the visuals. I like the close-ups. Yes, I want to see the whole head to toe because I want to see your fashion. But after that, I want to see the strike zone and sometimes a headshot. I want to see your faces. There's so many good-looking people out there. The men, so many interesting faces, and you get to know their face for a while. And everybody almost seems to have some kind of beauty. It's something that really is fascinating and fun to watch. And the same, the women, come on. We want to see you. Give it close-ups. Let us see who you are. That's cool. But anyway, this is way too big. And I'm going to have to regift it. I kind of knew that was going to be the case. Now, this time I am going to unzip it because I'm not going to tunnel again. I'm just going to step out of it and I'm going to be like, you know what? This is not for me. And it says Jordan fashion. So I don't know if that's any kind of haute couture or not, honestly. I'm going to put this back carefully in its box, in its bag. And now this would be nice to donate to those things. You know how they're looking for donations for prom dresses? That's where this should go to, honestly. Anybody know where they donate for prom dresses? Because I always thought that when I'm looking for, I'm always on the lookout for dresses that would fit me. That I'm sure that things that we thought of as prom dresses, I would love to wear just for videos and for clubbing and stuff. I really would like to get back to clubbing. I miss going out dancing. You know how long it's been? I think I went out one time, very briefly. I happened to see that they weren't carding people at Wild Wild West. And there was a DJ and a cover band that was not playing sucky songs. And I went out there, and of course, I didn't have earplugs with me. And I was out there for like 3 or 4 songs, and the crowd was friendly enough. And I didn't feel out of place. And, I was so grateful to be out there with public where people weren't all wearing masks and treating each other like they had cooties, and where there was all the social distancing and stuff. That sucked. I don't miss that at all. What's in the bag? Ah, the hanger was broken, so I just balled it up very carefully and I put it in the bag. Oh, see this broken hanger? Recognize him? I did that. No, he didn't do that. One thing you didn't do, Joe. Oh, okay, so that dress didn't work. Oh well. Uh, what am I gonna put on? Oh yeah, I don't want to put those pants on anymore because I thought they were kind of dirty, you know. So let me throw on. Oh, I know. I'll throw on my shorts, okay? Because it's getting hot, and okay. Hello. Sure. I have these in my I have a bag just for shorts. One of the things I like to store clothes in a rice bag. I want to show you something. This bag used to have rice. And these are great. I think this held 10 pounds of rice. Okay, and it has a zipper. And look, the graphics. Look at this. This is really beautiful. I'll turn the light on if that makes it. Isn't that nice? And it says, visit us at dana.com.pk. This is from Pakistan. It says super kernel basmati rice, 10 net pounds. Upgraded super kernel. And it has trophy winner every year. And it shows that if your vision is good, you can look at all the interesting stuff that they say. And you know what? Now that I have reading glasses, I could read some of this stuff. But rice is a wonderful thing. It says long grain, aged 1 year, extra aromatic, non-sticky. Most ideal for bulk cooking, or also ideal for bulk cooking. No, I love basmati rice and I love jasmine rice. But basmati rice, I believe you're supposed to soak that for 30 minutes, 30 minutes before cooking it. It's got the long grain and it's less starchy and it's fluffy. I always use a rice cooker. But anyway, I use these bags for other things when I've gotten rid of the rice. And what this is my shorts that I'm going to show you rather than give a, a fashion show. These are very mermaid. I love them. I wouldn't wear them around the house a whole lot because I'd be afraid of getting them dirty, but I love them, especially color coordinated with socks on the top. Yes, needs no explanation. And I always grab these if I'm packing, say, next time I go to Washington, D.C., any kind of, in Washington, D.C., you got to bring your red, white, and blue accessories. There's just no ways about it. This is, especially in the summertime, you want to go in patriotic shorts. Um, oh, I wore these. I took these with me when I needed white shorts to go to a white party. I actually bought these at, oh, there was a Forever 21 on the walk. And if you look really closely, you'll find that these are cat feast. And these are supposed to be um the gentleman's. Hold on a second. My mother's talking to me. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, hi. How you doing? Hi, Chuck. Oh, thank you. I apologize. I was so emotional. I was so stressed out. I was stuck on cuckoo. How are you doing, Chuck? Wonderful. Oh, Chuck has a set of strings from me. Yeah, exactly. The same shit I've been playing, that Diodario and Phosphor Bronze. Yeah, like Gauge. Yeah, that's what wait a minute, let me look at the string pack. Yeah, light gauge. Diodario. Oh, I wish I could have gotten a couple of sets because what happens is I break a string and then I never have a full set because you never know what string you break. I thought, see, don't can't you get a discount if you say buy six packs at a time? Shouldn't you be able to get it? Because come on, strings break, and that's just a pain. Well, I don't. How often do you break strings? I'm breaking them too much. Well, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Because I'm playing outside and people are always complaining that they can't hear me. And is it the funny pics that I made that are doing that? Because when I broke the string on my electric, that's the first time I played it out. And I used a normal string. I did not use a fucked up string. And that when that could, thanks. All right. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye. All right. Speaking of the person who I thought was going to call me back yesterday with the lead and the strings and da. Well, anyway, that's the very person. And isn't it funny? Life works out because I would have liked to have been restrung and back to playing. Uh, now I don't know. Now I got to decide something. I have a series of fucked up strings on this guitar. Only ones that are good are the first two and I think no, not the E string because I see some rust. If they were brand new strings, I wouldn't be seeing any rust. Okay, so the only things that are the original Diodario are these first two here. So I'm thinking, and these two have been a series of whatever strings. And he just put 2 new strings on. So I'm thinking, do I want to just, okay, put the new string, the Diodario? I mean, that's the thing is, do I either just commit to using cheapo, fucked up strings until such time as because I want to either do all Diodario or all the cheapy stuff, you know? Like I said, stringing them, such a bitch. But hey, he's out and he's going to be here in an hour, and there's going to be more strings. That's groovy. But still, I got to decide, because you really shouldn't mix your strings. But I noticed though, when you when you go to Pleasantville Music, you ask to get a single string, they don't sell you a single string of the exact specific uh, company and strong, light or heavy you want. I mean, you can get, if you want a light gauge, there's only, or you only get one kind. And I don't even remember what the brand was. So, but you're not paying what a set divided by 6 would be. It's more than that. So it's better to just get a bunch of, say, 5 or 6 packs of a certain kind of string. You never know what kind of string is going to break. And if I break one string each or every other time I go out there, the guy I just talked to on the phone, he says his guitar strings don't break that much. What about you other players? Now, what about the rock stuff? See, my playing is I go out there and I stand out there and I play for, say, 2 concerts worth, really. Because I'm saying, say a concert might be 3 hours, and say I'm out there for 6, okay? So I'm out there and I'm consistently kind of playing repetitive, the same shit, the same chord progressions, the same song pretty much, or maybe I'll come up with more lyrics, or maybe I'll think of some more chords, or maybe if I think people are making fun of me, then I'll pretend that I'm tuning up my guitar. But I pretty much play those um, I play these things because I'm out there and most people are just going. But you know what? And then, of course, whenever people stop to listen for a while, then I feel like I got to play my very best. So I really am careful to make it sound good and play the song that I'm playing all the way through. And if I think they're going to stay extra longer, then I might add another chorus to it. Or no, I wouldn't change the chorus, obviously. I would add another verse to it and sometimes some extra chord things that I do to just the flourishes that make it sound really pleasant, give it a kind of a jazzy flavor to it, and different things I like to do, or I play with the rhythm of things. But the thing is, that could really make your wrist tired, especially with and of course there is the versus and the thing is, this is not as hard on the strings as and yeah, I'm going through strings. I feel like I'm dependent on other people to change them for me, which is ridiculous. It's like, okay, look at how many years it took for me to learn even basic editing. Here's another pair of shirts. And again, nice and short, like Daisy Dukes, and they're cute and they feel like linen. And these are from a company that said demeanor, and they feel like silk. So that's this bag is just sure. I don't really, 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 really love designing these. This a lot of times these are useless. I'm probably going to cut this off because it doesn't make it any tighter. This is these are pineapples. Now, first of all, I like all the colors. They're very happy colors. And there's again that teal, which carries over into, I could probably wear this with that hoodie that I cut apart. And also the fact that these are pineapples, did you know from medical physical perspective, pineapples can be used to attract new friends? Pineapples attract friendly energies and attract people. And if a person has trouble making friends, one of the first suggestions, uh, somebody was suggesting them if they sought out the services of a witch to give advice about, things, to wear something symbolizing a pineapple, a pin with a pineapple on it, a T-shirt with a pineapple graphic on it. That will help you to attract friends in your life. So that's great for kids going to school. Start off the school year, give them a shirt with a pineapple on it. Especially I would think if a kid has autism or otherwise feels it's harder for them to make friends. Everybody deserves to be able to make friends. And school's starting already. Even though here in Atlantic City, we always waited till after the Miss America pageant. So we don't go till next month. See, these are shorts. These are kind of special. These are left behind by my friend Teresa. She died and her cat is taken to the pound. And I got her cat. And anyway, these are hers. And be careful wearing these. This is just like fishnets. It's that lace. It gets caught in body piercings. So, got it? Yeah. So these are my shorts. I don't think I have any more because I really have been trying to downsize. But these are really cute. And I keep them here and zip them and keeps things safe and clean. And these are good for traveling too. Now the only thing is zippers sometimes start to go. And matter of fact, I think the zipper has gone because look it doesn't go. So then you know what you do? You just roll it down. You roll it, roll it, roll it. And then you use a big tie of some kind. I love old elastic from different things. I always cut the elastic off. And that seals them shut. Or you get an old rubber band. Like I'll show you what I just scored. That place where everybody drops off things, a pile of these rubber bands. Now you don't want something that's gonna stretch real hard. I'm keeping it away from my face because I don't want it to snap. Look, the shorts will go there. And then now I have this other pair of shorts, but the thing is, I was told by a real rude man that they were too short because I had a pair of underwear underneath it that I guess were more like granny panties. And he must have shown someone cheap. And the thing that's this other pair of shorts. Okay, so I got to show you. I'm not going to put them on, but I'm going to show you them because I have this one more pair of shorts that I keep in this bag. Give me a second. Find them. Ah, here we go. I have this one other pair. I got rid of my bicycle shorts because they were too long and they made my thighs look big. But aren't these cute? And these, it says on it only, and it's got that tattoo style art. And I wore these. I don't know what this bastard's pop, but whoops, I wore them, and maybe they were a little short. But and the thing is, I wasn't wearing a thong. I was wearing underwear that covered me, but apparently was showing up. Maybe it was something like this. You've got to wear the same kind of underwear that I'm wearing. But the thing is, if this were to ride up and show something that was too sheer and it maybe didn't show everything, then maybe that wouldn't be good. So I mean, you can't win. And then plus, if you show the tramp stand, there's supposed to be a thing about that. Now, I think that's look as cool as hell. Matter of fact, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do the whole trip thing. I don't know why there's a stigma about this. I think this looks badass. And frankly, for people get tattoos, what the fuck is wrong with that look? I think it's cute. People get judgmental about things, I mean, especially things that really have an amazing aesthetic to them. And things look good, and people do things for a reason. And I'm sorry that people read things into it like it's some kind of code for uneasy or whatever. some things just are fun and look good with the accessories that we wear. And why people are so judgmental about it, I don't understand. It's silly. Okay, maybe I should one more hit before I call this a day. Okay, within an hour, I'll be here, and he's going to do my string change and all that. That's so important. But let me open up one more of these and see if, in fact, it is only weed. A lot of times they're double wrap. First wrap is a tobacco thing, and then I got to open up this thing. Um, See, that makes it look bigger than it is because it's double tobacco wrap. And I take all the tobacco and I put it in this other piece of tobacco. Well, now, as big as that roach was, the piece of weed, and this is really weed, so small. My goodness. But you know what? I'm putting it in. Now, this, I hope, isn't tobacco. Oh, tobacco makes me retch. I hate the taste of tobacco, really. And when I did smoke cigarettes, I smoked menthols. We got free cigarettes working at the Miss America pageant because Moores and Virginia Slims were sponsors. And we had big bins right after people got their tickets taken, or before they got their tickets taken. There was a lot of room to walk around in the lobby of the convention hall. And these big bins that were literally taller than my hips, you could grab all these packs of cigarettes. And I grabbed so many free packs of cigarettes. It's a wonder I didn't get hooked on nicotine. And I didn't smoke anywhere around home. I only smoked at work, like in the shadows among other smokers. My father never knew. I smoked on the way to school. I smoked throughout beauty school. Let me taste this. I hope it's not nasty because of all the tobacco that I want to make sure that this is not obstructing the gas. That's good. Okay. It's done. All right. I guess I have no choice, but okay. I got this one here. Oh no, that's another fucking duh. Hello, marijuana. Um, no, my hand is filthy because it's on the floor. But oh God, it's nasty. Oh, I got it exactly where that tissue is. I have a spot. I can totally. I tasted some tobacco. God, why do you guys smoke fucking blunts, man? Yeah. Okay. I just made a spittoon. I know this is disgusting, but you know what? Rather than me going and finding a place to spit all the time. You know what? There's a lot of people that smoke those cigarillos and they have the filter tips and stuff. And they just throw them around. And by the way, I don't think that plastic is biodegradable. That's really glitter. But at least, they get their tobacco fixed that way. And since they already smoke tobacco, they think nothing of rolling blunts. And so many people smoke tobacco and stuff. Judging by all the litter. Most of the friends I know who smoke weed also smoke tobacco. I know. Wilbur Weezerak, hi, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. My hair is all brushed out, and I would love to wash it again so that I could start to see how my roots are, so that I can bleach them out and put my color back in. And in an hour, I'm getting guitar strings, and I'm getting my strings replaced on my guitar so that hopefully tonight I could go up and hide from cops and make a little money, because this is officially Labor Day weekend. Man, I can't believe it's the 2nd of September. So, Wilbur, how are you? Oh, so glad you came by. Yeah. Uh, got my SPF on, and yeah, and I want to. When my friend comes over, I'm going to have my friend come over Sunday, and he's going to look at my computer that I'm using to film this. I have a Dell Inspiron 15, and it runs Windows 11. And I've been having problems getting the reason why I'm doing these live streams, I've been having problems filming something or taking pictures with it, like I've been doing for years since I started using computers. And I want to be able to make a video like about a certain subject, film it, upload it to YouTube. And when I try to upload videos to YouTube, it wants me to use my OneDrive. And since I have almost full, my OneDrive is full. I have 99% of my Hotmail is full. I check it like a couple times a day, unless I'm out in the field and I can't. But I check it for spam, certain mailing lists that I can't get rid of because I do surveys with companies and I have points that I don't want to not ever be able to turn my points in for money. That's the whole reason why I work from home, is so that I can ultimately turn those points into gift cards so that I can have a little bit of money. And since I don't have a bank account, and since I don't want to attract attention to certain organizations that want to try to, get my pound of silver for Caesar, when I frankly not working to the degree and making money fast enough that frankly I should be giving any other away. If I'm not making 50 cents an hour doing something, why should I have to be taxed for it when I'm working so hard for it? I'm putting myself, look at that day when I stood outside for 4.5 hours in the sun. All I got was freckles and sun poisoning on my lower back, my neck, and I didn't make a cent. And I was still rubbernecking, making sure that this particular police officer didn't show up. And the last time I was out there, those guys, different cops told me to take my bucket away. So that means, I would imagine, since this is Labor Day weekend, they're actively looking for anybody who might be panhandling. Because apparently some cops equate playing guitar out there with begging. And okay, sure, I'm going to stand out there and I'm just going to play for the hell of it. I'm going to practice my scales and I'm going to do that. Even if that's what I was doing, why should I say no to a dollar or two or whatever? I am trying to get better. I am trying out new songs that I am writing and that are sometimes being inspired by some of the crap that you deal with when you're out there, because you're so vulnerable. You never know, the groups of people aren't going to come up to you and make fun of you. You don't know this. You don't know what people's intent are, or people. You know what people love. Everybody has cell phones. By anything, and all of a sudden they'll do this and they'll hide this underneath uh, something. And I think that out of this group they're going to give me some money, because if you're hanging around me any length of time, I'm going to figure I'm eventually going to get a tip out of it. So I'll play my best, or I'll act up, or I'll do this riff and I'll make fun lyrics. And some of these lyrics end up being "fuck the police." Okay, when you're being harassed and you're being asked for a mercantile license, and you're being lied to, and you're being threatened with, "Oh, I can give you $2,000 fines," which I can't afford to pay
these fines. If I start getting fines, then I will have to either not pay them, get a bench warrant, or I finally have a court date and I go in front of the judge. Even if they dismiss them, they might say I have to pay court fines that I probably can't afford to pay. And this is how people build records. Right now I could pass probably a background check. I'm sure I could, maybe not when it comes to steady employment, but I don't have a criminal record. The only thing I couldn't pass a totally clean drug test because number one, I smoke weed. Number two, I'm smoking roach weed. So frankly, I don't know. Like you said, we don't know what's in these. When you're on a budget and you can't afford to go to the dispensary and spend $60 for an eighth, and there's free weed around, and ground scores has kept me alive. I'm convinced. Food, you know how much food I found that I didn't pay for, chicken that was left out. Frankly, how do I know that it hasn't sit out so long? I'm getting me and my mom giving a salmonella or something, or maybe somebody didn't put something terrible in it. I mean, I could be dead now. All right. But when you're on a budget and you find ways to get things for free, or you attract things in your life, I'm convinced that my musical instruments are because I was crying up to the universe. I want to play. I want to learn more instruments. I have all these songs in my head. My fingers yearn to play the chords that I learned when I was 11 years old that I never forgot. The C chord, the G chord, the E minor, the E, the different things that you'll learn and you never forget. It's more than never forgetting to ride a bicycle because bicycles you can fall off them. You can. There is. I can attest to if you haven't been on a bike for years and years and years and you're put on them. Washington D.C. I was. Yeah, there is a relearning curve getting your sea legs back. Tempe, Arizona. Before that, the last time I was on a bike, and it was too tall for me, and I didn't know it was not adjusted for a short person. It was given to me for somebody who's, I think their crotch was up here, and I was so afraid riding in traffic. And yet, as a pedestrian, I find bicycles on sidewalks to be such an annoyance. That's like one of my pet peeves. But you know what? When you're afraid to be in traffic because you're wobbling all over and stuff, then sidewalk is safer. So now I can see both sides. And driving itself is a little scary. But I can start with golf carts, go to cars like sports cars, then small truck, and then school bus because it's got bigger, 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 and that intimidates me. Plus, you can't be stoned when you're driving. So I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't see myself driving all the time. I see myself. It's my home, but I can drive from place to place. But I just as soon drive it and park it and leave it there and not drive it unnecessarily. Like even if say I needed to go to Pleasantville Music Store, why would I go through the problem of leaving my parking space, especially if it's not on land somewhere, but it's actually parked someplace? Then parking. The bigger your vehicle is, the harder it is to find a parking spot. And if I have someplace that's convenient enough that I could discreetly be living there and not be fucked with. And the thing is, you can really get on people's nerves by living in something. I'm starting to realize, looking at situations where people are living in a vehicle, and the thing is, the difference between what I would be doing is these people are going in and out, in and out, and it just seems kind of criminal. Whereas I can't imagine going in and out, in and out, in and out. But if I was parked in a public place, I probably wouldn't feel that I would have the freedom. Say I wanted to go out late at night, then I would know that people would still. There's always people that are up and noticing things. Look at the kind of hours I keep. I'm up during the time when most people are sleeping, except for the people walking around outside. And right now, I happen to be living in a neighborhood where it's pretty much 24 hours outside. Very rarely is there not people hanging around, even if it's just to have a safe place to duck in, some place to smoke crack, or to nod off because they're on heroin, or to look for dealers where they can find different things. I mean, it's a real interesting area. But it's also an area where people know that they can find free things that people drop off. And it's also a place where, if you're looking for certain friends, you can find. And it's also a place where you can find food because you know that sometimes they give out food places. And I like to keep some food in my freezer just so that if I see my friends and they're hungry, I can give them things. I like to keep a little bit extra space in my freezers to stash things for people. You know, a couple more days before the place up the street's opening up again. So, apparently there's a lot of hungry people around here. I could open up another lounge. Okay, but at least just one layer, not the 2 layers. After rains, it's never good getting roaches because all that tobacco sucks into it. That's so nasty. And then even if it wasn't for that, you got to dry them off in your toaster oven. You know, I'd probably be roach hunting in LA. I'd have to be more discreet though, because I can't be acting homeless in LA because all the showbiz people. I can't imagine all the tent cities and tents. When I was doing that in San Francisco, I didn't see too many people with tents except there's a middle part of Haight. There's a church, kind of almost in the way middle, and there's a park in Central Haight, and you can walk up. And there's steps that go up, steps up. And one time I had a steel frame backpack, and I had a bedroll attached to the bottom. I decided, well, you know what? I go up far and far and far and far and far. I could actually set this bedroll way up there. Nobody could see me, and I could sleep under the stars. And, I know somebody that had an orange tent, and it was set up way up so high. Nobody knew they were there. These two hippie guys, and they had a radio, and you could watch the fog rolling in. You saw beautiful skyline of the Trans-American building and the court tower and the beautiful iconic things that we recognize about San Francisco. And we saw that in a fog room. And it was just in this classic rock radio station. And you had to be there smoking weed. And orange, you think orange, cops would see you. It was so far up, it was higher than even the cops on the little like. But anyway, I found a spot that I thought was really wonderful, and I unrolled my sleeping bag. And this was pretty far up. I mean, this was up out of, you could hardly even see the church down there. Went to sleep. And I looked at the stars, and my sleeping bag was so comfortable and soft and warm. And I even had a dream. And my dream involved that I was in my bathtub in the shower and enjoying that, when you're in a warm bath and get a shower was full. And then I worried, oh, I hope I didn't wet the bed because I was starting to wake up. And then I realized, oh no, sprinklers were on automatic and there was underneath me or around me, and I was getting soaked by the automatic sprinklers. And this is about 5:30 in the morning. And now I had to get up early in the morning because I swept the streets for GR. This is the only time in my life I ever collected welfare. It was when I was living on the streets in San Francisco. Okay. It was like 1 year. I don't think I did it more than 1 year. Maybe I did it 2 years briefly. I don't know. Anyway, and that was during the time when they were discussing how maybe there may be a maximum amount of time that you can be on benefits lifetime. So I figured, unless absolutely necessary, unless I'm actually on the street, there's no reason for me to get benefits like that. But anyway, yeah, I had to dry out my sleeping bag. I think I put it on the rocks on top of the United Nations Plaza and let the sun do it, I guess. Or maybe I put it on a park bench. But I was such a bad person with a broom and dustpan. Oh, yeah, I was wearing these suede, baggy, dark green trousers. So I had all this trippy stuff. My wardrobe, because I had a real big rucksack built into my steel frame backpack, it really held a lot of stuff. And I had some really groovy clothes. And since San Francisco has your fog that rolls in and you wear all these different layers, I wasn't able to go out dancing in nightclubs because if I had gotten lucky and I hit the lottery, which is what we call it when we can get a shelter bed, you had to be in there before 9 o'clock at night. So you couldn't go out nightclubbing. The only way you could do that is if you were actually camping out and then you just came home in your club clothes and stuff. But and I was still aware of if I was witnessed by people that weren't on the street and they looked down upon me because I was one of the bums. I never wanted to. It was a whole that carryover of not wanting to mix my seeds because this was before the internet as we know it now. They did have this thing called FidoNet in San Francisco where people would go to what looked like coffee shops, and they had these big like computer terminals that looked like video game things that would set up this desk and these cubicles, and they could talk on message boards and communicate with each other. And I guess they used usernames, and I don't know if they were able to talk live from wherever, how that was. I don't know if any video was involved, but anyway, this was a cutting edge thing when computers were kind of new for people to use. And I knew people that actually they lived in these apartments where you had to check in at the desk before you visited. And if it was past like 11 o'clock at night, you had to notify the front desk. And of course, you had to have this discussion with the person you were hanging out with if you were going to be much later. Because then, also, if it was a guy, then you got the idea that maybe he thought you wanted to spend the night. And I never wanted to give that impression that I was a girl that wanted to, be spending too much time, especially if I even got the feeling that I was giving that kind of impression. So, no, I wanted to get the hell out of there. So, no. And there was a lot of places where they actually charged a $10 visitor fee, believe it or not. Even if you were renting, you had a room there, you couldn't just sneak somebody in. Even though I had friends, I had somebody that turned into be a special relationship who actually was living. Usually they kick you out before 30 days so that you don't establish residency. Because then, state of California, once you're in a place 30 days or more, you establish quote unquote residency. And they can't just evict you, or they can't just kick you out. They have to go through an eviction process. And no hotel wants to go through that. So they, even if you're staying there long term, they make you change rooms before every 30 days. That's how it was when I was there. But anyway, they trusted him long enough. So he actually stayed there. I think he lived there for like 2, 3 years. And they were Hindus and they had shrines devoted to their different deities. And because he was a chaos magician, like I am, he was also into some of the Hindu gods. And like, he was really into Shiva. He got me into Shiva. I'm really into Ganesha myself. That's my favorite of the deities. But anyway, I like the different, especially the demigods and stuff. So I like certain aspects of the culture. And so I really relate to the people who they run businesses and they have the shrines and there's things I know things about. And I could talk a little shop with them because I know about some of the aspects of their culture and I love their food and I love some of their accents. And Nog Shampa always reminds me of San Francisco and stuff, even though it's not one of my favorite scents, obviously. Honestly, it's just, there's something about it that's a little much. But I love jasmine. Jasmine grows wild in hedges and stuff, and it's all over LA. And you could pick it, and you can use it, you could press it in books, and it still smells good even when it's pressed. Oh, I'm so glad I'm going to be having stream. So, okay. Oh, so it's not going to solve my electric problem. So let's look at what I need. Now, I could, in theory, let's see this string. Let me see if I have this among my cheapo. Oh, excuse me, that was a weed belch. I have cheapy strings. Okay, let me see if among my cheapy string, I have that one string that I need. Okay, these are my guitar picks. Or one that these. Oh no, these are my good guitar pick collection. These are from some real bands, so I don't claim them. They're all in here. I have a bag that's full of uh guitars. No, yeah, guitar strings. I'm looking for them. Because I'm thinking maybe I have one of those wish strings that I can put on here. I gotta find. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. If I can get from these kind of strings, if one of those strings is, okay, let me see. Oh, okay. Why break open a brand new set of Diodarios where I got so many fucked up strings on that guitar and I keep on breaking these strings. I break strings. It's fucking ridiculous. You know, maybe I need to ask my guitar tech what the fuck am I doing wrong. But the thing is, he's making so much money. I want to wait until sometime when I want to get the new white guitar set up. This guy. But again, this probably has cheap old string. I want to clean this up before I show him that because I'm going to be known as a girl with the cheap guitars. But I don't know anything about this. guitar. And it was given to me with 5 strings, but you know what? I love guitar. Okay, let me see if I happen to have uh, 6, 5, 4. Oh, okay. All right. When my friend gets here, I'm going to have him, since he gave me some cheapo strings for this, I'm going to have him put this number 4 string on here. Okay. Now hold this thought. I'm going to go and talk to my mom a second. Okay, I'm going to be right back. Hold on. Oh, right. Okay. Well, I'm all agreed. That was great. I have this cheapo number 4 string, 6, 5, 4. I can have Chuck put this on, and again, I'm going to watch very closely. Now, he doesn't like, he's camera shy. He's not going to want to be on camera. He's just really, I got to respect him for that. Plus, I don't think he appreciates this place is such a fucking mess because he lives in a real nice. But anyway, in about, I guess, 45 minutes, he's going to be here with a new pack of strings, and I'll get this put on. And I think I have some other, stuff because I spotted him $10, and I think I might be getting some weed too. But yeah, all right. I'm glad I told him exactly what the gauge was of these because I want to have consistently the same string so that when things break, I can kind of keep the same kind of strings on. But if I'm going to keep on breaking strings, then I don't know what the hell it is I'm doing wrong, you know. And it's much harder to change the electric ones. And I'm not going to get an amp until I get a better handle on the vermin in this house. And, we're doing what we can. We've got the pest control guy when we do. He said it would take about 2 weeks after the last treatment for us to see any improvement. I haven't seen any improvement. I don't see that many mice. And the thing is, when I see them, I make baby talk to them and stuff. And I would definitely save them in a heartbeat. I would like to get those catch and release traps. I heard they're $20 a piece, so but I would like to get them at least, but they say unless you have them, get 3 of them. When the trapdoor sounds, then you take them and you send them off to your park or something. You know, I'd put them in the garden, or I would take them over. There's this vacant lot in your boardwalk hall that has got lots of vegetation, and you've got all kinds of critters there, and bunnies eat their grass, and there's lots of weeds, and there's insects, and whatever, all kinds of things um, that mice would eat. Plus, they could always raid people's trash can, the trash space, the things they put out. That's where I got my stuffed walrus. So, okay, I'm going to actually get the string done, which means fingers crossed. I may get to go out and play guitar today, but please, um, keep your fingers crossed that I'm not going to have any run-ins with police. I would imagine they would be out there because this is uh, technically the weekend, and I don't want any problems. I'm afraid of problems. Now, according to my computer, it says it's 73 degrees and it's cloudy. And I don't have Weather Channel, and I actually have Channel 6 on because uh, why? No, how did I get on Channel 6? Oh, ABC. It's because last night I was watching some things, and I watched TLC for a while, and then I switched to, oh yeah, and then I watched David Muir, and then I love how you get this bottom menu on Comcast. It shows you the most recent things you watched. And the thing is, I have to be really careful with my remote because it's really very low battery. For instance, the voice remote part doesn't work. I can't speak a channel in, and my mom thinks that uses less uh, electricity than pressing buttons, but we're very low on batteries, and I think they're AA batteries. And cheapo ones they sell at the dollar stores, they're crap. It's better to get a real brand with Duracell, or the second best battery, a really top battery, is I believe not Markland, Richland, not Richland. It's the house brand of one of those like Target or whatever stores. It's I don't remember the name, but anyway, it's a house brand of one of those stores that they say is absolutely number two best as far as reliable, strong, good quality batteries. But the top one is either Duracell or Everready. I forget Duracell probably. But yeah, you don't want to use cheap batteries. So, but I am going to, I'm going to want suggestions for cell phones and also maybe apps that have uh, that you can recharge the batteries and take them outside. But I would have to have some kind of enclosure to keep them safe from vermin and stuff. That's the biggest thing about getting electronics when you still have a problem. Okay, I'm gonna wait for my friend and pour my mom some coffee and give her her phone back because I have a landline and this is a cordless extension. So how many of you guys still use phones like this? So yeah. Uh, okay, thank you very much for watching me. It has now been 5 hours, 41 minutes, 21, 22, 23 seconds. Thank you. Live from Atlantic City. Talk to you soon. Bye.